practice field for day 2 of this week's voluntary OTAs. Keyword there, voluntary. So with that said, Lamar Jackson was not present yesterday or Monday. Here's head coach Jesse Minter on number 8 and when he may return to one winning drive.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
The Ravens will hold one more OTA practice tomorrow afternoon. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln Tech. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome in, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Steve Molesky filled in for Rob Long today and tomorrow, correct?
Correct.
And Ed Norris will join us at 7 o'clock. Rob's off all this week, so that just means it's a good week, right, Joe? I'm trying to give our our
we're
young
not off
lady
to a
here
great
some
start
stuff
here.
to take back to Rob and say, did you hear what they were saying about you? Yeah, so no, but as things go. Rob and I were actually texting yesterday about a bunch of sports topics and different things.
Need to be nice to my fellow Hartford County resident.
You guys are going to keep running into each other. So, Steve, we're going to talk a lot about the Orioles today and get into a bunch of different stuff. But you and I were talking before the show, and it's one of those things where I don't hate doing radio. I love doing radio, but when you get into these modes where you're just trying to, all right, pump your brakes a little bit, you know, like things aren't going the way you wanted. It doesn't mean you have to fire this guy, fire that guy, get rid of this, but that's what fans want. And there's a lot of people that I've already got a message of somebody saying they're jumping ship and they're picking a new team. It's like, all right,
holy cow,
do your thing.
You know, I've always felt this: if you're a fan of the team, if you're from Baltimore and you grew up an Oriole fan, you're an Oriole fan. There's some days you're not thrilled about it, or what's to watch and cover and talk about is not that exciting to you. But jumping ship, holy heck, I don't buy that. I don't think you're much of a fan if you do that. But again, don't have to be a happy fan, and why would anybody be happy about anything Oriole right now? 21-28. I mean, they keep, they reach a new low here, 7 games under. They haven't been that this year. And so.
And the worst record in the American League now.
They're last place in the American League East right now. They're half game out of 4th. So the difference between the top and bottom of the division, Tampa Bay is 12-2 in AL East games, and the Orioles are 3-9.
So it is funny because I know you've seen it this week, and I know you've been asked the question where people go, well, what's Tampa Bay doing? Why aren't we doing what they're doing? Well, they're using analytics too, guys. They're just doing the other stuff that's working out. They're hitting the ball hard where people aren't. They're
right.
And people keep talking about small ball. They're not out there laying down bunts left and right. They're base hits. They steal bases. They do a lot of different things to orchestrate runs, and it's worked out in their favor. And on top of it, no matter what anybody thinks, their bullpen and starting pitching have just been off the charts ridiculous this year.
Well, a fan asked me this week, why are the Yankees scoring runs and the Orioles aren't? There must be, their philosophy must be different. I said, I don't really know either. No team hands out their philosophy. Here you go, media. Here's our, read these paragraphs. This is our hitting philosophy. But they all want to hit the ball hard. Like they said, Steve, why are we keep talking about exit velocity? What about the Yankees? I said, well, they're first in Major League Baseball in exit velocity. They hit the ball harder than any of the 30 teams. And that's what they're attempting to do. Because, again, it's common sense. Do bloops fall in, Jeremy?
Yes.
All the time, every night in baseball.
But nobody's swinging
for a bloop. But you can't make a living scoring 6 runs a night blooping it. And you can't swing the bat to bloop the ball.
Yeah.
In high school, you couldn't do that. You certainly can't do it in the major leagues. You're trying to catch up to 96. I'm going to swing just hard enough to bloop this. No, can't do it. So you're trying to hit the ball hard. You're trying to hit the ball. The stats show if you have good launch angle and good exit velocities, you'll often have success. Will you always have success? Of course not. So it's frustrating right now, but it's frustrating because this team should be hitting better. And I was just looking up their team's offensive stats. And they're actually better than their pitching stats, which are at the bottom of the league pretty much. I mean, they're 17th in runs per game. Is that where we thought? Not even close. But it's almost league average, which, again, I'm not praising league average.
Yeah.
This offense needs to be better than league average. If you're going to overcome the defensive deficiencies and some of the pitching injuries, you better start scoring 5 runs a game, and they're not close to doing that right now.
I mean, if you were looking for some sort of a bright spot, maybe it's Kyle Bradish and how he's pitched the last few games. Looking at Trevor Rogers, we talked a lot about him yesterday. Do you think he's tipping his pitches? I mean, because a lot of it just doesn't. A lot of this stuff going on with the Orioles doesn't make sense. Like, analytically speaking, which people are like, oh, get rid of analytics. Guys, it's information. You use it how you see fit. It's telling you what you have the best odds of doing here or there. It just kind of defines the player, and you can look deeper at it to see if a player's been lucky or unlucky. I mean, you can do those things. But when it comes down to it, for Trevor Rogers to be getting 2 strikes on all of these batters, like even the pitches that he threw on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday? Monday. Even the pitches he threw on Monday, you're looking at it, he's painting the black on this, and they're still roping it. Like I think they said he makes hitters look like Babe Ruth with 2 strikes on them.
Exactly.
It's just absurd how things are going, and there's no rhyme or reason to that. And the only thing I could think is that maybe he's tipping his pitches.
We saw raw emotion and accountability Monday night in a post-game interview. I have seldom seen him like that, and I think that was a pitcher searching, for answers and not having them, and the team's not finding them either, or they'd give it to him. So tipping pitches, he might be. Now, here's the issue with that. If he is, what is he doing?
Yeah.
Do the Orioles know what the other guys know? Brad Brock was on our show, our Birdland Territory show, talking about that this week. And he said a player came to the Orioles, it might have been a Rays player, and he said, what do you guys have on me? And the guy said, you lick your lips when you throw a fastball. What? He'd never heard any such thing or knew any such thing. And he goes, I don't even know how I stopped doing that because I don't voluntarily do it. And so they found something on him, and he had to work with that.
I'm trying to think. It may have been Yusei Kikuchi. I know it was a Japanese pitcher this year where they were talking about him. Anytime he was throwing a fastball, he would dip his glove forward, and he didn't even realize he was doing it. Like, if he's throwing a breaking ball, he'd bring it up to his face, and he's using his hands to change the grip. But when he was throwing a fastball, he would just bring his hands up quick. The glove would dip. He'd drop his arms and then go to throw. And they were just teeing off on him. And I don't know if it was a game earlier where he gave up like 7 2 1/3 or something, but you could see it. The announcer started talking about it, and a former player that was former player that's in the booth going, oh, look at this. Yeah, you can definitely see what's going on. Somebody's got to grab him and tell him. And
by that point, tipping pitches, he's facing different opponents. Do they all know the same thing?
I think they just...
I don't think hitters are passing it on to the next team he faces.
Oh, you mean... Yeah. I thought you were talking about in-game. I'm like, yeah, well, you're going to tell the next guy. I've even seen the point where guys have been getting behind the batter and trying to time the pitches with... They've been doing it a lot this year. I saw... I think the Cardinals and J.J. Weatherholt, one of the umps turned around and said, man, get your ass over there. You're not supposed to be behind us.
Right.
And so, guys are always trying to gain an edge some way, somehow, but focusing on the pitcher, if he has some sort of tell, just like a poker player, you're going to take advantage of it.
I mean, he's given up a lot of offense this year with 2 outs and with 2 strikes. I went and looked, last year, his stats on his sweeper and his slider and changeup were exceptional. Because we made a big deal out of he increased his velocity, got up to 93, which for him was good. And he's holding the velocity. His velocity is, the speed of it is the same it was last year. There's no fall off. But the stats against these individual pitches are all better. So is that command? Is that finish on the pitches? Does his sweeper have not quite the bite it had last year? I mean, these are things that the Oriole pitching coaches no doubt are poring over to try to unlock the key here. Because if this guy's going to be a 5 or 6 ERA pitcher, then this season might be dead in the water. I mean, they're counting on him and Bradish to be 3.00 ERA pitchers or 3.30 ERA pitchers, which would be much more competitive.
Yeah, we've got a lot to get into, and there's a ton of Oriole talk today. So 410-583-1057. If you want to join the program, I see Johnny and Dundalk's on hold. We're going to get to him when we come back. Lots of stuff today. World of Stupid, obviously. Shovels, we'll get to that. Ed joins us at 7. Mike Bordick's going to join the program. But up next, we get more into the O's-Rays recap from last night. Birds fall late, 4-1. They lose to Tampa Bay. They've lost the series. Got to avoid the sweep today. We talk about that next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Pretty quiet this morning. Just a couple of things. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue. Disabled vehicles being cleared from the roadway. 295 southbound at Annapolis Road. They're clearing some debris from the right lane. Use caution. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Update from the Yard is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the comfort guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 precision tune-up to make sure your system is in tip-top shape. Call 410-367-7777.
In the air to right field. That ball is headed for the flag court.
On 105.7, The Fan.
That ball is slammed. Left center field. Tampa Bay takes the lead. No-doubter, and Diaz knew it. And the Rays have their first lead of the evening.
They're a good lineup. They got a lot of good hitters, 1 through 9. I mean, they're patient. They make you come in the zone. And unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage. But when you leave a pitch in the middle of the plate, like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
That's Kyle Bradish, obviously talking about the lineup that Tampa Bay has. And I was joking about it earlier this year, saying if you haven't seen them play yet, you might be able to name 2 or 3 people in their hitting lineup, and one of them's former Oriole Cedric Mullins. I mean, they make Kevin Cash makes switches more than anybody I've seen. He'll tweak the lineup. You'll look at it and go, "Who's hitting third today?" Yep, well, okay, and then it ends up working out. It seems like as an organization, when they pull the trigger on a trade, it usually works out in their favor. And when they draft somebody and develop them, it usually works out in their. They've done a really good job with. Who knows what they'd look like if the Wander Franco thing hadn't blown up in their face.
You want to get Oriole fans stirred up? Fast forward the clock 2 years from now, and the Orioles are playing Tampa, and the Orioles are getting beat by Caden Bodine and Michael Ferret and the 4 guys they traded for Shane Baz, who's not pitching great yet for the Orioles. That would really frustrate Birdland. That's down the road. But Kyle Bradish's comment there, I'm sure Oriole fans are hearing what he said about the Tampa lineup and thinking to themselves, that's the way our team needs to do it.
Yeah.
We go the other way. We don't try to hit homers, but if you throw us a meatball, we do. We take pitches. We build up the count. These are all things that seem obvious, but don't seem that the Orioles are doing nightly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been, look, last night you started off, you score. I don't know how many times we've talked about the Orioles score, and then they give it right back in the next inning. Battling all the way. I mean, Bradish had a solid start. He didn't get a quality start because he didn't get the 6, but he was fine. You know,
he threw well. I mean, he wasn't throwing the curve as effectively as the previous 2 starts when that was a big issue for him. So much swing and miss on the curve. Wasn't throwing it as much last night or getting the same amount of swing and miss. So I think the start that he will completely light it up will be the start when his slider and curve are both on their A1 game.
Yeah, I don't think we've had anything going at the same time, whether you want to talk about the hitting and the pitching, the starting pitching and the bullpen, vice versa. It's just been one of those years where it feels like nothing's going right at times. And even when you start to get on a little bit of what some people might deem a heater or say, okay, maybe they're putting it together now, wasn't the case. The one thing that happened last night was the return of Jackson Holiday. I mean, limited. You don't get to see much of him. 0 for 2, and then gets pinch hit for.
Right.
What'd you think of Jackson? It's good seeing him back, and can this be a lift for the team?
It can be, and I think it's when you've had so many injuries as the Orioles have, it's uplifting for a clubhouse when one of the regular guys walks back in to stay. He's not just passing by on another rehab stint or something. So we'll see what Jackson can do. It is a different intensity that could help him because he didn't hit much on the rehab. The stats were not great. But it wouldn't be a shock to see him hit a lot better than that now, and he needs to because, if he's going to hit 150, what's that going to do? So I think the intensity will be ratcheted up. And last year was a league average offensive year for him until the final 2 weeks. Go look at his last 10 games. Terrible. Yeah. And he went from 710 OPS to 690, which is the difference between a 100 OPS plus and a 92 or whatever he finished with. So I think he's a league average player right now, but I think he's going beyond that when he starts to play regularly and is healthy.
Yeah, I was watching, felt bad. I mean, it's the Twins, but like Ryan Jeffers fouled a ball and then left mid at bat, and everybody's like, what's going on with him? And he ended up breaking his hamate bone. Like it seems like that's either the 4th or 5th player this year I've heard it happen with. Some come back sooner than others. Some come back with power quicker than others. And then there have been other guys that it just takes a long time to kind of get back. People have said it really does sap your power. Corbin Carroll seems to be going and seems to be doing just fine. I mean, there are a couple other guys that we've seen it happen to, but But with that being said, getting Jackson Holiday back, the Jordan Westberg news not as good, and that's frustrating too because, again, nobody wants to talk about the injuries being a major problem with this team, but I don't know how you take a guy could be an all-star every year and Jordan Westberg out of your lineup, and then you start thinking about what you're replacing him with. We didn't know if Kobe Mayo was going to start in the minor leagues this year or not until the injury happened.
What we don't want to be saying in October is they fell short because they couldn't overcome all the injuries.
Yeah,
which is what we might be saying in October.
It's getting late early, right?
It's getting late early. The Orioles being a bad baseball team is not a week or it's now a season length, and so it's hard, Jeremy. Fans do this a lot, and they're not wrong when they say since mid-2024 they're 20 games under. This team is no relation to that team. That team didn't have Alonso or Ward or Helsley or Boz or Bassett. So this is a new and different team. It's having similar results. So I get questions from fans, is this a systemic issue? The one thing it's the same as Elias is still here. He's taking the brunt of the criticism right now. And I mean, he's what's left? They change managers, they change coaches, they change players, they even change a trainer. So, now he's the last line of defense here. And if the season, 110 games to go, Jeremy, so we can't write them off yet. Baseball's too long to say they're done. Fans are going to say that because they're frustrated.
Well, hell, the year the Nats won the World Series, they were out of the playoff picture, and everybody's like, well, they should just trade everything away. Then they got hot as fire and made that run and won the whole thing.
That's the next milestone for this season, the trade deadline. Are they buyers or sellers? Right now, man, that's real on the fence. And so, but if you went out and added $150 million player, are you going to sell at the first deadline after that? I mean, they might have to. Might be that bad that they change course. That would be a devastating blow, really. But if it's going to be 75 wins again, that's not good enough.
All right, so let me ask you this. Is there anything... So I've seen people getting on Albernaz about get rid of him, get rid of Mike Elias. It's all this knee-jerk reaction and what just happened recently. What do people think he's been doing? I know some people have complained about, why isn't Adley playing today? Why isn't Basayo playing today after having... There is this thing called a left-right matchup that every manager in baseball is looking at continuously. Now, you hope you find everyday players, and you hope Basayo becomes that. But as a catcher, he's going to get days off. So is Adley.
Yeah, then they're both hitting, so you try to get them in there as much as you can and yet get some reasonable rest because you want them to make it through the whole year. It's hard. How do you judge Craig Albernaz? 19 players have gone to the injured list. Look at the track record of all these veterans and what they're doing now. They're so far underperforming at some of these guys that I don't know, is that on him and his staff? Chris Bassett, it's mind-boggling. He's been a great teammate. He seems to be loved in that clubhouse. But last year, he was really good. He didn't get old overnight. I know he's an older pitcher, but he's been a really good one for several years now.
It looked like in a couple starts, he had some fastball location issues, and that's not like him. I know the cutter, what was it, 2 games ago? Or was it last game where 2 games ago where his cutter was just snapping? And he went back to that pitch quite a bit, and I think that's the game that we had Keegan Aiken open for him, and then he went, 6 innings, 7, whatever it was, and pitched great. So let's go out to the phone lines. Antonio's in Rosedale. He wants to ask a question. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
What's up, Antonio?
Happy Hump Day. Hey, Steve. How are you?
Oh, doing well.
Happy Hump Day Wednesday, guys.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, babe. What will the Orioles everyday infield look like with Jackson Holiday off the IL and Jordan Westberg out for the season? Have a wonderful day.
What do you think? Because Jackson, you want him to be an everyday player, right?
I think he's going to be mostly that. Maybe they set him against some lefties. I see him getting more starts at second base in the next few weeks, but maybe a few at third. I think they're going to take a look at that. Right now, Kobe's playing better. And so why don't you run with that a little bit? Why would you sit Kobe? I mean, occasionally you're going to sit him, but let him have some run here for a week or two and see if he's starting to turn a corner. We've waited so long for it. So that tells me Jeremiah's fallen off a little bit. That there's the opening for him to come back and reclaim second. Jeremiah's a great guy to have that you could put him almost anywhere on a given night. Great bench bat. and let's see how it looks.
All right, well, look, now's everyone's chance. We're going to take some phone calls. We're going to talk more Orioles, but up next, if you think Elias is to blame for all this, 410-583-1057. You want to defend him? Same thing. Call in. We'll talk about it. We can debate this and kind of get into it of the slow start with the Orioles and how they've struggled, but how much of the blame has to fall on Mike Elias' shoulders. 410-583-1057. We talk about it next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Don't just pass the vibe check this summer. Ace it with one of McDonald's new ice-cold drinks like the Dirty Dr. Pepper, the Sprite Berry Blast, or the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher. Make sure you download the McDonald's app because you can order all these drinks on there, get ahead of the line, all that stuff. And when you're breaking a sweat this summer, embrace the chill without breaking the bank, and cool down with an ice-cold drink because everyone knows there are drinks, and then there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're getting ready to spend more time outside with friends and family, you need a good outdoor setup. So check out Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. Plus, outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners for the summer heat. Their showroom's right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mare will really take care of their customers. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On August 13th, it's country music star Thomas Rhett. The Fray and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
1057 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 southbound at Annapolis Road, clearing some debris from the right lane there. Use caution. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, disabled vehicles being cleared out of the way. And 95 northbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, there's a disabled vehicle. They're working to clear that. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays bested the Orioles again last night, beating Baltimore 4-1 behind some clutch hitting by the Bats. Yandy Diaz took Kyle Bradish deep to center with 2 outs in the 6th inning, putting the Rays up 2-1. And then in the 8th, it was a pair of hits with 2 down that put the game out of reach for the Birds. And while no one in baseball is calling Tampa's style of play pretty, it's incredibly effective. They currently hold the game's best record at 32-15. Here's the aforementioned Bradish on what makes the Rays so hard to beat.
They're patient. They make you come in the zone. And unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage. But when you leave a pitch in the middle of the plate, like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
Today, the O's will look to stave off a sweep at the hands of the Rays. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. So stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Steve Molesky, Ed Norris joins us right before 7 o'clock. Rob Long's off this week. We've been talking Orioles, and, I said it. You guys want to get in? Give your thoughts on who's to blame for everything that's going on with the Orioles. A lot of people have blame for Mike Elias. Before we go to the phone line, Steve, how much should he, harbor what's going on? How much should be his fault, in your opinion? Or can you even label that?
Yeah, and I wrote about that on my Substack. If anybody wants to check that out, wrote about Elias. It's up there now. So my conclusion was today it's too soon for a change in his department. But at some point it won't be. And we don't know what ownership is thinking because we don't hear much publicly from the Orioles ownership group, any of them, to know how they're feeling about this. So everything falls under Elias, Jeremy. I say that, and it sounds like I don't mean it because I wrote, when you have 19 players go to the IL, numerous players underperforming, young players not taking steps forward, how much is it Elias's fault that Taylor Ward's on a pace for 6 home runs and last year he had 36, or Chris Bassett's got a 5 ERA and it was 3.8, or Gunner's 100 OPS points under what we thought, or all these guys are hurt? In the truest sense of the word, yes, it is his fault because everything under the Baltimore Orioles baseball is on his watch and his staff. And he knows that too. They've changed managers, they've changed coaches, they've changed players, they even changed a trainer a couple years ago. And the results are not what is needed in Birdland. It's too good a franchise with too many fans, beautiful ballpark, owner now spending some more money.
And here we are.
At some point, the results have got to happen. And this year, if the season ends, I think Elias, my guess is, he's here for the year. And you give him 110 games to see if he and they can salvage this.
See, but that's the weird thing, though, coming into the trade deadline. If they're out of it, Elias should do the smart thing and move some pieces, right, like they did last year. If this happens, if it just keeps going awry and they fall apart. But if he's basically running the team for his job and you think that way.
Well, that's where ownership is going to have to come into those decisions.
Yeah.
And ownership is either going to tell him, if you can make some rebuild trades, maybe you need to do it. We need to start doing that. We can't let that pass.
Yeah.
If it gets that bad, which right now it's trending that direction, sadly.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Rashawn's in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn? Is he there? We got the phones, Joe? All right, let's try this again. Let me put him on hold. Let me see if his counterpart's there. Trippy, hello?
Hey, hello.
What's up, Trippy?
Yeah, I'm glad you... Hey, can I keep it real with y'all, man?
Yeah.
The Orioles is the same Orioles, man. I ain't been to no game yet, and I plan on not going to no game because what's the point? 16-6, 4-1. It's the same excuses. It's either the pitchers show up, the bats don't show up. The bats show up, the pitchers don't show up. If they both show up, they still find a way to lose. It's just sad, man. And I'm not even blaming Mike for everything, man. It's the same thing with the Ravens. You bring all these players in, and they can't execute, right? How many hitting coaches we got rid of? It's the same thing over and over. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Well, and Steve, I feel like, Trippy, thanks for the call, man. Because, look, I think a lot of fans feel the way Trippy does. I mean, there are some people that are obviously pointing the fingers, and this guy has to go, and that guy has to go. This is this. I mean, we've had people. Pete Alonso was here for a week, and they were saying he was Chris Davis. People were already packing on all these guys and beating everyone up.
Right.
At some point, it becomes someone's fault and someone's let go. That's just how business goes. The manager was let go last year. You talked about if this was football, or the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, the head coach, and then finally the GM's the one to go. And that may be the case here if it keeps going awry. But I get Trippy's take on it, but I like going to baseball games. I've said this before. If I go to a baseball game and my team loses, it's like a movie that I went to that I enjoyed but hated the ending. Right. I still went to. That's kind of how I look at it. I love going to baseball games. If you haven't gone, maybe that's on you. But what are your thoughts on what he had to say?
What happens is, in a social media age that we're in, everybody has a voice every day, and sometimes multiple times a day. So in 1975, if people were ticked off at the Orioles, we didn't get to see and hear the brunt of the criticism, which we now do.
Yeah.
So it's different time. It's why some players don't have social media. They don't want to see it.
Because everyone has a voice there, and then you can also hide your identity and have some other, you can be one of those guys.
Exactly. And so it came up this week with media, even media is being blamed. And people wrote to me on Twitter and Substack, and, you got to be more critical. You got to put pressure on these guys, da-da-da-da-da. And it's no, I don't got to do that. I write for the fans who may or may not want my opinion. And when I have a Substack now that has a paid element to it, that's up to fans. If fans don't want to do that, I can't make them do that. So I'm not looking for clicks. I'm not looking to just to some splashy out that gets attention. I'd like to be known for a guy who has credible opinions based on his experience level and knowledge of the game and the team that people find worth reading. So the other thing I feel, Jeremy, is this isn't Philadelphia or New York, and I like that.
Yeah.
I like working in a media market that isn't like that. And it's not the media's job to put pressure on the team. The one-loss record puts pressure on the team. Was anybody writing fire Brandon Hyde last May? No one was writing that. They fired him. So the team reached a point where they said, we got to do something. That could be coming for the 26 Orioles. And it won't matter how angry the fans are or how many articles the Sun, the Banner, Masson, or Steve writes is not going to impact that. The team's performance will impact that. At some point, this ownership group will say, we love what Mike did here. He built a team that won the AL East. He built a great farm. He produced some things we like. We redid international. Look at our facilities on the minors. There are things to like here. But again, they're losing every night. And the caller we just had, it reflects an opinion of others.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think a lot of fans feel the way Trippy does. Some a little bit more vocal than others. Let's go out to Rashawn, who's in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, what's up, Steve?
What's happening?
Yeah, Steve said take two.
Ain't nothing much.
Go ahead, Rashawn.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
But listen, everybody don't feel the way Trippy feels. Trippy is just so hard on the Orioles because he's a diehard Ravens fan.
Yeah.
So once the schedule comes out and everything, he just, changes up and nobody going there. They suck. They losers and blah, blah, blah. Listen, we're not even 2 months into the season, right? Opening day was March 30th, right? It's not even May 30th yet. So we still got some time to go. We had a lot of unfortunate injuries. Look, our third baseman is out. Our second baseman is out. Rogers is not pitching up to expectations. Bradish. So you can't blame them on the general manager or the manager or anything like that.
Well,
so, I mean, we got to just stick it out.
I think people are going to. I think people are going to. This has been going on for a couple years now where he's gotten the blame. And the thing that worries, I told Steve, I love what he's done in the minor leagues. He did the right thing last year when everything went awry and he traded pieces away to get better. Everyone was going, you can't trade Ramon Laureano. Oh my God, they cut who? They let this guy. And, Ramon, your boy, Urias. What do you call him? I don't know what you call him.
Urias. Ramon Urias.
No, but like all these guys that fans fell in love with and they move them. And then all of a sudden you start hearing about the pitcher Boston they acquired from the Padres and what he's been doing and some of their draft picks. And the minor leagues are, they're flourishing now. But people are going, I don't care about the records at the minor leagues. I care about the majors. And I get that. But all this stuff takes time. And that's when people go back to, well, he's had 8 years. 5 of them he was rebuilding this damn thing. At least look at it honestly. The thing that I'm concerned about is that we move on from him and we bring in somebody else, and then you start to see all the things going right in the minor leagues and the guys that he drafted and the players they made moves for, and then the worm turns and everybody's like, see, I told you should have been fired, or hey, I can't believe we fired him because now everything's working out. I feel like he gets way too much blame for everything that's going on. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve some blame, but to pin it all on him, I just don't think that's right. Rashawn, appreciate the phone call, man. We got to run. We got plenty of people calling in. I'm going to get to all the calls. Maybe we need some positivity. Greg in Columbia, Mike in Baltimore, Rich, Steve, all hang on. We'll get to you guys. We'll take your phone calls talking Orioles right here on 105.7 The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking forward to seeing most at the Ravens OTAs before heading out to the Castle. Kevin Ostreicher will join us for more thoughts on the schedule, and then we will recap last night's series opener with the Orioles and the Rays.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Pandemonium in Madison Square Garden. The Knicks erased a 22-point deficit with 7.5 minutes to go in the game to force overtime, and then once overtime came, there was no doubt. The plan was simple. Attack James Harden. It was executed to perfection. Harden was bad on offense. He was even worse on defense in the fourth quarter and overtime. New York took advantage. They were up 1-0 on deck day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365, winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Mostly sunny, temps in the 70s. Showers and storms expected later with highs in the 90s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound before Caton Avenue, there's an accident now. It's heavy after Key Highway. 95 northbound at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. All lanes are open. Just a brief delay, if any. 295 southbound at Annapolis Road, clearing some debris from the right lane. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, going right back out to the phone lines, taking some phone calls here on Mike Elias and the Orioles. Let's start it off with Greg in Columbia. Greg, you're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Elias won. He was a part of the championship team in Houston. He knows how to win. I look at him as a chemist. You know, he makes moves. He puts these players together and, you know, brings a manager in. And, you know, you have to, you know, take time for these things to work out. I don't blame him. I think he's doing. I know he has the ability for us to win, to help us to win, and I don't blame him. I think it takes time
We have the talent. I think we can win. I don't blame them.
Greg, appreciate it. Let's take another caller here. Mike's in Baltimore. Mike, you're on the Fan. Try to roll through these.
Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Hey, Steve.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, man, it's a shame, but I mean, I haven't given up yet, but I have been more stoked about going to these bobblehead nights. I was stoked about the Tupac bobblehead, and now I'm stoked about the Sammy Basayo bobblehead. And that's a shame. I wish I could be stoked about the baseball, but I'm telling you, the promotions are just the only thing that's keeping me going now. I wish it was the baseball.
Man, that's sad, Mike. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Rich, who's in Key West. Rich, you're on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for taking my phone call. I just wanted to pass on a sobering fact. In the last 50 years, there's only been 3 teams in the major leagues who at one point in the season had a record below 500, still made the playoffs. That was Houston in 2005, the Pirates in 74, and the Nats in 2019. Now, that doesn't include the shortened season in 81 and 20.
Yep.
But now the Orioles are sitting 7 games under 500, good chance to maybe 8 after today, with a tough part of the schedule coming up. So,
now, what was this initial stat you said?
That only 3 teams who during the season had a record 10 games below 500 still made the playoffs.
Oh, 10 games, okay.
Well, you got more teams making the playoffs now, too, so that does open it up for teams to have a better opportunity, but point well taken.
Yeah, and in terms of, Jeremy, the point that you made earlier about the 5 years of him, of losing seasons. But that was a decision that he made, and I think I remember everybody saying, okay, look, trust the process, it's going to turn around, and it'll pay off in the long run. Well, the payoff to me was basically 1.5 years of really contending baseball. And that's all, and that's all we've gotten. And I just, in my opinion, the Orioles made a big mistake. They had an opportunity when they fired Howard. They should have gotten rid of Elias at the same time. The Nats did that, and it's worked out for them. It's hard for me to say that because I love the Orioles. I've been following them for 60 years. But I just think it's time to make a change.
Yeah, I mean, but I'll say this, and appreciate the phone call, Rich. It's kind of hard to say that it worked out for the Nats. I mean, they went through a rebuild, and they just traded Mackenzie Gore.
They look better.
They're blowing it up again. Yeah, they look better this year. One last one here. Steve's in Perry Hall. Steve, you're on the Fan.
Hey guys, good morning. Just real quick, you got Trippy calling and he's tripping. You got Rashawn calling and he's talking down with Trippy. Here's what I'd say: I'm a Ravens fan first and foremost. The Orioles are second for me. There's nothing more that I would want other than a Ravens Super Bowl than to see the Orioles consistently play meaningful baseball in September and October. And it's very frustrating to see that we're not even at Memorial Day yet. They're, 12 games out? And I guess my question for you guys is, can they turn this around? Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Let's bring in Ed Norris real quick, and then we'll all talk about this.
Sounds good.
Ed, do you think they can turn this around?
No, I don't. I mean, look, anything's possible. I certainly hope they turn it around. But there's nothing that I've seen so far, and we're looking at June shortly, that indicates they're gonna. Either getting annihilated, by the Yankees, long ball last night, the Rays, they're a really good baseball team. But they end up coming back and picking them apart at the end. They just played good, sound baseball without hitting 6 home runs. It was different.
Yeah, I
just don't see it right now.
I don't think the likelihood of them turning around is great, but I'll say this: I just don't think anyone. The good teams right now in the American League, and there's not many of them.
There's 4 teams have winning records still.
And
there's more teams with winning records in one National League division than the entire American
Central,
League.
Right? The Central.
That is keeping the Orioles in it. Mm-hmm. Nothing else. So you can't brag to your fans that, look, we're in it because everybody stinks. That's not exactly a selling point, right?
No.
Hey, we're in this thing. The American League's terrible. So that has given them faint hope. But there's 110 games plus to go. There's time. But again, I can't disagree with Ed in that what are they showing us to tell us what they're going to do with these 110? Now, those teams that caller cited, the Nats won the World Series.
Yeah.
They looked dead in the water. So can it happen? It could happen. It's possible. But they're not giving us hope by their play.
No. And I think that's the big issue in what we're seeing. And it's like you pointed out the trade deadline, but if it gets, as we pointed out, it gets late early and all of a sudden you're so far behind it, can you honestly look at it and say, yeah, we're still in it and we should add when the right thing to do is to sell?
You could get a massive haul in July 31st. Don't drive off the road if you're in your car when I say Gunnar Henderson. I don't advocate that whatsoever. But if it's that bad, what could you get for a couple years of him right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
Jeremy. If it comes to that, I don't want to do that show with you. As much as I like being in here and working with you guys,
Joe. The whole show got the flu that day. Did you hear that? We got the flu. They're not coming in. All right, we got more.
Let's pretend I never even said that. Okay.
Ed's with us now all the way up until 9 o'clock. We'll talk some NFL at 7:15, and we're going to talk some next. It's something Steve and I were touching on. Lamar misses the first 2 practices of OTAs, but Coach Minter downplayed his absence and added that he'd be back in the building soon should the coach's words be enough to silence those that are upset with number 8's absence. 410-583-1057. We discuss it next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Hey, it's Rob, here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just
driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday evening in South Florida, the Birds come up short again against the Rays.
DeLuca to center field. Tavares got to get here quickly. It's going to fall for a base hit. Two out runs by the Rays, and they are just annoying.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Johnny DeLuca's bloop single scores Richie Palacios, making it 4-1 Rays in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pete Alonso with a strikeout in the top of the 9th to end Baltimore's misery as they drop another game in frustrating fashion to Tampa, this time 4-1. Bird starter Kyle Bradish pitched well, giving up 2 earned over 5 1/3, but of course, when the pitching steps up, the bats nowhere to be found. The O's managed just 4 hits last night, going 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Today, the Birds will look to avoid a series sweep at the hands of baseball's best team. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And yesterday at the Castle, the Ravens were on the practice field for day 2 of this week's voluntary OTAs. Keyword there, voluntary. So with that said, Lamar Jackson was not present yesterday or Monday. Here's head coach Jesse Minter on number 8 and when he may return to one winning drive.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
The Ravens will hold one more OTA practice tomorrow afternoon. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. This sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 1057 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, hour number 2, Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Steve Molesky in for Rob Long this week as he is off all week. Steve will be back tomorrow as well. Check out his Substack as Steve has an article out on Mike Elias. But we're going to talk some Ravens here. Ed, I'll throw it to you first on this because, like I said, Steve and I were talking about this off the air. Lamar misses the first 2 practices of OTAs. Minter's downplaying it. And, of course, everybody wants to blow this thing out of proportion. Does it bother you at all? Like, for me, I feel like it's an added bonus if he shows up. Like, it's great that he's there, the camaraderie with the teammates, but I'm not worried about him not being at OTAs.
I'm not either. I mean, it's not uncommon. A lot of veterans skip them. Typically, quarterbacks make them, though. I mean, because it's important to build team chemistry. You have a new coach. You've got a whole new staff, actually. Players, certainly new players. So, look, I'd like him to be there. I don't really like that he doesn't go. You know, I mean, Aaron Rodgers attends OTAs. 4-time MVP, over 40 years old. He still finds the importance of it. So, I wish Lamar was there, but there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like the people that get fired up over it, maybe it's more the talking heads than actual fans. I feel like the fans that like Lamar, enjoy watching him play, that this doesn't bother him. I feel like a lot of the other guys are just looking for something to throw shade at him. And as this gets brought up, it also gets brought up about the contract extension. And is this the guy you want? Yes, it is. I feel like he's doing this when you look at some of the things he's done as far as not signing the extension and getting the full-on deal and like letting everyone know he's going to be here. I think this is just a business move to allow people to go up. When it comes to OTAs, they're voluntary. Like, it's a matter of, do you want to go to these or not? And if he has something else going on in his life that he'd rather do, I'm sure he's talking to the coaches. I'm sure all those things are going on, so it doesn't bother me. And Steve, you were bringing it up earlier, like, wow, this really does get blown out of proportion.
It's a real talking point now because it's all we have, right? There's no games to talk about yet. It's not training camp. I just have a hard time thinking, let's say in week 7, the Ravens have a bad loss, Lamar throws a late pick, they lose. Is someone going to call you guys the next morning and go, if he had been to those 2 OTAs in May, this pick would never have happened?
Steve, they will say that.
They will say that?
They'll 100% say that.
My God.
I was just getting ready to say that I would like to tell you, no, that's not going to happen, but
it is going to happen.
Probably will.
I think Lamar Jackson has played long enough, even though there's a new coach.
See who they play in Game 7.
that they can survive this. It's not a tragedy. I agree with Ed. You wish you was there, right? Because new coach, new system, new.
But he did show up earlier to,
He said he's been leading the offseason program, whatever that means, and he's been a participant in all whatever they're doing, they're planning. So I trust he's doing what he needs to do.
I just think this guy gets. I mean, you pointed out like Aaron Rodgers and like Peyton Manning would work out with his wide receivers in the offseason at Duke University all the time. I don't think you need to do all that, but I think it's an added bonus when you do. The rapport you build. It's funny, like talking to when I was working with Scott, we had Raymond Berry in studio, and Raymond Berry, I don't know if people know this, in his entire career fumbled once in his entire career, and even then he said he didn't fumble it. And he would talk about running that out route with Johnny U, that he ran that out route so many times that you could run it into the dark and he'd still be able to catch it without seeing the football, because it's just muscle memory at that point. Here we go. My foot's in the ground. I'm breaking out. Here comes the football, hands up, catch it. And I feel like a lot of that you can build rapport and camaraderie with your teammates. But again, this isn't the end all be all of what has to happen. When he's here, he's been a leader. He's been the best player on the team. I'm not going to sit here and question him for something he doesn't have to be at, that a lot of people wouldn't go to if they were asked to. So, Ed, is it because it's him? I mean, is it just Lamar, or do you think? I mean, I don't think Josh Allen hears this in Buffalo. I don't think Oh,
I would bet he does.
You think so?
I think every city has this. Yeah.
Okay.
Allen's only missed one ever.
And Mahomes?
I don't know if Mahomes has ever missed.
Well, Allen missed one to play golf.
He did that, and then he went on his honeymoon.
Yeah.
Last year.
So basically he goes.
What a loser. Honeymoon? Are you kidding me? Who's
Haley Steinfeld, your beautiful wife?
Oh, but I mean, you do think it happens in other cities?
Yeah, I do. You're quarterback. I mean, with the giant bag of money and, all the accolades and, the credit for the wins and
But it becomes national here, though. Like, this makes national news. There are guys, I can't believe Lamar's a
2-time MVP. Yeah. More is expected of him. He's in that category with Mahomes and Rodgers and these guys. I mean, he's got to go, hold himself up to that standard.
Yeah. Well,
I think if Lamar plays badly in week 7, it'll be because of reasons other than something that happened in May.
Yeah. This is something where I really feel like it's much ado about nothing, that it gets blown up. And Ed's right. I mean, when you're the best player on the team and you're the one thing that everybody keeps talking about is you excelling in the postseason and winning a Super Bowl. And I got news for you. Even if he wins a Super Bowl, people are still going to do this. They're still going to bring it up if he's not there.
He'll need to win another one.
I hope not.
They do.
If he wins the Super Bowl.
I've watched this happen so many times with guys where they just criticize. Then they do the one thing that you say they can't do. And it's like, yeah, but he did it against this team. Or is he doing it this year? What's going on? It happens all the time, especially with quarterbacks where they're just overly criticized.
Well, back in the day when I was doing radio, callers said Gary Williams will never get him past the Sweet 16. And then he won the whole thing.
And did that guy call back in and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong?
No, they did not.
No. We got a phone caller here. Let's bring in John in Ellicott City. John, you're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, so what's the harm in him coming? I mean, we give him a pass, and I don't know what goes on in other cities, but it seems like Like, you're the leader of all leaders of this team. Why wouldn't you be at everything? I just don't understand that. When you're leading, people below you want to see that. So what's the harm? I mean, here's a guy who can go anywhere in the world he wants, at any moment with a snap of a finger. So what was he planning when he could be there leading his team?
So what is he leading now in workouts and these things? You're talking about just throwing to receivers and talking to players? Like, he does that stuff on the side. Like, they work out all the time together, throwing with each other. So
it's not a good optic, though. 95% of life is showing up. This is, look, I get it. They're voluntary. Organized team activities. Yeah, they're voluntary. It's just not a good look. It just isn't. I don't know how valuable they are. I don't really know, if it's going to impact the season. But I do know what the last caller said is correct, because he is the leader of the team, and people look to their leaders to just see what they do. And if you're not showing up when I'm showing up, like, well, why?
Again, it goes back to what I said in the beginning. Him being there is an added bonus. There's no requirement to be there for these, like, I get it. I get the optics of what I agree with everything Ed's saying about the optics and how people perceive it. I'm just telling you, I don't think a random ass practice in May is going to matter in the long run.
Now, weren't there numerous weeks last year where there were days of that week Lamar Jackson did not practice?
Yeah,
am I right?
Plenty of them.
And many of those games they won, and he probably played pretty well. So I would think a Thursday afternoon practice of Steeler week is more critical than an OTA. Now, Ed's the optic, yes. Leader, yes. All that's true. And so maybe some criticism should come to him for that. Again, a Week 7 game, Week 5, name whatever week, isn't going to hinge on a May OTA.
Well, we've got the World of Stupid coming up at 7:30. And by the way, not a lot of filthy stuff for Steve over here, Ed. It's more stupid people.
I'm a little disappointed, but
yes.
Let them off the hook.
It's the whole reason I got up today, but that's all right.
I'm a little disappointed. All right, but we're going to talk some more football. I've been talking about this for a long time. The NFL takes another step towards more international games. At what point does growing the game hurt the product? Are we already there? I think you guys know my answer. We'll get the guys' answers and yours. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today, and please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Heavy 95 southbound from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound heavy headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. And 95 southbound at Caton Avenue clearing some debris from the left side. 295 southbound at Annapolis Road. There's an accident. Watch for police direction. And on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between Bel Air Road and Paring Parkway. There was a work zone that should be clearing out of the way. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Steve Molesky in for Rob Long, who's off this week. Steve will be back in tomorrow. Check out Steve's Substack as well. And Ed, we've talked quite a bit about this, and I know everybody knows how I feel about the NFL playing all these international games. And it's not even just the international games. It's how you start out saying, okay, we're going to play on Wednesday night now. We're going to play on Friday night. Guess what? We're on this app. We're on that app. And you know all the other apps? We're on them too. So you might as well just buy them so you can watch this one game. I don't have any issues getting it. It's not a problem for me watching those games, but I know there are a lot of people out there that can't afford to buy all the damn apps or don't have access to some of these games. And it's frustrating. And now you're doing all these international games. You brought up the travel that the 49ers have, which is just ridiculous this year. Do you feel the same way I do about how many international games they're doing, that they're actually watering down the sport while they're trying to make more money?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see the benefit to American football fans. It may be nice for the host countries. It may be, it's a nice event for them, but it's just weird when you look at a game in a foreign country, but, the stadium is packed with 32 different colored jerseys. It's not a fan base. They're a fan of American football apparently, but I don't see how we benefit from it. And you lose a home game. If it's your turn this year, we don't. The Cowboys lose theirs, but it's a moneymaker for the NFL. I don't see the benefit for American fans. It seems like a real taxing event for the players. As you know, we talked about this I guess last week. It's not just the length of the flights; it's the time zone changes. I mean, we've traveled a lot, both of us, and when you're going through time zones, you got 5, 6, 7, 8 hour time differences. That just wreaks havoc on your body.
Yeah, the sleep schedule change. Everything
changes. Everything changes. You're just exhausted. And, by the way, Rashawn called in from Bali this morning.
That's where he was, in Bali?
He's in Bali. That's the other side of the world. Yes.
What time did he get up to listen to the show? He sent me a video of him walking outside his
hotel room.
It's
like 7:30 p.m. there or something.
The Big Bad Evening Show for Rashawn. Yeah, and Joe, you got some numbers here, like how many international games they're having and where they want to go next year?
So So there's multiple parts of this. This year there's 9 international games, 8 league run games, and the London game with the Jaguars. That's part of the Wembley Stadium deal. So that's a little bit different because that's collectively bargained. So that's actually in the CBA. That game has to happen. But they're going to have up to 10 next year, and they want to expand into Japan. The goal, though, is to have 16 international games per year. Wow. And this agreement that they made at the spring meetings right now also stripped away the team's ability to protect any home games from international play.
Did they?
Yeah, so they can't set aside.
You used to have
ones.
2, right? You could protect.
I believe so. Yeah.
See, and Steve, is your you got something?
Well, I'm just saying. So I mean, if 16, that's every team in the league is going to play an international game then.
Yep,
every year.
That's
Sounds
I don't know
like
how
they want one every week.
I wonder how they're going to do that because Jacksonville's going to play 2 every year.
Maybe they're taking that away.
Maybe. Maybe Jacksonville just moved to London and they call them the silly nannies.
So
I don't
here's
know.
a crazy thought, but it's not impossible. Super Bowl one day, not in the U.S.
I think you're predicting the future for sure. I can see that coming easily. Easily.
If you said we were going to have the Super Bowl on another planet, I wouldn't be shocked. The way that the way that they want to expand everything. Like, why are we playing in Australia? Why would you be going to Japan? You know, I know the answer. It's money. But again, what's the value of what you're doing to the players? The guys that now that we're expanding, they're going to go to 18 games. They're going to push. They want the Super Bowl before President's Day, so the day off the next day. They want to set up all this stuff. But again, they're telling you they care about player safety. And then they go, hey, we're playing Wednesday night. And then you guys got to play Sunday after that. And then you guys got to play. But guess what? We're playing over here in Germany. So you guys got to take a 10-hour flight, go over there. It's early in the season, so you don't want your bye week. Yeah, come back. And then the next week you got to play somebody on Sunday. It's just, it's not right for the body clocks. And football is different than all the other sports where it literally takes 3, 4, 5, sometimes even longer days to get to feel normal again. Those guys on Thursday night, some of them are getting shot up with things. Some of them are doing stuff just so they can play or going out and playing with pain and making business decisions saying, yeah, I got 10 days off. I can heal up after this. They're putting on this front saying they care about player safety when all they care about is the almighty dollar.
Yeah. And back to Steve's point about the foreign Super Bowl, I can see that happening more easily than most other things because if you think about it, the average fan doesn't get to go to a Super Bowl. They can't afford the tickets.
Yep.
Because it's a huge expense anyway. You're talking about if it wasn't the Buccaneers in Tampa, when does that happen again? It just doesn't happen.
It's already a neutral site game.
Yeah,
You're not taking it from anyone.
So you say the Ravens are in the Super Bowl and it's in San Francisco or Seattle or something like that. You'd have to fly cross country, get hotel accommodations.
But if your team makes it that Super Bowl and it would have cost you $2,500 to go to it here, and now it might cost you $5,000 where it's at.
Least, yeah, sure. Yeah, and and my point is, most of these Super Bowls were attended by corporate tickets. So these are people who are very wealthy or major corporations that give them to people, and so it doesn't matter if you have it in London or you have it in Frankfurt or wherever it may be or Paris. Money's no object to them, and I can see that it'd be a pretty easy transition for people who actually attend Super Bowls to go to these places.
I mean, it's just
wow.
It doesn't surprise me because again, I understand business is about making money. I like when somebody writes a book. It's like you only wrote that to make money. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point of that.
That's part of it.
But again, like to have a Super Bowl in another country where they're telling you, hey, you can't have a Super Bowl in Baltimore because it's cold and the weather might be bad, and we can't have a Super Bowl here. But then all of a sudden you're going to go, hey, guess what? This Super Bowl's in Tokyo. Great. Right. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, and we've had Super Bowls in New York City, which is colder than Baltimore. I mean, and places like that. And it's just.
But you're right, Ed. It's probably easier to play that game than ask a team in Week 6 to fly to Australia and come back and play a couple days later. That's a real challenge for a team.
It's funny, Steve. When I researched this last week because we talked about it, they said the European games are tougher than like the Brazil game. Brazil's a much longer flight, but the time difference is not there. When you go to London or Frankfurt or wherever they're going to go, in Madrid, that's the real taxing part of the
5-hour, 8-hour time difference and the body clock.
So those games are really hard for the players.
We got a couple of calls here. Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan. What's up, bud?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Morning.
I'm against it for the most part because really and you guys know this way better than I do, you know, the TV rights or whatever pay for the players, you know, and that's all sold ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
If I'm correct there. And it's kind of like, all right, like you said, you know, they got 100 apps to watch the games and all that. That's all paid for in advance too. It's weird because it's kind of like here in America, we're paying all the money to get the NFL off and running in a sense, season tickets, etc. And then they take it offshore to somewhere else. And that's just all upside money. And like you said, Jerry, it's a business. It's meant to make money.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like you pay for it, but don't get to see it. So, yeah, I'm totally against it, fellas. It's garbage.
Kev, appreciate the call. And for me, it's like, you know, you're telling all these fans that are spending money here locally to go watch the games, and the NFL is like, we're going to go play an international game. Okay, fine. But then you're taking away from these guys because you know that they're not going anywhere. Your fans here are not changing their mind if you're playing a game overseas. They're going to be pissed off and bitch about it, but they're still going to watch that game on TV, and that's why they think it's not going to water this thing down. The way they used to do it, have your 4 London games, and every team that has a London game, have a bye after it if that's what you want to do. Or you don't need to, they're going to keep expanding, going to all these different countries. It's just, it's absurd. But we got a caller here. Joaquim's in Baltimore. Joaquim, what's up, man?
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Good.
Hey, I just think about, I don't like it, but I understand the business aspect of it. But I think about the security for these players, and especially in this climate that we live in today. I mean, us going all around the world when there's a lot going on as far as, you know, the way we look and our relationships and things of that nature. I just don't want to open the players up for any kind of attacks or anything like that. You know, I think about that part too. So thanks for taking the call.
You mean actual player safety, you mean?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Safety, like travel.
Well, that's a real issue, though. I mean, I told you, I can't remember where it was. I went to a fan, Baltimore. He went to the Green Bay Philly game in Brazil. They had to hire armed security to drive them around. And the players were staying far from the field because they didn't have the hotel accommodations properly set up. There were a lot of issues down there in dangerous places. Mexico City's a dangerous place. Rio's a dangerous place. It just is. I mean, I know Baltimore's a dangerous place, but it's our place.
Yeah.
But it's a real concern because then it's a concern for fan safety as well.
Well, we got the World of Stupid coming up next. We'll talk some NBA playoffs, which I know Ed, I can't believe I'm saying this. Ed's dying to talk NBA playoffs today.
I am.
But we got...
Where's Cordell today?
Just text him early. World of Stupid's coming up next, and as I said, it's not very filthy today. It's just really stupid people. How about somebody that owns a Cybertruck and he wanted to test Wade mode? I'll tell you what that is, you dumbass. A New Jersey man that set off fireworks at a Maryland Walmart to steal $10,000 in jewelry. And a West Virginia man allegedly called 911 multiple times. First to report zombies, then ghosts, then a UFO, and then he claimed to be a cop. It's just dumb. We'll tell you all those stories when we come back in the World of Stupid here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Gold Standard. That's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound now heavy from the split toward the Harbor Tunnel. 295 the Baltimore-Washington Parkway northbound after Route 100. There's an accident. Just the right lane's getting by there. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy between 95, the Kennedy Highway, and Paring Parkway. That's because of an emergency work zone. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays bested the Orioles again last night, beating Baltimore 4-1 behind some clutch hitting by the Bats. Yandy Diaz took Kyle Bradish deep to center with 2 outs in the 6th inning, putting the Rays up 2-1. And then in the 8th, it was a pair of hits with 2 down that put the game out of reach for the Birds. And while no one in baseball is calling Tampa's style of play pretty, it's incredibly effective. They currently hold the game's best record at 32-15. Here's the aforementioned Bradish on what makes the Rays so hard to beat.
They're patient. They make you come in the zone. And unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage. But when you leave a pitch in the middle of the plate, like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
Today, the O's will look to stave off a sweep at the hands of the Rays. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And last night in NBA playoff action, the Knicks complete one of the most improbable comebacks in postseason history, erasing an 18-point fourth-quarter deficit over the final 8 minutes of regulation to shock the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. According to ESPN Analytics, the Cavs had a 99.9% win percentage with 7:52 left in the fourth. Game 2 is Thursday evening. Tonight, it's Game 2 between the Spurs and Thunder with San Antonio up 1-0. You can hear the game on our sister station, 1300 The Bet. Coverage via ESPN starts at 8 p.m. with tip-off slated for 8:30. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. At Dubo Law, we know that car accidents aren't a game. When you've been injured, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, so start it off. This happened in Maryland, but it was a New Jersey man. He set off fireworks inside a Maryland Walmart to try to steal $10,000 in jewelry. I didn't even know they had $10,000 worth of jewelry in there. Forgive me. I know Walmart has everything, but I don't think I've ever said, hey, I got to get some jewelry. Let's go to Walmart.
Funny you say that. There's a woman, a friend of ours in Sarasota. All her jewelry is in Walmart around the country.
See, and
that's
again,
how she made her money.
This isn't me saying that Walmart doesn't have good jewelry. I've just never even thought about that.
No.
But yeah, this happened in Elkton. A New Jersey man sparked fiery panic inside a Maryland Walmart when he allegedly used explosives as a diversion to cover up a brazen jewelry heist. Anthony J. Rhodes, 36, was taken into custody in New Jersey last week in connection to an arson and theft that took place in a Walmart in Maryland last month. Investigators say video captured the masked suspect loading a grocery cart with boxes of fireworks, then just lighting it. He set them on fire with camping fuel. I mean, this isn't funny, but it is funny.
That sounds like such a good plan. What could go wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. How'd they catch me? The dude's wearing a Jefferson baseball T-shirt. Like, they're not going to figure out who the hell you are, you jackass. I mean, come on. He's got his glasses on. Like, you just can't. He's wearing a mask like we would during COVID. So he's not wearing like, you can still see a good portion of his face. Yeah. Right here it says, dig deeper. A Jefferson University baseball T-shirt worn by Rhodes during the heist helped investigators track him down. He's facing several charges, including first-degree arson and manufacturing an explosive device. He's being held in a New Jersey correctional facility pending extradition to Maryland. So, I mean, fireworks, hey, there's the distraction, and now I'm stealing all this. Like, I remember a comedian said, look, you can take anything back to Walmart. Hey, I got these diapers, and there's already crap in them. Can I get a refund? Like, and then this dude's over here lighting stuff on fire and just, I don't know, crash, or what do they call it, a dash and grab, or smash and grab. Yeah, busting all the glass and taking it all. But stupid people. And he's not the dumbest person we have today. Yeah, this is a Tesla Cybertruck driver. I don't know what Wade mode is supposed to mean. I'm just going to read you the headline here. Grapevine police have arrested the driver of a Tesla Cybertruck who went into Grapevine Lake Monday night. Police said just before 8 p.m. Monday, officers were called at Katy Woods Park boat ramp, where a Tesla Cybertruck was in the water near the shore. According to a press release, the driver told officers he intentionally drove into the lake to try to use the vehicle's Wade mode.
What?
He thought the vehicle could
wades in water?
That's what he thought. The truck became disabled and started taking on water. Wouldn't have expected that.
What's even more interesting is there's a Tesla, right?
Yeah, and go ahead.
Well, during the Hurricane Milton, when everything flooded down at Siesta Key, salt water affects those cars. They all exploded into flames.
Yeah,
I don't know if this is fresh water. I don't know where he went, what kind of body of water this was. But yeah.
This feels like Michael Scott on The Office, where the GPS is telling him to turn right. He's like, don't turn right. It says turn right. And he drives right into the lake.
Yeah.
Joe, this is the lake.
Joe, you've got Wade mode. What?
Yes, Wade mode. No, I don't have a Cybertruck, but Wade mode is an off-road setting that raises the suspension to its maximum height and pressurizes the battery to safely drive through shallow bodies of water. So that means 32 inches.
Like a Jeep going off-roading.
It automatically deactivates after 30 minutes.
Yeah. So Elon did tweet out back in 2022, the Cybertruck will be waterproof enough to serve briefly as a boat so it can cross rivers, lakes, and even seas that aren't too choppy. Yeah, keep working on that there, Chief. Apparently it's not working now. Cybertruck. The driver, who was not identified by police, was arrested and charged with operation of a vehicle in a closed section of a park or lake. No valid boat registration. He didn't have a boat registration because he thought his car could float.
That's one creative cop.
Numerous water safety equipment violations. He remains jailed. Oh, man. And lastly, you guys will like this. We have A West Virginia man who called 911 multiple times. He reported zombies first, then ghosts, then a UFO, and then he called him and claimed to be a cop. Clinton Wayne Nealon, 33, of Elkins, West Virginia. I've driven through Elkins so many times. Is charged with the misuse of local emergency telephone systems and impersonating law enforcement officer. And by the way, that's probably the worst thing he did out of all that, right? Claiming to be a cop and not.
That's the only real crime, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
The other parts are just stupid. Upon arrival, Mr. Nealon made several false claims, including that he was being harassed by numerous individuals and that he was a police officer from Louisiana. An investigation confirmed that he was not law enforcement officer and had misused the emergency system to make false reports. Nealon was arrested and booked earlier this week. Cash only bond of $2,500 to get out. I don't think that guy's coming up with $2,500 just to look at him. But I'm to call in and say you're seeing zombies, then UFOs, and then claiming to be a cop. He said he saw ghosts as well. Mm-hmm. Just stupid people, and that's what I said when we did the World of Stupid today. And I know it's aptly titled, but these are all just incredibly stupid people. And Joe, why don't you bring up the tarps off thing since I got like a minute left?
The tarps
here.
off.
Yeah.
So there's a new craze sweeping baseball where a bunch of dudes just go to a section and take their shirts off.
Tarps off,
and wave it around and then chant
like last
stuff.
night at the Rays game?
It was a Rays game. It started at a Cardinals game, but it's been at Phillies games, the Mariners game last night. There were 3 full sections on the upper deck of dudes with their shirts off.
It's a growing trend. I watched the Rays game last night, and I saw these. I just thought there were kids doing the University of Florida one or something, and I didn't realize it was a thing now.
It's just guys being dudes, I guess.
If you want to get them to stop, let's all just go to the park and start taking our shirts off.
I was about to say, it seems to be people under the age of 30. I don't think that I'm going to be taking my shirt off.
Yeah, you skinny bitch, put it back on. I'm not trying to take mine off. But I was telling Joe, playing sports not that long ago and playing against some younger kids, and they're like, we going tarps off? I'm like, what the hell is this kid talking about? Tarps off? Take our shirts off? So, I wear my tarps around my waist. No, it's just funny that the way that certain things take off, like Wrigley Field doing the stacking the beer cups. And then I think now at Yankee Stadium, they stack the buckets that have like the chicken ice cream in it. They got the ice cream drumsticks that look like a chicken drumstick. Right. So I think they take those buckets now and they stack them up like they did at Wrigley with all the beer cups. So just craziness that goes on. Just people taking their shirts off. That's your World of Stupid. All right, we got. God, do we want to talk basketball? You want to skip the basketball segment today, Joe, and just go baseball?
Let's do it.
All right, yeah, we'll skip talking. We'll talk Orioles, Rays.
Man, executive decision made.
Ed gets to talk about his Knicks next. Let's let him brag and have fun.
I want to hear about Kenny Atkinson, who I covered in college.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny. We're going to get into all this. We'll talk about what's going on. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. Game 1 last night. If you missed it, Knicks were down 22 with 7 minutes left to go. And somehow
they
won.
Ed's take on the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about that one. He wants to talk about the other. So we do all that next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. More off-field trouble for the Kansas City Chiefs. Wide receiver Rashee Rice has been ordered to serve 30 days in jail after violating his probation by testing positive for marijuana. 26-year-old will be locked up in Dallas until June 16th, forcing him to miss all of the Chiefs' upcoming OTAs. I'm Drake Toll.
.057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Transform your bathroom with the beautiful quality of Bath Planet. As a trusted leader in bathroom renovation, Bath Planet has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, a symbol of quality and consumer confidence for over 100 years. Get half off installation or 18 months with no interest and no payments. Whether it's tub replacement, a shower replacement, or a tub-to-shower conversion, Bath Planet makes your custom bath fast, easy, and affordable. This special offer is only available by calling 800-208-8750. That's 800-208-8750.
Paid for by Bath Concepts Industries.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
And the fans dancing with joy. They have watched one of the greatest comebacks in NBA playoff history. Down 22 with 7.5 to go. Knicks take game 1 behind the brilliance of Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, I could sit there and see Ed with a glass of tequila after that, sounding like Rocky after Rocky IV. If I could change You can change. We all can change. So excited that his Knicks won game one of the Eastern Conference Finals. Ed, how was that for you?
How was what? What happened?
Winning. I'll let you tell them. 22-point comeback with 7 minutes left to go. I'm surprised that people still stayed in their seats at Madison Square Garden.
It was unbelievable. Again, this is, as if obviously I'm a lifelong Knicks fan.
What?
And just hearing everybody basically, they don't belong, there's frauds and this, that. Some of it's trolling me, having fun, but I think a lot of people feel that way because they haven't been in the finals since 99. It made me really happy. And to watch Brunson, pick on Harden like a scab. He just destroyed him last night. We have 38 points and the Knicks come back. He said a 22-point deficit. I just 7:49. The Cavs were up 93-71. Yeah, 93. The Knicks went 44-11 at one point to force the overtime, and of course win the game. It was just an amazing.
I love the NBA. Can I tell you why I don't want to talk about it? I've had the under in the Western Conference Final Game 1 and the Eastern Conference Final Game 1. I've had the under, and the first game went to double overtime and I lost, and this one went to overtime and I lost. So that's why I don't want to talk about these stupid-ass games. It's frustrating, man, but I'm happy for the Knicks. I'd like to see them move on, especially over this Cavs team. I mean, look, we sit here and talk about guys like James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, and I'm watching. I mean, if you're watching the end of that game, you're going, go to the basket, get to the free throw line, get a just get something. You scored 11 points in that last period. While you're getting outscored, what was it,
44-11?
40. Yeah, I know you know the numbers. 44-11. Get to the basket. Get a foul. Get to the free throw line. Something
was that
easy.
In 7 minutes, they outscored him 44-11?
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Wait, in 7 minutes of a quarter, they scored 44 points?
Is that through... Oh, you mean through...
No, or through overtime.
Through overtime as well?
Yeah. They finished 30. There was a 30-8 run in the final 7:52 to force overtime.
And then 40. Yeah, you add in the overtime.
30 points in 8 minutes.
It's crazy. And by the way, the funny thing about last night is the Knicks were favored by 6.5. I mean, if you're on, I'm complaining about the under. If you're on the other side of it, you're going, "What did I do to you, Lord? What happened? Why are you doing this to me?"
I got to ask you, Jeremy Kahn.
Yes.
Since you're the biggest NBA fan on the show, do you think Brunson's underrated?
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah.
So.
I don't see him getting nearly the attention the other, stars get in the league.
Well, and I'll even put myself in that group. Remember when he signed with the Knicks? I said, you got a really good player. I just don't know that he's a superstar. And I was wrong.
Yeah.
I liked the contract, everything. I'm sitting there looking at the Mavericks going, why didn't you offer this guy more? So the thing that makes Jalen Brunson special as a guard is he has amazing footwork. He has post footwork, getting into the lane, stopping, jump stop, pump fake, turn, pump fake. He has amazing ways to get to the basket and finish. And that includes just driving by guys with his right or left hand, hitting them high off the top of the backboard or the corner. I mean, it's impressive to watch him play. And the Knicks last night were shooting like trash from three and then just got hot. And again, giving credit where credit's due. I mean, you want to sit here and talk about coaching. They benched Josh Hart down the stretch because Landry Shamet was playing out of his mind. Mm-hmm. And that's what good coaches do when you recognize someone's having that moment and you're going, it's a tough decision. Do I bench a better player for a guy that's playing better right now? In the playoffs, the answer should always be yes.
What about the Cavs coach and his statements post-game?
Yeah, Kenny Atkinson.
Kenny Atkinson. I mean, obviously, he's, an hour later, I'll be giving him my shovel. But
what did he say?
Well, he said he felt they were a bit unlucky, and that he likes to save his timeouts. Your team is getting annihilated in the fourth quarter, and you don't put a stop to it. You just let this run and watch. I mean, I was just floored that those words came out of his mouth. Going to hoard us. I mean, the one thing you want to do when a team has that much momentum, you want to stop it.
Yeah.
Right?
Look, I agree with him. Like, as a coach, yes, you want to save your timeouts for when you need them. You needed one there.
Right.
Like, how is that hard to understand? Like, the place is going nuts. You're on the road. You do everything to get the crowd to die down, to come back in, settle your team down, take a breath. Hey, guys, we've been here before. James, you've obviously blown games in the playoffs, too, so you've seen this. You know how this goes down. What should we do, James? I mean, it was just... It's embarrassing the way that thing played out for the Cavs, and that's one of those games where I don't know that they recover. And I know it sounds kind of silly. It's one game, and they have another game, but what you just experienced is so defeating going into Game 2. We'll see if they get up for it. I'll probably be on the Knicks in Game 2.
Yay, me too.
Yeah. So now, how do you feel? Like, all right, so it's still very early. It's a long series, and with me even saying that the Cavs feel like they're out of it. How do you feel about the Knicks? You just want to see them get to the finals, but like when they get there, obviously you want the win. How do you think they match up with the other two teams?
You Spurs and Thunder, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, the Thunder look like although they lost, they look pretty unbeatable during the season. But once you get to this in any sport, once you get to the second season, everything changes. And you look at the Knicks rolled through the last two series. I just think it matters. It's very often in any sport, it's when the team gets hot, and they're hot. Yeah. They've been. Look what they did in the playoffs prior to this. I mean, just outscoring teams by 30 points in a playoff game. Yeah, these are the best teams you have left.
I know we're focusing on the Knicks, but I wanted to bring up the other side of it as the Spurs and Thunder play tonight. And Steve, as we were talking, you're not a big NBA guy. Obviously, you're following baseball, and you saw that gigantic Gumby that plays for Spurs, the big stick figure.
That's impressive.
He is. I keep saying this, and I know we haven't seen anything like it because there's no 7'4" guys that shoot threes and are the best defensive players in the league. He plays like a guard. He literally can do everything. You have teams that are trying out all these different options of putting smaller players on him, putting big players on him. There's just nobody that really matches up well with him. Team-wise, I think the Knicks, by the way, have the size to match up with Wemby if the Spurs should get there. I don't think they match up with the Thunder all that well. So,
what is his usual points per game average? Is he like 20?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard because, in the regular season, they limit his minutes to a degree. Like, if you watch him, he might play 30 minutes a game or 32. In the playoffs, he's been playing 36 to 40, You feel like Tom Thibodeau's coaching him, Ed, as many minutes as he's been playing.
Play as much as you can.
But if I have a guy that's that good and he's young and his wind is up, I'm keeping... How do you take him off the floor?
Watching a guy 7'4", I'm used to seeing... In my era, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, one of the greatest ever. But did he ever step out and shoot a 30-footer?
Well, hang on a second. It's funny you mentioned that. Wemby now is the youngest player in NBA history with 40-plus points and 20-plus rebounds in a postseason game, previously held by Kareem.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then taking nothing away from the greatness of Kareem, which it was, of course, immense greatness. He didn't step out and hit a 30-footer. He couldn't do a ball fake at the top of the key and take two steps, essentially, and slam it home. He take 2 strides, he's at the basket.
Didn't invent the skyhook, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I got to say, I tell you, in my opinion, I think if Kareem were more likable, he may overtake Jordan as the greatest in NBA history.
I mean, I think he's the greatest center of all time, and that's saying a lot.
Well, Mariano Rivera had one thing he did, and no one could ever beat it. Kareem had essentially one thing he did on offense, and no one could ever stop it.
Yeah, it's like when Dirk kind of created the 1-foot step back. When you got a 7-footer that's going off of 1 foot and lifting up and leaning back, you're not blocking that shot. I mean, it's just not happening. But the thing I wanted to point out, and speaking of Wemby's, the accolades of he had 40 and 20. So they did I don't know if I said this to you yesterday, if I said it when you weren't on the air. They did a list of the players that have had 20 points and 20 rebounds in postseason history. Now, I'm a Charles Barkley guy. He had 11. Who do you think was first of all time? And it's if you think about it, it's probably a pretty easy guess.
What is it?
2020 in the postseason.
Points and bounds or points and assists?
Points and rebounds.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain had 60. 60.
Wow.
When people talk I want to go back and just watch. Was he playing against guys my size? What the hell? I mean, they had to change all the rules, and we never bring him up as one of the greatest players.
Shoot a foul shot.
He's the only player in NBA history to lead in all 5 major statistical categories. He said one year, he goes, I'm going to lead the league in assists. And by God, he did. I think it's the only year he passed.
He's I told you, he's my favorite player in NBA history. I actually got to see him play. And he was just so dominant. And in the era of great centers.
Yeah.
I mean, that was different than now.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I was watching TikTok or something the other night, and somebody was telling a story about Bird. And Larry Bird would say, it might have been Jordan, or somebody said, Larry said to me in pregame, I'm only going to use my left hand.
Yeah, he did it against Portland.
And then he abused him for a half with his left hand. And then he said to the guy at halftime, okay, I'm going to use my whole game now.
Larry Bird was an MFer. And again, when everybody talks about him, he's in my top. I have him as the third greatest player of all time. If he played today, he'd average a triple-double. Against these defensive rules? Are you kidding me? That guy was a dog. All right, we got to step out because we start talking about Bird and I'll go off on a tangent.
So it's on my Wilt, I'll do the same.
Yeah, but you're like him more for his off-the-court attributes. We're going to talk some Orioles coming up next. I got a tweet from somebody asking about lefty-lefty matchups that I want to get to in the next segment. We'll talk about that. We'll take your phone calls, 410-583-1057 right here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access, live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd even better. Yeah, it's Mount Washington Tavern. Talk about them all the time, but talking about them for about, 12 years. Been going there for 25. They got a full lunch and dinner menu every day. It's fresh. The food's great. It's delicious. And something for everybody. What you really need to know is every Wednesday, well, that would be today, is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, a fresh salad. It's a great meal, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, happy hours Monday through Friday. 3 to 6 every Monday through Friday. Get $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. $8 crab hush puppies, mussels. It's great happy hour. It's a great place. And Sundays, right? $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. And of course, we're talking baseball. If you're a baseball fan, the Tavern's a great spot to catch their game. Because you want to watch one of the TVs there, they have plenty. If you want to grab a bite, great. Watch the game there, or if you have tickets, hop on the light rail. It's right outside. You walk out the door, look to your left, there's the light rail. Takes you right to the ballpark. No dealing with traffic and parking and all that. Check it out, seriously. And if you're going to go for a special event, the reservations go fast, so call or book online today. And when you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together with the new Diamonds and Gold and Rose Gold scratch-offs. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play both. And please play responsibly.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday evening in South Florida, the Birds come up short again against the Rays.
DeLuca to center field. Tavares got to get here quickly. It's going to fall for a base hit. Two-out runs by the Rays, and they are just annoying.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Johnny DeLuca's bloop single scores Richie Palacios, making it 4-1 Rays in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pete Alonso with a strikeout in the top of the 9th to end Baltimore's misery as they drop another game in frustrating fashion to Tampa, this time 4-1. Bird starter Kyle Bradish pitched well, giving up 2 earned over 5 1/3, but of course, when the pitching steps up, the bats nowhere to be found. The O's managed just 4 hits last night, going 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Today, the Birds will look to avoid a series sweep at the hands of baseball's best team. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And yesterday at the Castle, the Ravens were on the practice field for day 2 of this week's voluntary OTAs. Keyword there, voluntary. So with that said, Lamar Jackson was not present yesterday or Monday. Here's head coach Jesse Minter on number 8 and when he may return to one winning drive.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
The Ravens will hold one more OTA practice tomorrow afternoon. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening. Highs in the low 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, I'm trying to show somebody. We've got somebody in the studio. I think she figured it out. She's got it. All right, we have a young lady that's shadowing today, and you have to hold your hand up to the thing to get the door to unlock.
Tight security.
Yeah, and you're watching people out there looking around.
We got Jeremy Kahn in here. We can't just have anybody running around out there.
Yeah, I've got haters like Ed. Hey,
I'm catching strays here. What do I do?
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't know if you were there yet or not. I thought we could sneak a few in. We're going to talk some Orioles here. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Steve Molesky. Molesky's in for Rob Long. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. And so I got this tweet, and we hear people say this all the time, and I want to bring it up because being baseball guys, I know everybody understands it. Why people ask this question about lefty hitters. It says, among my many critiques of Elias, why does he overwhelmingly draft left-handed bats just to bench them or pinch hit them against left-handed pitching? We drafted a guy 1 of 1 just to pinch hit him because the opposing pitcher throws left-handed. If you guys think this is an Orioles thing, this is a baseball thing. The numbers say so against lefty matchups. And you want guys to become everyday players. There's a handful of guys in this league. For the longest period of time, they would talk about Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez on the Astros, the 2 best left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching. They're matchup proof. And you see Gunnar plays every day, and he's left-handed, right? He's going to get it. If he gets a day off, it's probably going to be against a tough left-hander because the math tells you it's more difficult for guys to hit left-handed pitching that are left-handed. It just is. Some are better at it than others. But, Steve, this has been a thing for a long period of time.
Well, Earl Weaver had his platoon of Renicky Lowenstein. He was kind of ahead of his time. And so now it's done a lot in baseball. And so you can probably overdo it. And I think it does drive some fans crazy, the left-right thing and pinch hitting. Like the night he pinch hit for Basayo had 3 hits.
That's the one, yes.
And it's like, this is your pinch hitting for him tonight? And then Adley or whoever hit a home run or something.
Yeah. Adley did come in and hit a home run, right?
Where it worked out.
Yeah.
It worked out. But, I mean, if you're a young hitter who's a stud hitter, you got a 3-hit night going, I have a hard time hitting for that guy.
And that's where I agree with it. Like, you want these guys to become everyday players, and if you handle them too much with kid gloves and they never face left-handed pitching, it's like, how are they going to get better at it? But I do think there's a give and take to it. And Ed, like people were bitching about Basayo sitting or Rutschman sitting. It's going to be vastly different for catchers. I'm sorry. And then with Adley's injury history that we've had here recently, maybe they are handling him a little bit with kid gloves, or maybe something's barking behind the scenes. There's a lot of things we aren't privy to.
Yeah, I mean, it's also an odd situation where you have 2 incredible catchers.
Yeah.
I mean, I point to another team that's got the situation the Orioles have behind the plate. There isn't one. So, I mean, that's a little odd. And can I just throw this out there for a second? Mm-hmm. How amazing an athlete is Blaze Alexander?
Oof.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
That slide, how about that?
The slide last night was just one. That's so hard to do. They had him dead to rights. He was out by 2 feet. And he just pulls that swim move, pulls his arm back, slides to the right, and he missed the tag. It was a thing of beauty. He does the same thing in the field. That was incredible. He can run. He's fast. He's good defensively, and then he's showing some pop in his bat lately. So,
if we're going to give people credit, I was talking the other day about somebody called in about Chandler Simpson. I think that was Monday or Tuesday about how fast that guy is, and I said, well, I saw the kid Mac with a 1.5 pop-up time and threw him out. It was one of the best throws I've ever seen. And then I saw Simpson take off last night and Basayo throw a BB down there.
Yeah, that was the best throw I think I've ever seen in baseball.
It looked like he ran it out there and put it in his glove while his glove was tagging the guy.
It's funny because we had this conversation a week or 2 ago because I was criticizing because, I watch the catchers primarily, and I thought Adley was throwing too high, to second base. That throw by Basayo, correct side of the bag, 3-4 inches off the ground and on a string. You can't do it any better. It was just perfect.
For a guy that seems impossible to throw out, we've seen 2 of the best throws to get him.
And he's for his size, he's pretty athletic. It's not a Blaze Alexander athleticism, but Orioles on the farm, they always told me he's very flexible. He's very, he's got pretty good agility for someone his size. And that pitch was real high. It wasn't exactly a great pitch to catch and throw a guy out, but he adjusted and threw out at one of the fastest runners.
Some of the people that didn't get in earlier today, we were talking about Mike Elias, and if things fall apart, does Mike Elias get let go at the end of the year, before the end of the year? What are your thoughts on him? We're going to talk to Mike Bordick at 8:30, but up next, we're going over it. If you missed your chance, 410-583-1057, The Fan. What am I saying it like that for? 1057.
Why are you?
I don't know. Sometimes you just look at yourself and laugh because you're stupid. That's me. No, but like with this, people want to get in and take their shots or defend him. If things go awry, does he make it till the end of next year? Does he even make it into next season? We're going to talk about that next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
I'll break down what I'm looking for.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Maryland Treasure Scratch House from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride, I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got 2 strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at constellationhome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute, powered by Ortho Maryland.
How can I play pickleball without triggering an episode of lower back pain? First, don't skip your warm-up. Before playing, spend at least 5 to 10 minutes warming up with light jogging, trunk rotations, arm circles, and dynamic stretching of the large muscle groups in your legs. While playing, wear supportive shoes and be cautious with lunging quickly or stopping suddenly. Try to avoid bending and twisting at the same time when reaching for a low ball. Instead, bend your knees, keep your chest up, and move your feet to get into position. Let your legs do the work. After playing, take time to rest and avoid playing every day to allow your body time to recover. Early stretching, rest, and proper conditioning can prevent small aches from becoming chronic pain. These smart habits can keep you active. This is Dr. David Jacobs, Interventional Pain Management Specialist at Ortho Maryland.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 Baltimore-Washington Parkway northbound at Route 100. There's an accident. Right lane's getting by. Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy between Bel Air Road and Paring Parkway. And on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between 795 and Liberty Road. 95 northbound at Washington Boulevard. Disabled vehicles there on the right side. 95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 95 southbound at Keith Avenue. There's an accident. 895 southbound heavy from the split toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Steve Molesky here. Going to talk some more baseball, and it's something we posed earlier and took a couple of phone calls if you didn't get in then, or if you have an opinion on Mike Elias, good or bad, feel free to call in now. But, Ed, we touched on it before you had come on the air. Do you think, let's say things go awry, does Mike Elias, if it gets really bad, does he survive the season? If at the end of the year they're like a 74-win team, does he survive? What are your thoughts?
I say he survives. Because guys in his position, I think he has a good eye for talent. He's had, look, he's done everything he's promised, and that is important to me. When people make promises in the beginning, international market, the Dominican Republic, getting out to, getting into the international market, like they were never building the analytics department. He did all these things, and they end up having a winning team. Right now, like the problems they have, I don't see as Elias problems. I just don't. I mean, is it like Elias's fault that Westberg's out now? Is his fault Holiday's out? Is his fault that, the pitching staff was decimated with injuries? Like, and then the stuff on the field that's questionable. Like, when Steve brings up the, pinch hitting for Basayo, there's been moves like that I scratch my head. I'm like, I don't really like that. But that's baseball. But, doesn't the manager and his staff bear a lot of the blame for the problems that go on the field? Because I think the players are there. They make the biggest move, pretty much of the offseason. You had a couple of big bats out there. You pick up Pete Alonso. Should he be criticized for that? You find this gem in Basayo. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see it as his fault.
I mean, I can look at a lot of moves that people bitched about when they were happening and tell you, hey, that was the right move and it worked out. And I do think if you're going to knock Mike Elias, a lot of it has to do with free agency. But I also, I'm trying to look at it honestly, and people would sit here and call you a homer, this or that, and I get it. I just don't want to be the guy that gets rid of Mike Elias, and then we find out everything he's been doing in the minors worked out for us, and it's like, well, we ran the guy out of town because they had all these injuries over 2 years. Yeah. If you're looking at it, and you had the Angelos family who wasn't going to spend money the way that these other teams are, and I think we can look at some of the stories that have come out when Peter owned the team and even shortly after with the kids, like going through that rebuild and actually being able to make the trade for Corbin Burns once you talk to new ownership that's coming in. They've already showed that they're really willing to spend money. I think they went in the 2 seasons ago where they were trying to work out good deals for the team and everybody overpaid for pitchers and they didn't, and they missed out, and we ended up with Charlie Morton. I don't feel like they did that this offseason. They were in on pitchers. They lost Ranger Suarez to the Red Sox. Dylan Cease got way too much money for the deal he got. So did Max Fried, if you're going back another year ago. The one I thought they missed out on, if you want to be serious about it, was Garrett Crochet. But again, I don't know what the Red Sox asked for. What if they asked for Basayo and Holiday? I'm not trading those two for a frontline starting pitcher. But yeah, I think those have been the swings and misses in free agency. Steve, how do you feel about it?
I think right now, my sense is, because ownership doesn't tell us, is that the ownership of the team still supports Elias and his front office. Now, that's in May. Fast forward a few months, if it's 75 wins again, miss the playoffs, even before that, their trade deadline could be decision-making time for the Orioles. Are they going to move any players? Are they out of it? Then maybe you start to do that. But at the end of the year, my guess is if they miss the playoffs again and they're under 500 again, this trend is forming. And I don't go back to, like fans say, they've been losing teams since mid-2024. I don't do that because this team is not that team. That team did not have Alonso or Helsley or Boz or Bassett or any of these guys. So this team is on its own merits. But they're failing again. Mm-hmm. And it all falls under Elias when you are the head of baseball operations. And again, like Jeremy, you said, can you blame him for all the injuries? Can you blame him for underperformance of players? Some people are going to say yes. Some people are going to say no. But bottom line is it's all his record. And 75 wins again, I think, is going to put a lot of people in peril.
Well, you brought this up earlier. Cliff and Whitemarsh is on the line. He wants to talk about it. I am not for this idea, but I understand why people are bringing it up. Cliff, how you doing, man?
I'm good, Jeremy. Good show today.
Thanks, man.
We were just talking. I just heard you guys saying there about the GM. Now, you can't rail on the GM, Ed, like you said. But, this goes to my second point. We've brought really good right-handed bat protection in there for Gunnar Henderson this year with Ward and Alonso. And, things lineup-wise look great. Gunnar is still up there. I don't know. He's just hacking away. Here's my thing. Like when we traded Machado too late, we got nothing out of him, and he, they held us up. We didn't get anything for Machado, more or less.
Yeah.
Now Henderson, he still has some good marketability there, and Elias this is going to make or break Elias. Trust me. He's been okay. He's been, to my point, he's a good baseball man. But how he handles this Gunnar Henderson thing, when you have a superstar on your team or a prospective superstar and you're losing 90 games and not making the playoffs or something, there's an old adage in baseball. I can win with him for 90, or I can lose 90 without,
Yeah.
And the Orioles got to figure this out. And Elias that's going to make or break him. But that's all I got.
Cliff, do you think they should trade him? Do you think they should trade Gunnar?
I think another 25 games, you got to give him a little. I love the guy, but he's just mentally not there. I mean, he's up there with no plan. I would have gotten Kowser and Henderson, left-handed hitters, and I'd have told them both before the season started. I want 20-some doubles out of you down the left field line, because you're not going to get pitches to pull unless you can prove you can hit pitches that are out of the strike. You just can't.
It's funny. You're saying that, because I saw, and Cliff, appreciate the phone call. I saw a report today about Gunnar is absolutely raking on inside pitches. On pitches outside, he has scuffled all year long, and the numbers look terrible. And the same thing we talked about with Kowser not being able to change up. What do you think he's going to see the most of? The teams figure you out or figure something you're doing and they attack it. I don't personally want to trade Gunnar, because when you trade a guy like Gunnar Henderson, you're trying to find another Gunnar Henderson. And again, sometimes when you trade a player like that, you feel forced to do it, or you're going back through a rebuild, or you can't retain them. They've what they're going to be asking for in the open market, and you're like, we're not giving it to them, and that's when you move on. I don't want to do it. I don't want to trade him. And I think you said as much, Steve, that you don't want to, but they're going to have to look at it.
That's going to be an ownership call. Elias can make a recommendation if they're out of it, the deadline, some players, should they move this guy, that guy. I mean, that's a seismic decision that would have ramifications way beyond this year. So I like to see him retained, not traded.
Yep. All right, well, let's grab another caller here real quick. Gio wants to get in on Mike Elias. Gio's in Baltimore. How you doing, Gio?
Hey, Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Commish, I'm sorry.
That's
but,
all right.
I feel someone's got to put the blame on the coaches too, man. I go old school. Fundamentals. Around the horn. Get one. Bat practice. Get a bucket of goddamn bottle caps. They'll hit the bottle cap so many times that ball, when that ball comes, they see that ball, they're going to hit that ball.
Yeah.
So that's what my thing is.
I appreciate it, Gio. We're getting a little echo there, but I understand when people say this stuff. These guys have been playing this game their whole life, and outside, I laugh. Somebody had a still shot, I think, of Pete Alonso, and said, "Look, he closed his eyes when he swung," and I'm going, "Are you kidding me?" Like, in a fraction of a second when you took a picture, you saw his eyes were closed when he was swinging. Like, the same thing when Garrett Atkins was here. Does anybody check his eyes to see if he can see? I'm not, like, the drill you're talking about, hell, who is it? Tony Batista ended up switching his batting stance and finding his way in the major leagues because he started hitting sunflower seeds. Tossing them up. Wasn't that what the story was?
Go back to Shoeless Joe and stare at the flame.
Is that what he did?
Yeah. He would have a candle burning, and they said, "Joe, what are you doing?" He goes, "I stare at it. It helps my hitting." Okay.
Oh, well, if that works, so be it.
You don't walk in the middle of the road because you can't see.
Yeah. Well, we got Shovels coming up next. Mike Bordick joins us at 8:30. Ed, tell us a little bit about... Oh, I'm sorry. No, we got Mike Bordick coming up. Shovels at 8:45. I'm all confused.
Now you're all confused.
Yeah, I'm all mixed up. We're going to talk to Mike Bordick next, get a little bit more into the Orioles, get his thoughts on it right here on The Fan.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Folks, you been to the dentist? Yeah, I know. I know the answer. Probably not. Why not? I know why. Anxiety. Look, about 36% of Americans have the same fear, and it prevents them from taking care of something really important like their health. Because it just doesn't affect your teeth and gums, it affects your heart, everything. That's why I like Dr. Lairfield and Smile Design. Because, first of all, he's a really nice human being, does great dentistry, amazing cosmetic work. But more than that, they have sedation options. So if anxiety is a factor, they'll put you at ease, and you'll have a comfortable experience and take all that anxiety away. Seriously, I think it's worth a phone call at least for the free consultation. Just see what I'm talking about. Because If you just need a routine, your routine dentistry done, your examinations, your cleanings, things like that, of course they do that. But if you want something more, a veneer, a crown, an implant perhaps, they do that in a really high-level way, and I think it will change your life. But nothing happens as you walk in the door. So give them a call at 410-321-1100. Make an appointment for their free consultation and tell them I sent you.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Hey, Baltimore, mattress shopping shouldn't keep you awake. At Mattress Firm, they take the guesswork out of finding the perfect match. Just stop by a store, answer a few quick questions, and let their sleep experts handle the rest. With a curated selection of unbeatable prices, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. Get the great sleep you deserve at Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. All brands are on sale with up to 60% off. They make sleep easy.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Miss Pac-Man is back. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
395 southbound before I-95. The crash is on the right side. 95 southbound heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and 95 southbound past Keith Avenue. There's a crash. 895 southbound heavy from the split toward the Harbor Tunnel, and then on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between Bel Air Road and Perring Parkway. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy between 795 and Liberty Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays bested the Orioles again last night, beating Baltimore 4-1 behind some clutch hitting by the Bats. Yandy Diaz took Kyle Bradish deep to center with 2 outs in the 6th inning, putting the Rays up 2-1. And then in the 8th, it was a pair of hits with 2 down that put the game out of reach for the Birds. And while no one in baseball is calling Tampa's style of play pretty, it's incredibly effective. They currently hold the game's best record at 32-15. Here's the aforementioned Bradish on what makes the Rays so hard to beat.
They're patient. They make you come in the zone. And unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage. But when you leave a pitch in the middle of the plate, like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
Today, the O's will look to stave off a sweep at the hands of the Rays. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And last night in NBA playoff action, the Knicks complete one of the most improbable comebacks in postseason history, erasing an 18-point fourth-quarter deficit over the final 8 minutes of regulation to shock the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. According to ESPN Analytics, the Cavs had a 99.9% win percentage with 7:52 left in the fourth. Game 2 is Thursday evening. Tonight, it's Game 2 between the Spurs and Thunder with San Antonio up 1-0. You can hear the game on our sister station, 1300 The Bet. Coverage via ESPN starts at 8 p.m. with tip-off slated for 8:30. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. This sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Steve Molesky in for Rob Long. And we want this guy to want us. We bring in former Oriole Mike Bordick. Bordy, how you doing, man?
Jeremy, I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, one of the things, we've been talking about a lot of stuff, but one of the positive notes, that pop-up from Basayo to throw out Simpson last night was insane.
Oh, my gosh. Listen, man, there are a couple things that have impressed me this year. I don't know that there's much to think positive about the way the Orioles have started this season, but the way Basayo has handled himself here in the early going of this season has been exceptional. I mean, he's a great example offensively, the ability to use the whole field. I mean, showing incredible tools, but I have been more impressed with his defensive ability. I was just a little suspect about it because of his lack of playing time, literally, in his whole professional career behind the plate. But he's been a wall back there. Nice job blocking balls and a cannon of a throw last night. That was huge, right on the money. Good to see.
Ed? We got
Perfect.
Ed.
Oh,
there we go.
Hello?
Sorry.
There we go.
What's up, Ed?
What's going on there?
I was like, I know he's there. What happened? The mic was off.
No, I was just saying, I couldn't agree more. You know how I feel about Basayo. Just watching him, that was unbelievable. Well, the guy I wanted to talk about, since Basayo was taken now, because I can't say enough about him, I'm talking about Blaze Alexander. You know, we didn't foresee Westberg having this, this injury, obviously, and Holiday's been out. The infield's been an issue. They pick up Blaze Alexander as kind of a, I don't know what you want to call him, utility player. And I think that's how he was viewed. However, I mean, I think he's more than, I'm really impressed by his athleticism. I mean, that move last night on, stealing second, not easy to have that awareness, when you're out by 2 feet and you end up having, stealing the base. He's incredible in the field. I just think he's a lot more valuable than people thought when they picked him up.
I agree, totally. And I think shame on the Orioles if they don't utilize him to his full potential. I mean, this is the way winning teams kind of put together their rosters, and they hope some of these guys stand out. And I think Alexander's definitely one of those players that you can really maximize his talents. Even if he doesn't end up becoming an everyday regular type player at second base or third base, maximize him as a super utility player. That's what they brought him here for. I was a little surprised, over the weekend, he didn't even play after being one of the Orioles' best players this month. When you look at this team the Orioles are playing right now, that Rays lineup is built of a lot of players, much like an Alexander, and the Rays find ways to maximize that athleticism, and I think the Orioles could really help themselves by using him and Wilson in those kind of ways.
Mike, when you look at so much that has gone wrong with this team this year, there one subset of issues I would call player underperformance. Guys performing under their career norm, whether it's Gunnar, whether it's Alonso, whether it's Ward with the power, Bassett, Boz, we could go on, and it's a long list. What are those individual players doing? Is there a theme? Or is it individual? Each guy has something he draws on now or tries to get that going.
Yeah, it's so weird, Steve, and you've been around baseball for a long time, isn't it? It's bizarre. There might be the outliers where a couple guys stay hot through the course of a season if the team's struggling, but it's almost like misery loves company in a team sense. When the team is down, everybody is down. It's disheartening when you score a run and all of a sudden your bullpen gives back a couple more runs. That stuff weighs you down. So, and ultimately it's just pressing. And Gunnar even said, listen, I've been trying to get 10 hits in one swing of the bat. And I think that's really where these guys are right now. Everybody is kind of collectively struggling so much that internally they all just want to break out and get back to their normal sense of just playing and having fun and being in rhythm. And it just doesn't happen like that. It takes time. It's a process of getting that confidence back. And there are a bunch of guys that just, their confidence has waned a little bit. I mean, Trevor Rogers is a great example. You see the frustration in Gunnar Henderson almost nightly. Alonso's throwing a little bit of frustration. When Basayo doesn't come through, you see the head go to the side. So I think collectively as a group, they're just in this kind of rut. And it, you can come out of that. You can right the ship. There's no doubt about it. And sometimes it's inspiring plays. It's all of a sudden something crazy happening that just flips the tide. And the Orioles kind of need that, something to step in that way, just to reverse and get a little bit more positive mojo in there. I think they've forced the issue with that, and you kind of naturally have to let that, I guess, holistically happen. And if they could relax a little bit, I think you'd really see some guys show their true colors, who they really are, because I think we all believe that there's more talent than they're showing right now.
Hey, Mike, before we let you run, let me ask you the last question here about what we talked about earlier. If the season keeps going the way it's gone, do you think Mike Elias survives this year?
Probably. And I listen, this is a hard answer, right? Yeah. You know that. But I'd say probably, only because the last couple of years the injuries have just been devastating. But I will question this: is when you think about a rebuild, which has now, in my opinion, happened a couple times, the organizational structure is what needs to be strengthened, and it just didn't, unfortunately, happen. I think they had great draft picks, but the minor leagues still aren't producing winning teams, and guys, like, there should have been somebody threatening when Jackson Holliday didn't make the team. Where's that guy that's supposed to be our next second baseman? Or with Kobe Mayo, they handed him third base. Say, okay, let's give it to him. Well, where's Johnny third baseman, organizational third baseman that can be the next guy? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So there aren't a lot of next guys right now, and unfortunately, they didn't build the system that way. So I guess it's take what you get right now and hope that these guys can do the best they can at the major league level.
Bordy, appreciate it. Tell everybody where they can hear you next on our airwaves and about the podcast as well.
Yeah, definitely. The Baltimore Baseball Tonight just had a couple nice shows with Tim Barbalet. It's always fun, even though the Orioles aren't playing the best. It's fun talking baseball, that's for sure. And the Be More Baseball podcast has been going strong. We did have Dietrich Enns on as a guest here at the beginning of the week, and unfortunately he went out and gave a clunker, and he's been one of the more consistent arms. But it's always fun, I think, learning about players and their history. And Enns is a great story, man. The battles these guys have to go through, and that's why I admire some of these older players. And, what they have to go through to stay in the big leagues is just amazing to me, and it just shows their passion, their determination. And Dietrich Enns is one of those guys. It was a great interview. Check it out on the Be More Baseball podcast.
Bordy, as always, man, thanks so much, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
See you, man. Love Bordy. All right, so I know we've got, shovels coming up, the daily line's coming up. I got my teeth kicked in yesterday. It's a daily line that I'm not looking forward to do, because you got to look in you got to tell everybody. He's like, yeah, I really, really sucked yesterday. But we'll do that at 9 o'clock. The shovels are coming up next. Ed, who's getting your shovel?
Well, when your team's getting run out of the gym, you hit the pause button, right?
Yep.
Not this guy.
All right. We discussed that. We all got shovels coming back, and we'll take yours. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A massive shakeup in Dallas. The Mavericks have parted ways with head coach Jason Kidd after 5 seasons. The surprise mutual decision is a slap in the face, considering he's not the one who traded away Luka Doncic. Despite leading Dallas to the finals in 2024, back-to-back lottery finishes sealed Kidd's fate. The search for a new head coach begins. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May. Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music. Great food, locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
To get your AC system ready to run at peak efficiency and save on energy costs this summer, go with Petro. Call 844-HVAC-4YOU now to schedule your AC tune-up. Petro's expert technicians can tune up and repair AC systems from all major brands to help prevent future breakdowns and potentially costly repairs. For a stress-free AC summer, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Book your AC tune-up now. Go to Petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
395 southbound before I-95. Accidents on the right side. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue. There's a crash. Left side's blocked. It's heavy from Eastern Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound past Keith Avenue. There's a crash. 895 southbound heavy from the split toward the Harbor Tunnel. And then on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between Bel Air Road and Paring Parkway because of a work zone. On the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between 795 and Liberty Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, time for shovels, 410-583-1057. If you want to get in and tell us your shovel. We started off with Ed Norris. Who gets yours?
I'm giving mine to a hoarder. Yeah. Cavaliers head coach Kenny Atkinson. This was stunning. The Knicks are at home. They're getting blown out. I mean, they're behind by, 93-71 with 7:49 left. The Knicks go on a 30-8 run. 38 run to force overtime, and they win in overtime, outscoring them 14-3 in the extra period. So the Knicks win game one when it looked like they oh, by the way, at that 7:49 mark, since you were a better gambler, the Cavs had a 99.9% chance of winning.
Oof.
99.9. Think about that. And what was Coach Atkinson's answer? It was just...
He loves to keep his timeouts until the end of the game so he can take them home with him and play with them.
Yeah, they roll over. Yeah. He has about 20 of them in the bank, apparently.
It's so funny, man. No. Like this whole thing. Hearing a coach say that if you've done this your entire life, you're using timeouts strategically for certain things, which I think when a team is going on a run at home, it's the perfect time to stop that momentum, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, you think you'd want to hit the pause button, like stop it. Just stop. The crowd's going crazy. The Knicks are on fire. Brunson's he's just destroying James Harden. Dropped 38 points on him. I mean, I don't know. This is what the coach had to say.
Yeah, I like to hold my timeouts. I mean, I didn't want to have one timeout at the end of the game, 1 or 2 point game. I try to hold them.
It wasn't a 1 or 2 point game. You were leading by 22 points.
Yeah. See, and the reason what he's saying too is like at the end of the game, and the NBA has different rules than some other leagues and things like using a timeout to move the ball to half court. So you're not running any time off the clock. So if you had 1.3 seconds left, it's easier to pass the ball in and get that shot off than it is to throw it the length of the court and get a decent shot off. But Steve, who gets your shovel?
So it's a segment of those fans who I believe are mischaracterizing something. And it's those that say the Orioles are in year 8 of the Mike Elias rebuild. The rebuild for me ended years ago. The Orioles Elias and his staff inherited a 115-loss team in 2018. that led to them getting the number 1 pick in 2019, Adley Rutschman, round 2, Gunnar Henderson. Eventually, they built a farm, and they won 83 games in 2022, ending a long, long run of losing. The next year, they won the American League East. They won 101 games in 2023. The next year, they won 91. So to me, that 3-year run of winning was the rebuild. It culminated in them winning the AL East. They won 0 playoff games. We got that part. But they're no longer rebuilding. It ended years ago. So I think when you say it's year 8 of the rebuild, you're not accurate in that. My opinion, you're not accurate in saying that. But I get the fan frustration over the current losing. Yeah, but they did have a nice run of winning, which was what the rebuild was about the first time.
See, for me, my shovel was going to go to the person in Australia that found a live frog in their salad at a grocery store. But because I didn't realize this until I went to the bathroom, was washing my hands, turned around, looked at the back of my shirt in the mirror. So my buddy Nick Frampton, he owns Baseline Supply. You know, they do T-shirts, all kinds of stuff. It's really cool. I saw him at the Arbutus Arts Festival, and I'm like, hey, I like that shirt. So I got this shirt. It was the last one he had. It was the one that's on the counter, right? Like, or on the table. So he gives it to me, I put it on, I wear it this morning, I'm walking around all day, and as I got into the bathroom, I turned around and looked, I had a piece of tape on my back that said back to let me know that's the back of the shirt. Because he wanted, obviously if you're selling it, you want people, there's art on the front and the back, like how it looks, so he had back, and I'm assuming he probably had 2 down, one that showed the front and one that showed the back. And I ended up with it. I'm like, oh, well, that's great. I'm walking around with a piece of tape on my back all day. But it's a great shirt. Love it. But I'm an idiot. So what do you want me to do?
It's that.
Yeah. And it's it's about time we get to our 8 o'clock sponsor. Why don't you tell Steve about our 8 o'clock sponsor?
Yes, Steve. Our 8 o'clock sponsor is Lions Den. It looks perfect time, right? Spring. Yeah, relationships are tough. You want to spice it up a bit, shake things up. There's a perfect time to bring some energy into that routine, and you find everything you need at Lions Den to turn up the heat this season. So check them out. Everything fun you can imagine is in that store to make this spring unforgettable. Visit lionsden.com if you want to shop online, or stop at one of the locations in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, or Pasadena. It's just a really cool store. I recommend it highly, and well, they've even taken Jeremy Conn there.
Yeah, we've gone in, father and son. I think I look like the father, though. Ed, I do want to tease something. This is a day ahead tease because I just found a story for the World of Stupid tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And it's an older story, but it's a doozy. It's about a guy who lost his penis and then grew one on his arm. And I can't wait to tell Steve the story. And it's actually a true story.
Was it a finger?
No, that's too long to be a finger. Why is it black? Oh, anyway, he picked a bigger model. Anyway, all right. So, Ed, we got to say goodbye to you. We'll see you.
Steve's holding his forehead, a little face palm there.
We'll see you tomorrow. Let's see how uncomfortable I can make Steve for the last hour. Appreciate it as always, man.
I'll listen.
All right, see ya.
Steve Molesky, Jeremy Conn. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. Rob Long's off. Daily Line's up next. I'll tell you why I sucked yesterday, because I sucked all the way through. We do that next.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the buzz with Crestwood One Sports. On this hump day, we're dashing for box score donuts. In Dodgers Padres, Shohei Ohtani meets Randy Vasquez. The former is in the NL Cy Young hunt, while the surprising latter has thrown together 3 quality starts in his last 4. In a contest in which runs shall be a premium, this bettor is looking to land down under 7.5 runs. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday evening in South Florida, the Birds come up short again against the Rays.
DeLuca to center field. Tavera's got to get here quickly. It's going to fall for a base hit. 2-out runs by the Rays, and they are just annoying.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Johnny DeLuca's bloop single scores Richie Palacios, making it 4-1 Rays in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pete Alonso with a strikeout in the top of the 9th to end Baltimore's misery as they drop another game in frustrating fashion to Tampa, this time 4-1. Bird starter Kyle Bradish pitched well, giving up 2 earned over 5 1/3, but of course, when the pitching steps up, the bats nowhere to be found. The O's managed just 4 hits last night, going 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Today, the Birds will look to avoid a series sweep at the hands of baseball's best team. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And yesterday at the Castle, the Ravens are on the practice field for day 2 of this week's voluntary OTAs. Keyword there, voluntary. So with that said, Lamar Jackson was not present yesterday or Monday. Here's head coach Jesse Minter on number 8 and when he may return to one winning drive.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
The Ravens will hold one more OTA practice tomorrow afternoon. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening. Highs in the low 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
And the fans dancing with joy. They have watched one of the greatest comebacks in NBA playoff history. Down 22 with 7.5 to go. Knicks take game 1 behind the brilliance of Jalen Brunson.
There you go. That's courtesy ESPN. Yeah, as I said, yesterday was not my day. It's not one of the days you want to come in and tell everybody how you did because I went over. Got my teeth kicked in. I had the under in that game, and it just so happened that the Knicks were down 22 points with 7 minutes left to go, came back and tied it and sent it to overtime and won. So I lost my under bet because of that. The same way I lost the Western Conference Finals under because it went to double overtime. I still had a shot to win it in the first overtime. And because it went to double overtime, I lost. It just you feel snake bitten, right? But those So you would have won both without overtime. Yeah. Oh, brother. So it's one of those things where you feel like you handicapped the game the right way, but you lost. And that's why I tell people I'm not results driven because I don't want to change what I did. Everything. I even went back and looked at all the baseball games I lost yesterday, and it was like, did I write down the wrong games? Because I had the Pitt St. Louis under, and it turned into an absolute shootout. I had the Braves and Marlins under, and they scored 5 runs in the first inning. And I had a Nerfy there, which is no runs in the first inning. They scored 5. So I had to go back and go over and look and say, did I write anything down wrong? That I would have handicapped it. I'd still bet the same way I bet yesterday with those games. It's just a terrible day for me. So let's look at a couple things today and run through this because I have one play. We have an NBA Western Conference Finals game. I'll tell you how I feel about that. There's a WNBA game I like and 6 baseball games. Lots of weather impact. So let's go to the NBA and WNBA first. In the WNBA, I like the Chicago Sky plus the 2.5. You might find some 3s out there. I think they're a live dog to win at home. Really like the spot for them. This is a different Chicago. I don't know how many people are watching the WNBA, but it's a different Chicago Sky team than you saw last year after they traded Angel Reese. They play a little faster. I like them to win this game against the Dallas Wings. The Wings are playing well. Paige Becker's one of the best players in the league, period. And they've been scoring a lot of points in their games. I stayed away from the total, but I like the Sky here. In the NBA, we were talking about it, that freak of nature, Wembanyama. I do think in game 2 of the Western Conference Finals, you see the best game you've seen thus far from the Thunder. They can't afford to go down 0-2 to go back to San Antonio. I mean, I think they can, honestly, but they don't want to. San Antonio has now beaten them 4 out of the 5 times they faced them this year. And I know that was miraculous fashion. And you look at what Wemby did. Dylan Harper had 7 steals in the last game. There's a lot of things that they're going to have to tweak. Maybe they don't put Alex Caruso on Wemby as much. I think the under's the right side of it again. I love the under here. I do like the Thunder. I think they win, and I think they cover. But I just thought the under was the better play because I think you see them come out and play great defense and how they're capable of. But that being said, yeah, I like the under.
Like the under for the Thunder.
Yeah, the under. Thunder under.
From down under.
Yeah, down under. That's right. All right, let me give you the weather today in baseball. And I love seeing this. So I'm on this page. Kevin Roth, who does weather. You can find him on social media. The guy's the best. But he talks a lot about gambling.
Is that the actual weatherman who does it?
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen it.
Yeah, he's on Twitter. He was on a bunch of the fantasy sites that I used to use. I've actually talked to him a couple times on there because I love the algorithms and different things that he has. But today, if you're looking around the league, let me just run through this and then I'll go over specific things. Phillies over. It's an early game. Great spot. Rockies under. Weather's a little bad there. You might get a delay. There's some rain in the forecast. Wind's blowing in. It's 55 degrees. Nationals over is a great spot, but I'm not touching it. Yankees over. Cubs under is the best spot on the day. We'll get to it. And the Pirates under is another fantastic spot. So if we go up to Philadelphia, and this is where I talk about the humidity kicking in. There's a 21% chance of precipitation. Doesn't look like you're going to get a rain or anything like that. It's just going to bring the heat up. It's 93 degrees in Philly. And the wind is blowing somewhat left to right, a little out to right field. And when you think about the power left-handed bats you have in this game, especially on Philly's side with Schwarber and Harper, those are guys you're going to want to target. And I even think Aaron Nola's on the bump, but he hasn't looked like the old Aaron Nola. He's been actually getting beat up. I like Ellie De La Cruz today over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. I like him for a home run as well. But I definitely think that game goes over the total. One of my favorite plays today. Talked about the wind game at Wrigley. Wind is blowing in at 18 miles an hour, and it's 49 degrees. You got Edward Cabrera, who's an extreme fly ball pitcher. The fly balls, I'm not telling you he won't give up a home run, but an 18-mile-an-hour wind's blowing in at Wrigley, that's like 30-some mile an hour blowing in anywhere else. It's more impacted by wind than any other stadium in baseball, and we see these crazy-ass games. And the fact that you throw the games in the 40s, too, it's hard to – sometimes pitchers don't like to pitch in these conditions. It's a 6.5 total. It's extremely low, and I tell you this every time. I love betting these unders in these games specifically because you almost need to get nickel and dime. You need to have a game like the Rays had the other night where it's like single, walk, double, error, single. You need these bad innings for it to go over. I've seen games in Chicago where it was 6.5. They score 5 runs in the first inning and they don't score the rest of the game because the conditions are so good for pitching. So I love the under there. The reason I'm not going to the Nationals over is everybody is on it. Doesn't mean it's not going to hit. I just don't want any parts of that. I'm not fading it. I'm not taking the under, but I'm not touching it. I do love Juan Soto in the game over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. If you haven't been watching him lately, I think last night he went over 5 or 6 in the game with hits, runs, RBIs. He's been fantastic. He's one of the best hitters in baseball. That's minus 105. I do love the Pitt St. Louis under. I also like the Texas-Colorado under. San Francisco and Arizona, I think it ends up being a high-scoring game. It's one of my favorite plays today. Love Rafael Devers over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. And in that Pitt-St. Louis game, I like a Nerfy, which is no runs in the first inning between those two. It's minus 130. And just going over the baseball plays, I'll give you my top 5 here. I've kind of went over everything. Cincinnati, Philly over, Milwaukee, Chicago under, Pitt, St. Louis under. I like the Spurs, OKC under, and I like San Francisco and Arizona to go over. But my favorite play overall today, my favorite play is the Milwaukee, Chicago under. But the prop play that stands out to me is Mike Trout over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. You only have to pay 130. He grades out as the second best hitter in the algorithm that I have. The matchup's great against Aaron Savali, who's been pitching better. Extreme fly ball pitcher. My only concern for Trout is that Savali just walks him every damn time he gets up. But even then, you still have a chance to score runs. And it should be a high-scoring game with a 9.5 total. Give me Mike Trout over the 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. I think it's a great play to bet. And there you go. All right.
I got to ask you about one hockey wager.
Oh, you want
the Western Conference Final tonight. I am a Golden Knights fan. We've talked about that before. So they are plus 210 against the Avalanche, who are minus 260
in the series
for the series to get to the Stanley Cup Final.
You know what? I like them in this. I would probably bet them more in the series or sprinkle something on that, as opposed to trying to pick out each game and go through it. Because for me, I don't like betting any NHL games where there's a 200 favorite, unless I just see something in the underdog that I'm going to take, because I'm not taking anyone minus 200.
Right.
But in this spot, I think I would look at the under between Vegas and Colorado. I didn't make it a play because I don't love it. But if you force me to pick, I would take the Vegas-Colorado under, which you don't care about. You care about the series. I think they're live. I mean, I think there's an excellent shot that they could win this, but Colorado's been great all year.
It looks very lopsided in the NHL. Colorado and Carolina, big favorites in each series. So, as someone who somewhat follows the Golden Knights, I would love to see them win it. Doesn't sound great on paper for them. Mark Stone might be out at least some of this series.
When you go out to Vegas, do you go to games?
I go to games, man. I love it.
Yeah.
T-Mobile Arena, the atmosphere, the bars outside, the atmosphere inside.
Wi-Fi's great.
Epic experience.
Oh, sorry. That was a T-Mobile joke. Anyway.
Yes. I guess it probably is. And so, epic experience. I've probably been to 15 games. I've seen them lose twice.
Wow.
So
you're the good luck charm. You got to get out for the playoffs.
At one point, I was like 10-0, man. I went like 10 games, and they hadn't lost any of them.
You got overexposed like a left-handed batter against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, suck now.
All right, guys, we've got some baseball coming up. We're going to talk about it at 9:30, some interesting stuff. But up next, the Ravens. Is all forgiven if Lamar shows up today at OTAs or by Thursday or Friday? I've been going back and forth with friends who are like, he needs to be there. And I'm going, I don't care if he's there or not. Again, we talk about practice. Although I do think practice is important. That being said, we get into that next and take your phone calls, 410-583-1057.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and my go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered with events all throughout May. Cinco de Mayo celebrations, Teacher Appreciation Week, Nurse Appreciation Week, which means I have excuses to celebrate with my kids. I have both. Plus, whiskey and bourbon tastings with live music, great food, great drinks, and always something happening. Locally owned, veteran-owned, Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist. Done at a high level, Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go to Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details, and I'll see you there. Hey, Baltimore, mattress shopping shouldn't keep you awake. At Mattress Firm, they take the guesswork out of finding the perfect match. Just stop by a store, answer a few quick questions, and let their sleep experts handle the rest. With a curated selection of unbeatable prices, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. Get the great sleep you deserve at Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. All brands are on sale with up to 60% off. They make sleep easy.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
Hey Bel Air, your hometown dealership is entering an exciting new chapter. Now open as Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And we're celebrating with our Memorial Month mega sale, featuring savings on new and used vehicles. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
There you go. That's Coach Minter talking about, I'm sorry if Ed was here, Coach Minta, talking about Lamar being there. And again, I've said this, and I'll give you my spiel, and if you guys want to call in and take your shots or say I'm wrong, like I said, I've been going back and forth with friends on text about him being there. I think it's an added bonus if he's there. People are like, well, it's a bad look, and I understand the optics and how it's a bad look for fans. I don't think his teammates are going, I can't believe Lamar didn't show. I just don't think that's happening. I think guys are going out, focusing on what they're doing, and when he's there, maybe he shows up today. Maybe he even told the team he had something ahead of time, and he's coming in today. But even if he didn't, it doesn't bother me.
Well, it sounds like he did exactly that. He did tell him, I'm going to be out. This is why. And so some things are not sharing. We're not finding out exactly, they just don't release every little nugget of information to these guys, and they're allowed to have some privacy in their lives, and it's voluntary. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have to be there. So I get the optics and all that, and I think it's what we have to talk about because it's May, and football season in May is OTAs. Yeah. So later we'll have more meaningful stuff to talk about.
Well, the first time, is he going to come in and meet the coaches, and is he going to do this and learn the playbook, the offseason, some of the offseason activities they had? And people were worried about that. And then he shows up, and it's like, okay, so now the next thing is he going to come to voluntary OTAs? And you're going, well, he's not there. And people were upset at the Ravens for not announcing it, like saying he's not there. I mean, if he was there, they were saying they would have just plastered it everywhere. And I think that's because people care. But right, I don't have an issue with them. They're focused on what's there.
Wasn't there a whole list of guys who weren't there yesterday?
Yeah. And again, it's across the league. You're going to see quarterbacks from other teams that don't show up to OTAs. Some want it to, it's a bigger thing for them. They've always done it their career. They go there. Some quarterbacks throw with their wide receivers in the offseason, and some don't. I think it's an added bonus if you do those things. I don't think it's something required to make sure you're winning. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's grab Ed in Towson. He wants to talk about Lamar. What's up, Ed?
Hey, gentlemen. How you feel?
Good.
I think that, okay, at the end of the day, is he still going to put up video game numbers? Yes. Yeah, you're damn right he is. He's a freak. But a long time ago, and like I said, I always tell you, I've never coached $1 million athletes or anything like that. But when we put when I started putting the program together, I was like a small part at the Manta. One thing we used to do, and there's differences. We always had, Steve, back in the day, we always had a picnic at the beginning of the year. You didn't have to come. We didn't, we would like for you to come. And we made sure that the guys that were, like I could say Westbrook 1,000 years ago, we made sure, like, Brian, that you're going to be there, right? And we made even those leaders, we would try to make sure that they would, like, there in an important capacity, serve and whatever. Okay, the reason we did that is because the guys that we want to be the heir apparent to those guys. Now, if Westbrook never went to this picnic, he was still going to get 1 million scholarships. And he was still going to be probably whatever, go to the pros and the whole deal. But it's the imagery. Damn, he's there. Mm-hmm. Okay. That may make a difference. Right now, what are you trying to do, Ravens? You're trying to win the Super Bowl. And any little thing may make a difference. I remember a kid I coached that played with Tom Brady. And we know Tom Brady probably slept off of quite a few after he started winning. Mm-hmm. But Brady would show up at, like, stupid stuff that he didn't have to go to. All I'm saying is it's the image. Lamar is going to be Lamar, but you're trying to win that last game and hoist the trophy. Who knows what is going to make a difference if the rookie guys are like, damn, Lamar's here. It might make a difference. And all you're trying to do is get that little thing that makes a difference in winning the Super Bowl. Lamar's still going to be Lamar, but it might make a difference. You don't know until you try. Take care, guys.
Appreciate it, Ed. Good call. And again, like, that's where I get into the whole thing about if he's there, the benefit of it and the optics and what we had a caller earlier today was talking about. It just looks bad that he's not there. You said something earlier. It's like, is being there today for OTAs going to help them win a game week 7? Or is it going to cause them to lose a game because he's not there? I just think...
I say no.
I just think it's much ado about nothing, man. Nobody's changing my mind on this. And I'm one of those guys that I wouldn't miss any practice. I showed up at every damn thing when I was hurt, whatever. And I'm not trying to compare being a weekend warrior to playing in the NFL, but it's a voluntary thing. You know, like,
there was a rumor last year, and I think this, you tell me, I don't follow the Ravens as close as you guys do. Remember, it was like Lamar dozed off in a meeting because he stays up playing video games too late. Now, if that were true, I'm not saying it is. I have no idea. If it were, I would be, if his coach, I would have a problem with that. Hey, Lamar, you got all off season to play all you want, man. Right now, we need your focus on the game plan this week. That would bother me more than in May he couldn't make it to OTA and he had a good reason for not coming.
I agree. Let's grab Jesse in Elk Ridge. Jesse, you're on the Fan.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up, man?
I'm just calling because I'm so sick of hearing about this Lamar and the OTA showing up and everything. I completely agree that like he should be there. He's getting paid millions of dollars. Like put the time in. Like I go on work retreats and shit like that. Sorry. Anyway, but just.
I think you got the Andy Koska. That's what we're calling it from now on. The Andy Koska.
Koska now.
You pulled a Koska.
Well, it was a Flacco.
I just said Koska to Koska. I hope he hears this. As he slipped up and said a bad word. And anytime someone says a bad word, we're all trained to hit the dump button. And if two of us hit it, it drops everything. Like the phone calls, you're not taking
double dump.
Yeah, and then the guest gets dumped. Yeah, all that stuff. But we all got to be on it because if we're not, we could wind up fired. I almost got fired once because somebody said a bad word on the air. I hit the dump button. It didn't dump. It went out. They came in. They were like, "Oh, you didn't hit the dump button." I was like, "I did." They suspended me until they did the research and found out that the dump button was broken. It wasn't actually working that day. So I was lucky. Somebody come in and fix it, and then they're checking.
Back in the day when I was much more intense and fiery on these shows, I used to think the button was more for me than the callers.
Well, I guess that guy was tired of hearing about Lamar saying certain things you're not allowed to say. As far as just with the Ravens and the way that this team's going to look this year, we talked about it with the schedule coming out. They have a chance to really, put themselves ahead of everyone else with facing a bunch of teams that didn't make the playoffs last year. They should be favored in their first 7-8 games.
We said the same thing about the Orioles.
I was
forgiving early season schedule.
I was getting there.
Oh, no.
The one thing with the Orioles, and we keep saying, hey, they're not out of it, right? Because all the teams are bad. In my mind, I go, yeah, that's true. But how many break points have they gotten to this point? If they had won a bunch of games and let's say they had a 6-game lead on the next one, then that's 6 more games that you could have a hiccup down the stretch. It'd be better to distance yourself from them.
I do like all those AFC North games late.
Do you?
Oh, I do. I like that. I think at the end of the year, you should be going head-to-head in the division to decide it, and you could make up some ground there. If you're a game or two back, you do a lot of good for yourself.
You're right. I think about it the other way, though, whereas if, let's say, the Ravens do what they're supposed to do and they beat a bunch of teams, and then we get down to the last 4 divisional games, and whoever's 3 games behind you, they need you to lose every game. As soon as you win one, it's over with. So you might have 2 or 3 games at the end that mean nothing.
Could. That'd be a good thing.
That's what was going on with the Patriots. But I'm just talking about from a viewing standpoint with the AFC North. And you play the Steelers twice in 4 weeks.
Yeah, a little late on that. You don't play them until December.
I don't like that. But again, I can't complain about their schedule. The 2 things that really jumps out with their schedule is playing 3 games in 11 days twice. They also get to face 2 good teams off of bye weeks, off of their bye weeks.
Kind of a late bye too, right?
Yeah, and I think usually you would take the bye after the Brazil game, but I think it's too early in the season, and they just said, hey, we'll rough it and play the next week, and that's why I think they play Tennessee after that, after the Brazil game.
They do, right? Yeah. So at home,
that's one of those games where it's like, yeah, you shouldn't worry about Tennessee, but I don't know. I've seen teams have hiccups in those games, and
trying to handicap the schedule in May because there's always going to be 2 or 3 teams much better than you thought, and the reverse.
Those guys, I've said it for years. Whenever they would send out a rundown, or if it was something when I was working with Scott, or even here in the mornings, and we were like, "Hey, we're going over the schedule, doing wins and losses." I'm like, I hate this.
Yeah, and that's enough exercise in futility.
If you want to tell me, looking at their schedule, I think they go 12-5 or 13-4. I'm listening to you, but when you start going, that's a win, that's a win, that's a loss.
Right.
You don't even know who's going to be healthy in week 13.
Interesting to do, I guess, but
yeah.
doesn't add up to do much, really.
All right, we're going to get back into the Orioles, talk a little bit more about them. Want to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057, right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob Long with Vinny Steele, CEO of Your Home Show Guarantee Realty. Vinny, I really love the story you were just telling me about one of your customers using your Fix It to Sell program.
Yeah, Rob, it's been a game changer. We just helped the Martinez family who needed to sell their mother's home to help fund her retirement, so getting every dollar possible was really important. They had a quote from a contractor planning on doing significant renovations to the home. I was able to cut out parts of the bid that would not yield a good return. We used our own contractors for less than half of the original bid. We managed all the contractors and timelines for a stress-free experience. We're getting ready to close tomorrow for 100% of the list price, which was the highest ever sold in that community.
That is such a great example for everyone wanting to get the most money possible. So, if that's you, call or text my friend Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteo.com. That's VinnySteo.com.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarkCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got two strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got two strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at ConstellationHome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103. 800-505-7103.
Diamonds, they make earrings sparkle. Gold, it makes a necklace shine. Yeah. You want to know the best things that diamonds and gold make? Scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Whether you play one or the other or both, you'll have lots of sparkly, shiny fun. With diamonds, gold, and instant cash, how could you not? Please play responsibly.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays bested the Orioles again last night, beating Baltimore 4-1 behind some clutch hitting by the Bats. Yandy Diaz took Kyle Bradish deep to center with 2 outs in the 6th inning, putting the Rays up 2-1. And then in the 8th, it was a pair of hits with 2 down that put the game out of reach for the Birds. And while no one in baseball is calling Tampa's style of play pretty, it's incredibly effective. They currently hold the game's best record at 32-15. Here's the aforementioned Bradish on what makes the Rays so hard to beat.
They're patient. Make you come in the zone, and unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage, but when You leave a pitch in the middle of the plate like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
Today, the O's will look to stave off a sweep at the hands of the Rays. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And last night in NBA playoff action, the Knicks complete one of the most improbable comebacks in postseason history, erasing an 18-point fourth-quarter deficit over the final 8 minutes of regulation to shock the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. According to ESPN Analytics, the Cavs had a 99.9% win percentage with 7:52 left in the fourth. Game 2 is Thursday evening. Tonight, it's Game 2 between the Spurs and Thunder with San Antonio up 1-0. You can hear the game on our sister station, 1300 The Bet. Coverage via ESPN starts at 8 p.m. with tip-off slated for 8:30. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening. Highs in the low 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Steve Molesky here with you. Rob Long's off this week. We were talking some Orioles. We'll take your phone call, 410-583-1057. Joe, you said you had something from last night. You heard Ben talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the sound. But Ben McDonald was talking about the Rays plate approach and the way the roster is constructed also. And he said it feels more like the teams that were around in the 90s as compared to the teams we've seen in the last 15 years that rely, like the Orioles, multiple times on the long ball, power hitters, uppercut swings, not shortening it up with 2 strikes, trying to use all sides of the field. That's what the Rays do. We've heard that a lot recently because I feel like, the Rays are the best team in baseball with a roster that nobody's heard of, while we have players that were, supposed to be the best roster in baseball in the offseason, and we can't seem to get anything to fall.
I mean, I don't know if it goes back. What do you think about those comments, Steve?
Well, I don't see that trend yet, but we were saying during a commercial break, I was saying, I wonder if there's ever a night where either the hitting coaches or Albernaz gets with the team and says, guys, let's make every at-bat tonight, every at-plate appearance about the team. When you go in that box, what can I do to help my team on this pitch? Is it bunt the guy up? Is it hit behind the runner? Take a few pitches? What do I need to do right this minute that enhances the Baltimore Orioles' chances to win this game tonight, and then do it?
See, that's the one thing, like when we talk about analytics that you get to is that a lot of times there's not the small ball aspect of it. People always complain and ask for it. It's like, oh, anytime you see the Orioles with the bases loaded or a man on third, nobody out, and they don't get them home, they don't score a run, it's like, why don't we play small ball? And I do think hitting behind runners and all the things you can do in instances make sense, but it's the one knock I would say with analytics that they don't appreciate any of the small ball stuff. They don't want you giving up outs because they're too valuable.
We can't, for a while there, people who were more analytically, sabermetrically inclined would say, don't ever bunt. Don't bunt. Oh, God, he's talking about bunting. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it that many times that's probably not a good play. But I don't say don't ever do anything in baseball. There are times in the 8th inning, watch the playoffs, they bunt.
Yeah.
They move runners up because one hit might make the difference then. So I'm not saying bunt in the 3rd inning or even the 4th or 5th maybe, but if it's the 7th inning and it's a tie game and you're at the bottom of the order and you're not a slug guy, do something to help your team. Move that guy up 90 feet.
And I get why they call it small ball, but it's just smart baseball sometimes.
Right.
Again, you need one. We talk about it. Just take extra innings, right? And you're the home team. They get a runner on second base. They don't score in the top half of that inning. The first batter up coming up should be bunting that guy over to third. The first batter that gets up in the bottom, if they didn't score, should be moving that guy to third as easily as they can. And maybe with
sometimes they say don't because there's data that'll tell you That's not the smartest play. But again, it's not. There was data that told us last night the Knicks had almost minuscule chance to win that game with 7 minutes to go. So data can be wrong, or at least it's not 100% foolproof. So, okay, run expectation may say don't bunt here, but my eye test and my feel of this game on this night tells me bunt here.
See, and I don't even understand that because, like, the percentage of getting a guy to third when you need one run to win the game with one out means that I can score in so many different ways. It adds to it. Like, I don't have to get a hit. I can get a fly ball that scores the guy. You could throw a wild pitch.
Well, sometimes they say run expectancy will tell you if he's on second with no outs, he doubled, you got a better chance 3 cracks at a single than getting him the third, and now you got 1 crack at a sac fly.
And again, that's one with the math, and we're looking at it percentage-wise. I would rather do the other side of it and take the chance with the guy on third. But I understand run expectancy.
You don't always have to do what the run expectancy chart tells you. It's okay to deviate from him, occasionally bunt or something.
It's information. That's it.
Yes.
Use it how you see fit.
Right.
Let's grab Darius in Towson. He's got a comment on the Rays. What's up, Darius?
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Guys, how y'all doing today?
Good.
Hey, Jeremy, I called in Monday and I was talking about the Chandler Simpson guys, and I wanted to chime in about I wanted to chime in about the Rays. The reason why the Rays scares me more than the Yankees is they play complete ball, and you get 2 outs, and there might be guys on third and second, but they're never out of it. They just find a way to find the green grass. They have speed. They can pitch. They don't make that many errors. So it's really, you have to play your A game to beat the Rays. And a lot of teams like the Rays, the Guardians does it. They play small ball. And the Miami Marlins play small ball. These 3 teams in the MLB right now are a threat because they irritate pitchers. They like a mosquito. They fight pitches off. And then when they get on bases, you got Xavier Edwards on the Marlins. You have the Chandler Simpson. Guys just turn a walk into a double. And God forbid, you throw down the second base and you bobble the ball and go to the outfield. Now you got a guy on third. These problems, these teams play what everybody don't want to play, the small ball, but it's really smart ball to me. You know, like sometimes when you're throwing against elite pitchers, you're not going to always have the home runs that's going to win the game. How about just get a walk and bunt the guy over and cause some chaos? Guys, we overplay that part of baseball. Like, maybe you just need to start playing smart ball. Everybody in the lineup needs to know their role.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's great points, Darius. Appreciate the call. And again, that's kind of what we talk about, too, with baseball and situational hitting, all these things. And the Rays, it's so funny when I hear people say, we need to run the organization like the Rays. And if someone gave you a smaller payroll to try to be successful, it's a very difficult thing to do, and they do it better than most. I said yesterday, was it Andrew Friedman that left the Rays and went to the Dodgers?
Yes.
And I'm like, you're taking a guy that took a team deep into the playoffs. I believe he was there when they went to the World Series. I could be wrong. But you're taking that guy, and now you're giving him the Dodgers and the largest payroll in baseball. You know how scary that is? You know, like there's just some... It's tough. It's tough watching this team where you're like, where did that guy come from? And it seems like the Rays, too, will kick the tires on a guy that's been a journeyman that's bounced around. And all of a sudden you look down, you're like, is that guy hitting second for them and killing it? Like, it's unbelievable.
They tend to, asking some players about this, and even Brad Brock on our show said he would ask players who would come from the Rays to the Orioles, what's the magic? What's the secret sauce? And long story short, but it tends to be they seem to take any player and focus incredibly strong on his strengths only. Like, what can you do? Not what can't you do.
Yeah.
What do you do well? Let's focus on that. And they build them up with confidence. And it works for them. Brian Baker's over there pitching well again. Brian Baker has great stuff. We saw it here.
Yep.
And the Rays got him, and Brian Baker's having a good year.
Well, we got another phone caller here. Somebody wants to talk about Lamar. Getting towards the end of the show. We'll take Mike in Pigtown. Mike, how are you?
Hey, good morning, gents. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. Good. What's on your mind?
I wanted to talk to Lamar comparison, but that's with Steve as far as like the O's. When we first came spring training and everybody showing up, pitchers and catchers, man, we was excited. Mm-hmm. All the leaders are there. We're going to be good. Look at our season, man. It sucks. in my opinion, is looking at all these games, our pitchers don't have that 2-strike punch out. We are missing a punch out pitch from every last one of our pitchers. All damages seem to come off of 2 outs, 2 strikes, and runs are scored. And small ball defense is not there. Everybody was there in the beginning of the season with the training and everything, and we're small ball. We failing at it. So to me, that's the Orioles fail. And you talk about Lamar being there. The Orioles, everybody was there early. Look how we doing.
Yeah.
Like, Lamar doesn't come early in the season, and we have successful seasons, man. Don't change nothing, Lamar. Stay where you at, please.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. Look, there's a lot of people are going to feel different ways, and once the season starts, none of this stuff's going to matter.
To me, there's so much Lamar Jackson, everything he does. I'm surprised we don't go on here and analyze, his lunch, Did he really need an appetizer?
Well,
what was he thinking about there?
They did that in the beginning when he was sick and he'd missed days. It's like, what's he eating?
We overanalyze Lamar Jackson, and I'll say this, I don't want to get myself in trouble here, but people who want to find something to criticize him will find it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's OTA, whatever. Sometimes we forget he's 2-time MVP, should be 3, has done a lot of good things here, and has played better in postseason last time he was in postseason.
I mean, when we first started talking about it, Steve, if you look at his playoff performances in some of the games that they lost, whether you want to talk about Zay Flowers fumbling into the end zone on a touchdown that would have taken the lead, with the team doing everything wrong and forgetting about the running game. I mean, his numbers are down in the postseason. I think it's a fair criticism to say he hasn't played the way you'd like him to play, but all those losses aren't his fault. I mean, there are some games where he looked great and they came up short.
I'm interested to see what this new coach can do, because I think it just, for all the good things John Harbaugh did here, and I think he did a lot, I guess it got stale finally after all those years.
That's a long time in the NFL.
That's a long time for any coach in any sport. So now it's a fresh start. Team is still good. Going into last year, Jeremy, they were supposed to be a Super Bowl contender, and they went 8-9. So, I think a lot of that talent's still here. I think sometimes every nitpicking of every utterance of Lamar Jackson, we forget at Baltimore, we got one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
One of the most fun guys to watch.
How many cities would trade to have him?
A lot. So, well, we got to get to our encore, what we learned. 410-583-1057. Might be able to squeeze a phone call in or two. But we'll get to that, and got the jokes coming up for you. We'll see if we can't get Steve to laugh. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
What if weight loss didn't have to be a struggle? At LifeMed Institute, they offer the power of tirzepatide along with advanced medical therapies, including hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and nutritional guidance to help you shed pounds and regain energy. LifeMed's on-site medical providers provide personalized care so you can feel confident every step of the way. Don't wait to feel your best. Start your journey today. For weight loss that works, call now to schedule your free consultation, 410-575-1200, or visit lifemedinstitute.com. And if you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or just not yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates a personalized treatment plan that's tailored to your unique needs. You don't settle for anything less than the best, then you go to LifeMed Institute. Take control of your health this year. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your free consultation, because you deserve to feel like yourself again. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania. So call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to get set up wherever it's convenient for you, and make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Talk about a garden party. Jalen Brunson dropped 38 points to fuel a massive 22-point fourth-quarter comeback as the Knicks stunned the Cavs 115-104 in overtime. Donovan Mitchell's 29 wasn't enough to stop New York's late 44-11 run. Game 2 tips off Thursday at MSG. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite.
That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Monday, officers were called at Katy Woods Park boat ramp, where a Tesla Cybertruck was in the water near the shore. According to a press release, the driver told officers he intentionally drove into the lake to try to use the vehicle's wade mode. What? He thought the vehicle could
wades in water?
That's what he thought. The truck became disabled and started taking on water. Wouldn't have expected that. This feels like Michael Scott on The Office, where his GPS is telling him to turn right. And he's like, don't turn right. It says turn right. And he drives right into the lake.
Yeah.
Joe,
This is the lake.
Joe, you've got wade mode. What?
Yes, wade mode. No, I don't have a Cybertruck, but wade mode is an off-road setting that raises the suspension to its maximum height and pressurizes the battery to safely drive through shallow bodies of water. So that means 32 inches.
Like a Jeep going off-road.
It automatically deactivates after 30 minutes.
Yeah. So Elon did tweet out back in 2022, the Cybertruck will be waterproof enough to serve briefly as a boat so it can cross rivers, lakes, and even seas that aren't too choppy. Yeah, keep working on that there, Chief. Apparently it's not working now. Cybertruck. The driver, who was not identified by police, was arrested and charged with operation of a vehicle in a closed section of a park or lake. No valid boat registration. He didn't have a boat registration because he thought his car could float.
That's one creative cop.
Numerous water safety equipment violations. He remains jailed. That's the thing that got me. That's our encore. That's what got me, is that because he drove his Tesla truck or Cybertruck into the lake, he got a ticket for it not being a boat. It's just like, that's what we're charging for? Anyway, that was fun today. I'd say this all the time. Every time we do this show, and whether it's a co-host, a new co-host that's coming in, somebody's filling in, it goes by so fast. You don't even realize it, that now we're at the end of the show. And Steve, you get to go home and try to get sleep. Right?
I know, I probably will. So be ready, Harford County, coming your way.
Got an early Oriole game, which is always fun.
That's right, yes. Yes.
And I was talking about it. I'm actually speaking at Curly's sports banquet tonight. So it's going to be a busy day for me, but I can't wait to get home and watch the series finale of The Boys. That's what I'm dying to do. So as soon as I get, nobody ruin anything.
Are you trying to say you're not excited for that Vegas Golden Knights Western Conference final tonight?
Staying up all night for it. Or watching it in the morning while I'm sitting on the toilet, like I do a lot of things. So, all right, we got to get to what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All right, Steve, what'd you learn today?
Well, I learned a truck is not a flotation device, obviously, there in that segment we did. And I learned that we're probably overanalyzing Lamar's every move or not move right now. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be fine, everybody, and I think he'll be back with his team very, very soon.
I learned, before I get to the jokes, that Joe wants us to do the show tomorrow with tarps off, so no shirts.
That is unlikely in my direction.
Tune in.
You want to kill whatever audience we got going on YouTube right now.
That's great. All right, let's get to some of these jokes. I got some good stuff here for you. Some of it's corny and terrible, but that's what makes them good jokes, right?
Right.
All right. My wife said our couch is too old and needs replacing. I told her to sit with that thought. My friend told me his mate Jack invented the hot tub. I said, Jack, who's he? Jack, who's he? Jacuzzi.
Yeah, we got
I didn't realize that was someone's last name. Like
what? Jacuzzi?
Jacuzzi is a last name. It's not like a brand. It's a last name.
Are you sure his name's not Jack Uzi? Like Uzi's his last name? Oh, no.
Good one, Dad.
Thanks, bud. Good talk, Russ. Two string instruments were having an intense argument. One said to the other, "You say you're a harp, but you sure don't look like one. You're too small." The second instrument stepped back and said, "Are you calling me a liar?" A liar. All right. I got some of these that maybe it looks better to look at, but here's one. In laughter, the L comes first. The rest of the letters come after it. A-U-G-H-T-E.
Okay.
No? What type of jeans do ghost hunters wear? Nothing, just paranormal ones. Yeah, this is a good one. You know a French kiss, but do you know what an Australian kiss is, Joe?
No.
It's the same as a French kiss, but it's down under. Oh, see, that's dirty.
Okay. Let's not go any further with that one.
My wife is divorcing me because she thinks I'm too un-American. I saw this coming from a kilometer away. Where are we at here? Did you hear about the bus full of Elvis impersonators that crashed on the way to Las Vegas? Nobody was hurt, but they were all shook up. I think it's a great idea to wear two different deodorants, one under each armpit, but that's just my 2 cents. S-C-E-N-T-S cents. I feel like we have too many of these.
Okay.
Why do elephants paint their toenails red? So they can hide in cherry trees. That doesn't even make That was
so stupid.
I do like these, and I've used this one before. Where do bad rainbows go? To Prism. It's a light sentence, Steve. But it gives them time to refract.
Sorry.
All right, last one. I went to a wedding on Saturday. The groom never showed. It's hard to believe, but the wedding went off without a hitch. A hitch. They didn't get married.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Steve and I back tomorrow. Ed will be back as well. Vinny and Haynie up next. Stay tuned right here on 105.7 The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your O's. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science and Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science and Kirk Lawyers. You have a lawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday evening in South Florida, the Birds come up short again against the Rays.
DeLuca to center field. Tavares got to get here quickly. It's going to fall for a base hit. Two-out runs by the Rays, and they are just annoying.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Johnny DeLuca's bloop single scores Richie Palacios, making it 4-1 Rays in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pete Alonso with a strikeout in the top of the 9th to end Baltimore's misery as they drop another game in frustrating fashion to Tampa, this time 4-1. Bird starter Kyle Bradish pitched well, giving up 2 earned over 5 1/3, but of course, when the pitching steps up, the bats nowhere to be found. The O's managed just 4 hits last night, going 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Today, the Birds will look to avoid a series sweep at the hands of baseball's best team. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And yesterday at the Castle, the Ravens are on the practice field for day 2 of this week's voluntary OTAs. Keyword there, voluntary. So with that said, Lamar Jackson was not present yesterday or Monday. Here's head coach Jesse Minter on number 8 and when he may return to one winning drive.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
The Ravens will hold one more OTA practice tomorrow afternoon. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
That ball is slammed. Left center field. Tampa Bay takes the lead. No doubter, and Diaz knew it. Williams running. The pitch driven to deep right. Cowser. Oh, it's off his glove. And so much for the inherited. Throw him out. Jackson to the plate. Hang on a second. Oh, it's dropped by Basayo. DeLuca to center field. Tavares got to get here quickly. It's going to fall for a base hit. 2-out runs by the Rays.
And I believe he finished with "they're annoying." Wasn't that the end of the cut in the live broadcast last night on Masson? Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald talking about the latest Orioles loss. So they lose the series to Tampa. 4-1 final score. And we can get into all of those plays and what should have been made, what couldn't have been made. I thought Cowser made a spirited effort earlier. Same with Tavares on the liner by Diaz over his head center field. They let off the game with a homer. Taylor Ward, first one in forever. It's only second in the year. And didn't score for the rest of the game. There's the story of the game. The night before, they dropped 6. Unfortunately, they scored 6 runs in a night in which their pitching staff gave up 16. Now, they scored 7 on Sunday in the finale against the Nats. And they actually won the game because they, great bullpen performance. Picking up Brandon Young, who wasn't all that great. But Saturday before that, they got clobbered. Double-digit loss yet again. So what we're seeing is an Orioles team that's now in last place in the American League East. Season high, 7 games, no one in here, under 500. Looking very reminiscent of last year's team. Now, the good news is, Adley's still hitting the ball with authority. And Bradish was good for the most part. Got him through 5 2/3. Got 1 run of support. Talk about annoying. Yanni Diaz is annoying. If he played for the Orioles, they'd be doing a Jersey night and bobblehead down at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. He's a guy you hate to play against, but you love to have on your team. Same with Caminero, Invalade, and Aranda, and all these other guys. But the season-long problem for the Orioles, and there's a lot of them, that has frustrated a lot of us true fans, is the fact that their offense just cannot get off the schneid on a consistent basis. Going into last night's game, when the Orioles score 5 or more runs, they're 16-5. They scored 1. yesterday. And one of those 5 losses was the other night when they scored 6 and got blown up by 10. But they set the tempo, had another run on base. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Their best scoring opportunity seemed to be when Blaze stole second and then Ward strikes out after they got the call overturned when he was called out originally, stealing second base. So we can sit here and talk about woes defensively, and they're real. Starting pitcher struggles weren't really the problem last night. Any other thing you want to talk about? And Cano and Garcia gave up runs last night, have been 2 of their best pitchers this year. Just goes to show you how things are going haywire. 1 run. And it was literally, right, first, second batter of the game. And they don't do anything after that. As Jax was good, now Steven Matz is coming off the IL today to pitch for them. And he's not the fireballer Nolan he was when he pitched for the Mets way back when it was Syndergaard and DeGrom and all of these guys, Matt Harvey. They had all these power arms, but he's still crafting a nice living together. He's coming off the IL, left-handed starter, which is something to keep an eye on. But where has all the offense gone? 4 hits last night, 0 for 5 runners in scoring position.
I don't know if they ever had it. Or where did it go? Was it ever here, right? Maybe for a game or two, it was just a mirage. And let's be honest, they come out today where they put up like 10 runs on the Rays. Am I going to buy into it? Absolutely not. No, not for 1 second. They could score 30 today. I wouldn't even care. It'd be a win. It'd be nice. But that's about it. Your one game does not, I'll say one win has never led to anything for this team this year. So offense still biggest source of my frustration. What I will say about the 8th inning defensive meltdown there, the rocket out to right field, Cowser had his glove on it. Where that does rub me the wrong way, other than just not coming up with the out, is the fact that the Rays made a key mistake. Their base runner wasn't aware that it was 2 outs, and he held up at second.
Correct.
A rare example of the Rays making a mistake, the best team in baseball right now, an Orioles opponent gift wrapping a game-saving moment to potentially keep that a 1-run game going into your final at-bats in the 9th. And you can't take advantage. That's indicative of what this team is. They don't do anything right.
Well, that's the team, the first-place team that takes advantage of their mistake compounded by your mistake. Going back 2 nights ago when Gunnar couldn't turn into the double play and they hit a 3-run homer to pretty much finish off the game. Chandler Simpson, opener, ran himself into an out, but they covered up his mistake. Have your back. Orioles right now not having backs. And Kyle Bradish, I thought, pitched well enough to keep him in the game, which is exactly what he did. And how much do you want the bullpen? Do they have to pitch shutout baseball every time they have to pick up these bulk innings? The offense needs to step it up a little bit. And a lot, quite frankly. And I don't know. They can't get everyone hot at the same time. Adley's had a solid year throughout. Gunnar, we've talked about his inconsistencies. Basayo's been on fire since, end of April through May. Jeremiah Jackson's done yeoman's work and has helped the cause unexpectedly. But where is the consistent oomph? Pete Alonso's, okay, he's got his hot streaks, but where's the dominating? Where's the carrying the lineup for 3-4 games, which is what he's getting paid to do, like Kyle Schwarber is doing for the Phillies right now, who the Orioles tried to sign. And, Alonso's kind of been in that same ilk as an offensive player. Don't want to put all the onus on him, but they just don't seem to be creative enough offensively. And when they were really good in 23, even the second half of 22, 23, through the first half of 24, they could be down 5-0, and they were never out of a game. Now they're down 5-0. Stick a fork in them.
1-0. I got no. I mean, the fact that when Ward hit that home run last night, I was, my God, a lead. This is what this feels like. Let's grasp onto this. Right. It's just so frustrating.
And then a match at the bottom of the inning.
You mentioned Bradish, to throw 31 pitches in the first inning, still put himself in position to go as deep as he did. I mean, imagine what he could have done if he had a somewhat normal first inning. And more credit to Basayo for actually hitting the ABS challenge saved him from I don't even know how many more pitches being thrown there. Basayo, the other highlight of the night, throwing out the runner at second. Those were the only times I stood up off my couch.
Yeah, Simpson.
Where I was like,
dude.
That's all I had to be excited about, other than the Ward home run.
Yeah, and we talked about this, what was it, yesterday or Friday? Caller checking in, might have been Monday. Why is Adley so reluctant to go for the challenge where Sammy Basayo very aggressive in that category? And he won the first one. The second one missed by like a quarter of an inch, maybe even a centimeter. But the throw was brilliant. So defensively behind the plate, I think the Orioles are okay. And offensively, let's just say of all the problems the Orioles have, the dish is not one of them. But overall offense is kind of unacceptable. And they have two guys, Tampa, that mash, Diaz and Caminero. And the Orioles have felt the pain of both in the first two games, now trying to avoid the sweep this afternoon.
You know what? You stole 3 bases, too, right? I mean, they actually got a little creative, put themselves in a position to drive some in, and then you can't find the big hit. So it's like you've got a long list of all these things that you want to do right in a game, from offensive plate approach, base paths, base running, defense, all this stuff. And it's like you have this long list and you say, well, the Orioles, you can only pick 2 in any particular game. And you hope that those 2 are enough to help you win the game. And it's usually not. They're just abysmal. They're abysmal right now. One last point on the game that I'll make is Bob Nightingale said last week, whenever we had him, said about the Rays, he said, I think they'll come back down to earth. I think it'll even out eventually. The Yankees will run away with the division. Not so fast, man. Not so fast. I mean, this is the way this team has been built. They consistently do this. A Kevin Cash-led team, I'm done counting them out. Maybe we need to stop underestimating them in these offseason projections just because we don't know the names of these players. They get it done year after year, and you watch the way they play, the chemistry they have, the plate approach they have 1 through 9. They're all in unison. Nobody's going rogue. Nobody's trying to be a hero. There's very much a clear-cut philosophy there, and they follow it. I look at an Orioles dugout that's in complete disarray right now. No chemistry. Nothing going on. I'm not counting out the Rays at all.
No. And Bob Nightingale, if you missed it, future Hall of Fame writer for USA Today, I asked him if this was sustainable. He said, I don't think so. He's going to have to revisit things. Perhaps. I mean, we're always wrong from time to time, like about the Orioles being a playoff contending team. They are only 2.5 out of the wild card, though. Let's stress that. 3 days away from a Memorial Day weekend. But they are in last place, which is where they were last year. So, getting familiar with places they weren't even supposed to be sniffing as we looked ahead 3 years ago. All right, Ravens. No Lamar Jackson, Vinny, out at one winning drive yesterday. Is this a big deal, given the fact that he was at the early portion of the offseason performances?
Probably not. Sounds like listening to Jesse Minter after that Lamar had a good excuse for not being there. And it probably had something set up for this time and told him, hey, these few days, this is when I'm going to be gone. It's not like, that each guy needs to be there every time. I mean, this is your off season. This is when you need to get things done, because once the season starts, you're kind of locked in. So, no, I don't have a problem. And they said he's been here all the time and he's missing a couple of days. I don't think that's a big deal. And, if he's not here tomorrow, I don't care. Come back next week. And, because there's still a lot of time left, practice time to get things done and worked on. The only thing that is a little bit different that Jesse's doing that the other teams aren't doing is Jesse practices Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. So as a player, like most all other teams are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Why do you do that? So you don't have to travel on Sunday, so you can have your weekend and you come in on Monday. The Ravens players got to come in on Sunday, and then you don't leave until Thursday night. So they're there longer than most other teams, and because they're practicing, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, where the Ravens are off today, so they're probably meeting and doing those types of things. So they're doing an extra day every weekend, and it's a little tougher for the players to have to come in on Sunday for Monday practice.
Now, Ravens back with the media next Wednesday, then the following week, and then we get to a mandatory minicamp. We're going to hear from Jesse Minter, Derrick Henry, who was there. Trey Hendrickson was there as well. John Simpson met with the media. So we got a lot of Ravens to get into, give Vinny's impressions. No pads or anything like that, but still, how'd they look physically? Did they look like they did when you're doing the scouting and all that athletically and all that fun stuff? Epic Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1. We'll get into that during the whip around. So the NBA playoffs, first couple of rounds, pretty much underwhelming with a lot of the series, but the Western Conference Final went to overtime. Eastern Conference Final went to overtime, and then we got that all resuming tonight as the Knicks come from behind and stun the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll talk about that. Got a Stanley Cup playoff game coming up tonight. We got game ones going on in the conference finals there, and a lot of other things happening in the world of sports. If you want to join us, you can. It's Sportep 583-1057. But the Orioles are in last place. They could salvage the finale today, but they've lost their last two series after taking 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. Previous to that, they had lost the series. Since they were 9-7, they've been one of the worst teams in baseball.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out, you don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan here on this lovely day in the Charm City. Still hot out. 90-ish. I'm wearing white shorts. I'm drinking coffee. And they'll have brown stains on them before I get out of here at 2 o'clock. It is how I roll. You don't have that bottom row of teeth, Nolan. You can't engulf your food or your drink.
Now, is the brown stain from the coffee, right?
From coffee.
Okay, just checking.
I'm not incontinent yet.
White pants is always a gamble.
Yeah. Oh, white shirt. You know what I mean? The only thing white that I should be wearing is, me being a white guy, which is like clear almost. Yeah, stains are coming. Basically, but it's a beautiful day, but the rain's coming later, and then it's going to get colder. Orioles have come back home for the Tigers. They're on Peacock or Prime, one of those things on Friday night. Orioles taking on the Rays today. They've dropped the first 2 games, 1 o'clock. We got Tampa's lineup. Steven Matz is going to pitch. Baz goes up against his former team coming up later on this afternoon as soon as we get the Oriole lineup. We'll give that to you. Jackson Holiday made his season debut. Got the collar, but looked all right, looked healthy. That's all that matters. But the Orioles offense not healthy. Defense been unhealthy all year. Bullpen, especially the 2 guys pitched last night, they've been great. I mean, it was a big deal. I was listening to some of the Tampa broadcast. They were even floored that Rico Garcia gave up a run. But it's neither here nor there. Orioles need to put some crooked numbers up. Didn't get it done. So they're in last place. Season high 7 games out of first place. I'm not saying I was wrong about the Tampa prediction. I'm leaning, like, if there's a meter, I'm in the 80% wrong category. They stink. I said that. We stink Monday. That's a fact. Just look at the standings. But are they done? 2 games out of the 2.5, out of the wild card in a zany American League that outside of Tampa and New York is pretty much wide open. All right, let's get out to the phones. What do you think? We'll talk Ravens with Vinny here in a couple of minutes. OTAAs going out at 1 winning drive. No Lamar. No, a lot of people. But no big deal. That's what we're going with. Lou in Baltimore. Lou, what's up?
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
So I called yesterday, and I want to repeat a stat that is, to me, the stat that counts the most. 22 games under 500 since the All-Star break in 2024. That's the stat that counts.
Yep.
And now Nolan brought up a really good question yesterday that I wanted to try to respond to, which was, what's the difference between what happened in Houston and what's going on with the Orioles now?
With analytics. For people that
analytics.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got 2 responses to that. First of all, Mike Elias is just a cog in the wheel in Houston. He was in charge of nothing. He was the director of scouting. The GM was Jeff Ludnow. He had an assistant GM, David Stearns. They had player development coordinator was Quentin McCracken. So they had a team of guys that were responsible. And, to give Elias credit, he was a part of that. But he was not the ultimate decision maker. The GM was. Okay, so when Elias came to Baltimore, he became the ultimate decision maker. And in my opinion, it has not worked out well. And the reason being, there's an over adherence to statistics. And what I see missing from this organization is the art of constructing a baseball roster. There's a science part of sports, analytics, but there's also an art involved in construction of rosters. And he seems to be lacking in that department. The baseball IQ for this team is low. And I think that is reflected in the decisions that are being made by Elias.
But let's go back to 22 through 24 first half. They were actually one of the more fundamentally sound teams in baseball. They had the young guys that were developing. Then they had the veteran guy, the Adam Frazier's, the Rugi Odors, and the McCanns that helped that sort of thing. When they became more reliant, Lou, on the young players, it seems that's when the fundamentals have taken a hike on them.
Yeah, and that goes to the player development. He's hired somebody, and to be honest, I don't know who the director of player development is, but that hasn't worked. And that's ultimately Mike Elias' responsibility. So I'm going to use this analogy. Okay, if you build a house, you bring a guy in or a contractor to build the foundation, okay? Once the foundation is built, you bring in another guy to actually build the house. Okay, so I think Mike Elias has done a decent job at building a foundation. I think he has been, I'm going to give him a D on a scale of A to F with building the house. He just does not seem to have the touch, the baseball feel, the baseball IQ for putting together a roster on the field that plays well together, that is fundamentally sound. I mean, how can you go into the season with Colton Cowser as your center fielder, and then your two corner outfielders are both below average?
Right. Hey, Lou, I hear what you're Lou, we have other calls, but I hear what you're saying, and I understand, and I agree with what you're saying, because last year, to your point before we get to Paul, he went in with a rotation that was questionable and blew up in his face. And then the injuries overtook the team and underperformance in a lot of areas. This year, we kept asking, is Colton Cowser really going to be the everyday center fielder? Lordy Taveras won the job, who was asked to leave from Texas after helping them as a young player win a World Series 3 years ago, beat the Orioles, as a matter of fact, in the playoffs. We were worried about their outfield defense then. And then the infield defense has taken a hike on him because Holiday missed the start of the season. Westbrook's done for the year. Mayo, he had defensive problems even at the minor league level. Alonso's exceeded expectations defensively at first base. So we looked at them as a team that was flawed defensively coming out of Florida. And those realities have hit, just like last year. So, yeah, to Lou's point, he's done a terrible job constructing a roster, hoping things happen. And yeah, they've been bit by injuries just like everybody else, maybe more than other teams. But you improvise and adapt and understand. Colton Cowser, man, he went on that great last year offensively, and nobody expected him to totally bottom out, which means he's not playing. He could be Paul Blair defensively. He doesn't get on base enough to justify playing time. Nolan, we have time for another call? No, we have to take a break. But Paul in Florida, you're next. You want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. I've never been of the fire Mike Elias category. Still aren't. But again, I'm open for all suggestions here on this Woman Crush Wednesday.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Don't just watch the biggest soccer moment of the summer, experience it in New Jersey. Win a trip to American Dream, steps from the action, and access the ultimate fan celebration. From beaches to boardwalks, theme parks to wineries, New Jersey has it all. Enter now at odyssey.com/NJ.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head to FanDuel.com/local. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, very important, is 1-800-GAMBLER.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Rays bested the Orioles again last night, beating Baltimore 4-1 behind some clutch hitting by the Bats. Yandy Diaz took Kyle Bradish deep to center with 2 outs in the 6th inning, putting the Rays up 2-1. And then in the 8th, it was a pair of hits with 2 down that put the game out of reach for the Birds. And while no one in baseball is calling Tampa's style of play pretty, it's incredibly effective. They currently hold the game's best record at 32-15 Here's the aforementioned Bradish on what makes the Rays so hard to beat.
They're patient. They make you come in the zone. And unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage. But when you leave a pitch in the middle of the plate like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
Today, the O's will look to stave off a sweep at the hands of the Rays. First pitch from the Trop is slated for 1:10 Eastern Time. And last night in NBA playoff action, the Knicks complete one of the most improbable comebacks in postseason history, erasing an 18-point fourth-quarter deficit over the final 8 minutes of regulation to shock the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. According to ESPN Analytics, the Cavs had a 99.9% win percentage with 7:52 left in the fourth. Game 2 is Thursday evening. Tonight, it's Game 2 between the Spurs and Thunder with San Antonio up 1-0. You can hear the game on our sister station, 1300 The Bet. Coverage via ESPN starts at 8 p.m. with tip-off slated for 8:30. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Another hot day ahead with a chance for strong storms in the evening, highs in the low 90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
News from the Nest coming up here at 11 o'clock, as a matter of fact. Get you ready for Ravens stuff. Vinny was out of one winning drive yesterday, so was Cordell Woodland. And we'll talk to him later in the program, so stick around for that. Matt Wyrick, Baltimore Sun, he'll join us at noon, talk about the Orioles trying to salvage the finale against the Rays after losing the first 2 games. Birds have struggled here as of late. They've lost 4 of 5 after taking 2 out of 3. From the Yankees, Steven Matz, he's on the hill for Tampa, fresh off the IL, veteran lefty. And Shane Baz going up against his former team this afternoon. We have Tampa's lineup, which we'll give you in a few, but we do not have Baltimore's as of yet. Keep in mind it's a lefty, so we'll see how creative the Orioles will get with that one. But let's get out to the phones. They lose last night, 4-1. Leadoff homer from Taylor Ward, and that was all she wrote. Bradish was acceptable. Bullpen, how much more do you want from them? How about some runs? Oh, for 5 runners in scoring position. Let's go to Paul in Florida. Paul, what's up?
Gentlemen, nice to talk with you. Just driving back from watching the game last night, and I wanted to give you a couple of my thoughts.
Go ahead.
First of all, I was surprised how good the batting averages are for Tampa Bay when they were putting it up on the scoreboard. Like, these guys can hit. And then you look at the Orioles, I mean, it's bad, really bad. And then as you watch the game, and you watch how they play, I mean, 31 pitches in the first inning. I mean, you know your starter's not going to last more than 4 or 5. So they figured that out. And then defense, my God. There should have been 3 errors with the Orioles last night. Should have been a double play early in the game. Gunner couldn't make the turn and threw the ball wild. And then, you know, the outfield drop ball, yes, I know it was hard, but I just think they didn't prioritize. They just haven't prioritized for a long time defensive pitching and focused on guys who could slug. And I think that's what you got now. You got a fundamentally flawed team no matter what you do. And your best pitcher went out last night and didn't get it done. Now you got, you know, the rest of the guys. So I just thought it was very interesting. The one thing I was surprised when I looked at the box score this morning, Tampa had more strikeouts than we did. But somehow they still scored 4 runs. That's all I had, guys. Interesting to watch. Sad. I don't know what else to say, but that's what I got.
Well, be careful coming back from Florida, Paul. Don't let that loss bring you down too much. But you look at Tampa, kind of middle of the pack in home runs, but top 2 in batting average, top 2 in stolen bases, on-base percentage. They're in the top 3. They're one of the best defensive teams in Major League Baseball. They have an outstanding pitching staff. Brian Baker, former Oriole, picked up his 13th save last night as he mowed down the Birds in the top of the 9th inning. They do a lot of fundamental things that the Orioles haven't done in a couple of years, and you could see that's a team having fun. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can just look at the dugout there. They I'm ready for them to start. Look at the fans, the 17 that show up, the dudes with the shirts off.
Yeah.
I mean, they're losing their minds. It's like when the Orioles broke out Mr. Splash a couple of years ago. That excitement level at Camden Yards has waned. The fun, pomp, and circumstance the Orioles had in the dugout has waned. I don't even know if they have a home run celebration anymore this season. Hydration Station, the Homer chain, which they should bring back, my humble opinion.
Well, they still do that thing when
Hey, whatever. Hey, look at me. I'm flying into a double play, whatever it is. But Tampa looks like a team that's having fun out there. Hey, when you're 18-5 at home and you're in first place with the best record in Major League Baseball with a limited payroll, we're having fun too.
Bob, they're 12-2 in the East. That's they win the division games.
And the Orioles, unfortunately, can't beat bad teams. They certainly aren't hanging with good teams. They did take 2 out of 3 from New York, but they haven't followed up that momentum since then. I mean, went to Washington, and the Nats are like everybody else in baseball, it seems. They're a 500-y kind of team, but they stunk at home. They had a terrible pitching staff. And the Orioles didn't score any runs against them until the finale on Sunday. And that was Gunnar Henderson going 8 bleep. And since then, he's struggled. We stink. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Every weakness has been exposed and almost on a nightly basis. When they play a clean game, which is rare, we're kind of surprised. And to Nolan's point, it never catapults them into a 3 or 4 game winning streak. They follow it up with a dud.
Yeah.
Like a total turd. So when's it going to turn around?
And they
I don't know if it will.
And like Nolan, if Cowser makes that play, then Garcia probably gets out of the inning, without giving it a hit. But I mean, Tampa would have made that play.
Sure. Cowser with the catch, Jackson with the
Tampa
relay,
or Tampa Bay,
or Basayo catching it at home. I mean, that's where I felt bad for Rico, right? Because that's the perfect spot to bring him in, even though you were replacing Cano. I think that was the right call. You hit the batter, Cano, maybe he unravels there. Rico's been lights out. You bring him in to get that final out, keep the lead to just 1 run, and it blew up. I mean, he wasn't going to have an ERA below 1 all year. He gave up that run, and it's still below 1. So.
This is a question that you can't really answer, but just based on, feel and moods. We'll bring out our mood ring, mood watch. 2 years ago, does Colton Cowser make that play?
Yes.
Aaron Hicks. Just throw a dude with a glove out in right field for the Orioles. Somebody winds up making Tony Taters. I mean, there was a degree of difficulty, for sure, and then the throw... Maybe Basayo sweeps, and then he just kind of throws it off the knee. I mean, that's not why they lost. Let's stress that, because they were still losing at the time.
Well,
but it was just kind of, this is the Orioles in a microcosm.
To that point, how much would Mullins have saved them in center field, the plays that he makes in the outfield? I mean, just like we blame the starting pitching a ton, but the defense sucks. So how many outs do they have to get?
No doubt.
A lot of the times.
Yeah,
and 30 pitches, in an inning, a lot of times it's because they get 5 outs.
There was another blooper last night. Can't remember the inning, but Taveras was charging in, and we love Taveras, good defender. But
it was DeLuca.
Again, maybe it's something that was just one of those that was destined to drop in no man's land, no matter what. But I can't help but visualize, like Vinny said, that being a classic Mullins, getting the great jump and maybe having a chance to lay out for it, that type of thing. But
it's not just the outfield defense. The infield defense leaves a lot to be desired.
Yep.
The pitchers aren't exactly a bunch of gold glovers themselves. It's a team right now, and let's break the harsh reality before we hit the break. Transition in the Ravens a little bit. Unless you want to bitch about the Orioles, we're here for you. They're in last place. I mean, it is what it is. Boston's already fired their manager. Toronto's had like 50,000 guys on the injured list, and so the Orioles. I got it, but I'm kind of running out. It's no longer reasons or excuses. It's just kind of maybe the harsh reality of they go in there, look in the mirror. This is kind of who you are, man.
Yeah, and the injuries is nowhere close to what it was the last 2 years when they were completely decimated. Long way to go. We could still get there. Don't let me jinx
about
anything.
it yesterday with Derek. Derek called in when you were out at Owings Mills, Vinny, and he said, even with the hurt guys, if Westberg was coming back in 2 weeks, and Eflin was coming back in 2 weeks. Like, reinforcements are coming. Mm-hmm. They're gone. So of the other hurt guys, who are you expecting to return and change the fortunes of the team? Dean Kramer, probably, I guess.
Colin Selby is going to be the new closer.
Yeah. We'll come back. You want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. News from the Nats, top of the hour. Going to hear from Jesse Minter, Derrick Henry, Simpson, among others. And we got a lot of things going on as we talk about the Ravens. First OTA open to the media. The next one is a week from today. We already know the schedule. We got everything going on in regards to that. No Lamar. I'm not bitching about that today.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the O's-Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. It's your boy Bob here. And look, we've been talking about things that might not be going right for you in whatever walk of life that it is. But one area where you want to be on point and ready to rock and roll is in the bedroom. And let's be honest for a second. We're not 22 years old anymore, and we just don't want to hope things work out. You want them to work, and you want to be confident that they're going to work. And I've been telling you about Blue Chew for quite some time now, and Blue Chew has always been an awesome thing for you to rely on to get yourself where you need to go. But how about Blue Chew Gold? They have upped the game, and this stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast. And here's the deal. Most blue pills only focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further. It combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. It's not just about function anymore. It's about performance, physical and mental. So let's get in the game and let's make it work like it's always worked before with Blue Chew. And there's a special deal for you, the loyal listener to 105.7 The Fan. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with promo code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. We don't want to miss that fly ball to right. We want to get that hit with runners in scoring position. We want to be on the top of the podium when it's time to perform. Don't let the loving get old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This New York Knicks team has the look and feel of the special squad. 22-point comeback game one of the Eastern Conference Finals last night against Cleveland. Jalen Brunson, a true megastar, leading the team, willing the team to victory. If the Knicks win this series against Cleveland, they'll be underdogs against either Oklahoma City or San Antonio. I would say count out the New York Knicks at your own risk. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show, 105.7 The Fan.
You know, you may see somebody different out there every day. Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. Danny's done a great job. You know, he's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes.
That's Jesse Minter, new Ravens head coach, his first OTA, first media setting in the OTA part of his offseason. Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send a request, passport, text on 410-583-1057. But center, who will that person be? We don't know. He was talking about Danny Pinter. And we were hearing yesterday when you were gone from Dwayne Ledford talking about his philosophies as the O-line coach. But Danny Pinter and Gwynn, who was with the Ledford in Arizona. All right, we got it. Nick Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder's son, he was there yesterday, undrafted out of Penn State. Then you have Corey Bullock, the Maryland kid, who's now a couple years in the league. But, you know, as you heard Jesse Minter say, Vinny, I don't know, without saying it, and we don't know yet.
Yeah.
we're good.
Well,
we're going to figure it out.
Can't tell till they got the pads
Right.
on, and Pinter was the one who was taking all the reps with the ones yesterday. You know, so how does he look? He looked fine. I mean, they all look fine right now, you know. I mean, so I will say this, Bob. You know, I thought Ronnie Stanley probably looked in the best shape I've ever seen. You know, he was lean. He looked really good. He looked like he was having fun, and he was moving around very well, you know. So I think, you know, they want athletic offensive linemen. That's what it looks like to me, because Ronnie looks like he's lost some weight, you know, and they had Emory Jones at right tackle, backup right tackle. Okay. I didn't see him at guard. Rosengarten, the only thing I did notice about him was in one of the, they just pushed him right back to the quarterback. You know, that was the
really?
thing. Yeah. That was the thing that I noticed. Like, he didn't put his foot in the ground and anchor. That was the thing that I did notice about him. Now, Vanga was at right guard. Every snap that I saw, he was at right guard. And the thing that I liked, the thing that impressed me about him was, I mean, he's got a real good ankle, just because he's like thick everywhere, you know, from his ankles to his neck. He's thick and he's hard to move. But I thought the thing that I really liked was when he got, and this may sound dumb, But in his stance, he's got a beautiful look because his back is perfectly flat. I mean, it's just how you want it. Because when you come off, you can come off low, and you come off with a flat back. That's what you're talking. He's already got his flat back in his stance, and he comes out low and hard, which I was impressed with. When I noticed him, I said, "Man, it's a beautiful stance." That's what I noticed about him. But I mean, they're not coming off hitting it; they're coming off and just grabbing, because they don't want any contact other than Derrick Henry getting a little.
Now, when we come back, we've got news from the Nats. Going to hear more from Jesse Minter, talking about Benga, talking about Lamar and everything else. The young tight ends, how are they looking as, Kohler and Isaiah Likely have moved on to other destinations. So if you want to get in, ask Vinny questions about what he saw yesterday. First OTA open to the media. Feel free to do so at 410-583-1057. Whip Around coming up at 11:15. Talk about that epic Eastern Conference Final Game 1 as the Knicks come from behind and do something that has rarely been done in the National Basketball Association. And the Orioles, they're taking on the Rays, trying to avoid the sweep. We know it's Shane Baz against his former team. Still waiting on the lineup. Hey, Jackson Holiday just got called up. Why not bench him 2 of the 3 games? You know what I'm saying?
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Memorial Day savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. I've seen him in action. I've seen those Hyundai salespeople and Kevin. They're unbelievable in action. Mike, we saw Mike when we were there. He had a hat trick by 10 o'clock in the morning. He was selling 3 cars at one time. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon, $4.41 today, gas price. And make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. And go see Kevin. He's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes. I definitely need a car wash, but, with all the pollen all over my car, it's green. And an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. Memorial Day savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're trying to stay cool indoors this summer, now's the perfect time to upgrade your kitchen during Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, plus refrigerators, ranges, dishwashers, beverage centers, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for the warmer months ahead. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor really know their stuff. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay.
Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish was let down by a lack of run support in last night's game. He only surrendered 2 runs while working into the 6th. Had it not been for an extremely inflated pitch count in the first inning, he could have gone much deeper and helped save the pen a little bit more. But overall, he did more than enough to give the O's a chance to win.
This one sucks. Can't really give up a homer right there, especially late in the game. It's just a frustrating one because I felt like I did a lot of things well today. Battled with guys on base, got out of jams, and they had 4 hits.
With the loss, the Orioles fell to 21-28 on the season, which has them sitting in the basement of the AL East. They'll try to salvage a win in this afternoon's finale, first pitch at 1:10. This fan flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. Don't let a bad call by a bad driver cost you the game. Dubo Law is here to fight for you. If you've been injured in a car accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News from the Nest here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear, favorite female artist events, any requests, Plaza Port text line at 410-583. 1057. It's Vinny Haynie, Bob Haynie, V. Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass. OTAAs open to the media yesterday. Jesse Minter meeting with the masses. Real quick, what's the media throng there yesterday?
There was a lot of people there. And Bob, now, practice started at 12:30, so at 12:15, they're taking the people. Now you got to go through the front door because you got to go through security.
What, the main entrance?
Yep. You got to go through the main entrance, and then there's the security thing like the airport. You got to walk through, I guess, for guns and everything else. And then you got to walk through the building to go outside to practice. So it's more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, because you usually go in that one little side, the door where the media room is.
And then you walk outside with them.
Right.
No, not anymore. Now you got to walk through the main entrance and go through security and then out through their offices.
Better safe than sorry.
Yep.
Let's keep it real here. But anyway, Jesse Minter meeting with the media. And here's Jesse talking about Lamar Jackson. And he wasn't there yesterday, but ultimately his expectations for number 8 and the OTAs this year.
Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
To me, enough said. I don't think it's a big deal. He told him, hey, these days I'm going to be gone. Cool. He's been there, and all the media people and everybody has said that he's been there throughout. So, I've no reason not to believe that. And this is the only time that he's missed.
But
okay.
let's go back to when they had the voluntary camp in April. which he showed up for. If he wouldn't have showed up to that, because we both said, and Nolan wouldn't, because Nolan's always been anti-Lamar not showing up, not a big deal.
Right.
New offense, new coach,
right?
New players, et cetera, et cetera. If he wouldn't have been at the April stuff, would it have been a bigger deal if he wasn't there yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. Because I think it sent a message that, hey, I'm all in with these coaches when he showed up day one of that camp.
Right.
Which
was not open to the media.
Right. So by him missing now and them saying that he's been there, and seems like Jesse has communication with him, so with Lamar. So I think they're on the same page. And if he's there, Bob, now if he's not there next Wednesday, then it's like, oh, come on. That's 2 weeks in a row. He's got stuff going on. Then, okay. Then it'll be talked about. But right now, the way Jesse handled it perfectly, it's not an issue.
Now, you mentioned Jesse and Lamar and, corresponding, as Minter has said. Here's Jesse Minter, and we'll put a fork in this one, at least for today. What is your relationship like with Lamar Jackson? Because people keep asking.
Just a chance, like a very quick, brief interaction to sort of meet in person, face-to-face, say hello. Nothing really more than that. And just love every chance that we get to spend together. We've had a lot of good meetings together, talking through things. And so all those interactions, build what you hope to be obviously a long-standing, great relationship, and certainly headed in the right direction there.
I'm guessing, Bob, just because of what we heard from Eric about their talks contract-wise in the past, texts. I'm guessing that with Jesse and Lamar, they're not long conversations, would be my guess. And I've never talked to Lamar, so I don't know if he sits down and, talks for a long time. I don't know, but just my impression would be it's quick conversations.
Now, Lamar Jackson is going to be an integral part of what the Ravens are trying to do here in 2026. Get to the Super Bowl, live up to expectations. Another guy's Derrick Henry, who was there yesterday and met with the media. And here's number 22, was asked about his first impressions of the new head coach, Jesse Minter.
The guy that's hungry, somebody that wanted his opportunity and presented himself. He took advantage of it, and excited to be here. Excited to get to work, put the work in, so we get the results we want.
I think the players seem like they're very enthusiastic out there. Tyler Huntley's having a blast out there, and he looks good, out there. But they just seem like they're having fun, and it's all new right now. So I would imagine that they all, are having fun. It's still weird, Bob, watching a full practice and not hearing, seeing Harbs walking around out there. You're hearing Jesse Minter, with the defense over there, and Declan Doyle is calling the offensive stuff, whereas Monken would always be when they were doing routes on air. Monken took over that, and he was standing in the back, telling everybody what to do and everything. Declan's a little quieter than that.
It's news for the Nest. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Nolan McGraw's on the other side of glass. We'll bring him in a second. But you mentioned Declan Doyle. Here's Derrick Henry talking about how much time he and the new OC have corresponded and trying to get on the same page here.
I think right now, we all just trying to learn everything, learn each other. Everything is so new, but also approach each and every day like a pro. And come out here and work, just be detailed in the meetings. It's everything I said before. Not so much about scheme, but studying, learning, putting in the work every day, letting it show. Come out here and try to make each other better.
I think one of the biggest things, they are still learning probably a lot. And they do have to study because I'm sure they're installing more stuff as they go also. So, and Harbs always used to say, play fast. How do you play fast? You know what you're doing. And so I think some of the guys out there now they don't play as fast because they got to think a little bit more right now.
Derrick Henry is expected to be yet another premier performer running the football here for the Ravens in 2025. And we're going to hear Henry talking about Adam Randall as the shows go on this week. But what were your impressions of the other running backs behind Derrick Henry here?
Bob,
mine is Keaton Mitchell, for instance.
I'm glad you brought that up because, I was, talking with some of the media and stuff, and everybody brought up Keaton because there is no back that is out there that you go and you say, "Wow, speed-wise, that there is not that." There is nobody with that kind of explosiveness or that kind of speed. Ali looks like, he doesn't jump out at you.
Gotcha.
Justice Hill is Justice Hill. He's going to show up more, Bob, when the pads come on because of pass blocking and those kind of things. But he looked good running routes and everything. He looked like he did a couple years ago, when he had his real good year. I thought he looked very good. Now, Bob, we'll talk Adam Randall. I didn't see him really get too many, but I did see him and Derrick Henry next to each other. And, we talk about Randall's a big guy. No, he's not. Not compared to Derrick Henry. Bob, right. It's two different body types. Derrick Henry got guns, ripped, all that. Randall was a receiver. Looked like he's been a receiver. He needs to get in the weight room,
Because he's listed at, 225, 230.
230, yeah.
Does he look that or no?
Yeah, he's 6'3".
Yeah.
And Derrick Henry's listed at 250. But, Derrick Henry got a man body.
Yeah.
And Randall has a receiver body. So it's totally different right now. And hopefully Randall looks at him like, damn, I better get in the weight room,
Yeah, he wants to look like Nolan McGraw when it's all said and done with the man body. We'll come back with the whip around what happened in the world of sports last night. A couple of things. Epic Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. Game 2 in the West comes up tonight. And we got Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And there was a coaching change in the NBA as well. We'll get into that and more. A couple of cool things happened on this day in Orioles history. Today is May the 20th. You want to talk about the Orioles and their woes, the woes of the O's, well documented, now officially in last place in the American League East. But the American League is so mediocre, they're only 2.5 out of the wild card. I think last year at this time, they were already like 7 or 8 games out of the wild card spot. But it feels like that's going to be inevitable. Can they turn it around? Even an optimistic guy like myself is starting to doubt whether or not this team has it in them to do anything above 500. And the Ravens, you like the Orioles. Disappointing team in 2025. Like the Orioles, they got rid of their coach. Orioles whacked old Hyder about a year ago. Harbs lost his job after the Steelers finale. Both teams expected to do great things. Well, the Orioles are still on the suck train. Are the Ravens in the same boat? I don't know about all that.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the O's Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. It's Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles taking on the Tampa Bay Rays coming up at 1:10. We'll have all of that for you, at least the score for the final hour of our program. We'll have the AL East report coming up at 1:15. So stick around for that. But Shane Boz on the hill for the Orioles. He's 1-5 with a 5.26. Still waiting on the lineup. Steven Matz, 4-1 with a 3.86. Veteran lefty for Tampa. Fresh off the IL, as you recall. In his younger days, decade plus ago, when the Mets had that dominant rotation of Syndergaard and DeGrom and Matt Harvey, he was part of it. Doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but still crafty enough. Get people out there. Lineup: Simpson's in left field, Camanero's at third, Aranda the DH. Vilade is in first base, Palacios second base, DeLucas in right field, Cedric Mullins, our boy, in center field, Fiducia's behind the plate, and Walls. Shortstop for the Rays coming in here at 32-15, 18-5 at the Trop. The Orioles last place, 21-25, 9-16 on the road. So we'll have more of that coming your way in a few. In the NBA last night, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1. Epic game. Cleveland's up 22 late in the fourth quarter at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks hadn't played 9 days after drubbing Philadelphia in their round of the playoffs over the last 30 years. Teams that had been up 22 points in the closing minutes of a fourth quarter were 594-1. You like your chances. That's Teofilo Stevenson as Cuban heavyweight in the amateur ranks in the 70s and 80s. But then the fourth quarter happened, then overtime happened, and then a heartbreak happened for Cleveland.
Back to a 2-point lead, 26 seconds remaining. Don't want to give up a three. Brunson with Harden on him. Brunson on the drive, the floater, bank shot. It's good. Picks up Brunson. Brunson brilliant in that fourth quarter. Drives, gets past Harden, gets inside. The floater's up and good. Jalen Brunson once again, and it's a 4-point Nick Lees.
That thing got crazy in the fourth quarter and then kind of became puffy pants in overtime. Jalen Brunson was incredible down the stretch and in overtime. He had 38 points, 115 to 104 in OT. Nolan, did you watch the game?
I did not. No.
James Harden. I would have done it. I would have tried to trip Brunson or something. I would have used my 6 fouls over the course of the final 3 minutes of the game. James Harden got cooked. And another thing that's forgotten, as Brunson getting the brunt of, no pun intended, the credit, and rightfully so. Landry Shamet made some huge threes down the stretch as Donovan Mitchell was feeling that pain. Cleveland very challenged defensively in the backcourt, and the Knicks took advantage of that in a big, big way. So the Cavaliers, coming off that tough 7-game series against the Pistons, up 22, cruising. Kenny Atkinson would not call his timeouts as they slowed the tempo, which is basically just said, hey, come on, let's kill our momentum, let them get into it. Then maybe complacency sets in. But Cleveland's got it with Mobley and with Jared Allen. They can D you up in the paint, but on the perimeter, they leave a lot to be desired, and the Knicks took advantage of it. Donovan Mitchell did have 29 after the game. He's like, hey, we could have lost by 30. It's just one loss. There are different levels of loss. I mean, you lose by 30, you're getting puffy pants. You're like, we got our asses kicked. We'll see them tomorrow. But when you're up 22 on the road, 5 minutes left in the game, and you blow the lead and lose in overtime, that is golden opportunity lost. Because whatever sport it is, 7-game series, you want to split on the road and try to gain home field advantage, or home court in this case, advantage. They let that slip away. And I like Donovan Mitchell. I'm sure he was pissed off, and he should be, for what happened last night. But they lose game 2 tomorrow. I'm saying 5 games tops.
Yeah.
Their golden opportunity was last night. Now, if they bounce back and win tomorrow, hey, thumbs up, hats off to them. Then the Knicks going to be kicking themselves like, man, we're down 22, and we just pissed away home court advantage. But last night was a brutal loss for Cleveland. How do they respond? Again, we'll find out tomorrow night. Western Conference Finals, that resumes tonight. Remember, San Antonio won in overtime at OKC in Game 1. Victor Wembanyama, 41-24, banging threes late that ties the game. 7'5" guys drilling threes. Come on. They Nerf hoop. It's like regular hoop. But they got Game 2, so now OKC trying to regain it, or get a split so they can go to San Antonio and maybe regain home court advantage there. Because the NBA playoffs through the first couple of rounds, underwhelming. Not a lot of drama, a lot of blowouts, a lot of double-digit finales. But at least for the first 2 games of the conference finals, some epic performances for sure. So it's OKC, San Antonio tonight at Oklahoma City, Game 2, Western Conference Finals, which we'll talk about, obviously, tomorrow. Speaking of the NBA, Jason Kidd out in Dallas. He gone.
Yeah, and Bob, I mean, he's not the one that, traded Luka and did all that.
That guy's gone too.
Yeah. So I guess they want to start over. He's going to get a job quickly.
I mean, he was in Milwaukee, but he got kind of bum rushed out of the Bucks. I don't think Giannis got along with him all that great. But Dallas, they were in the finals 2 years ago.
Yep.
And they lost to the Boston Celtics. Then they made that blockbuster trade. Luka for Anthony Davis, who's now with the Wizards. So that'll go down as one of the worst trades in sport. Yep. Forget about basketball, sports history. That was a dreadful trade. And, the people that were running that thing, they're feeling the heat there. It's the Whip Around, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Stanley Cup playoffs resume tonight. Western Conference Finals, Vinny. Vegas at Colorado.
Yeah, and Vegas is a big underdog, Bob, in this series. And Colorado was the number 1 team in the league, and Carolina was number 2. And that's kind of who we're expecting. Carolina's playing tomorrow night against Montreal. So Carolina's a big favorite in that one. More than likely, Bob, we're not going to see a Game 7 in these two series.
Okay.
I think they both could go fairly quickly, 5 or 6 games. Like we talked about, Carolina has swept both series. They played 8 games. Montreal has had 2 7-gamers in overtime, both of them, too. So basically, they played 15 games. Carolina has played 8.
Could we see different sports, but maybe similar when the East starts, where Montreal come out like Cleveland did last night because they played more recently and maybe get an early advantage, and then Carolina starts to impose? Or could it just be the best team once the puck drops? For face-off says the best team will win it.
You would think, Bob, that tomorrow night Carolina's got to have a little rust after having 10 days off. That's what you would expect. And, Montreal has played, just the other night, a Game 7, and maybe they wear down in the third period of that game. So we'll see. But it's a good point.
Whip around. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, going to hear from him in a few minutes, so stick around for that. Today is May the 20th. This day in Orioles history, 1996. Unbelievably, 30 years ago. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. The then California Angels were in town. And Orioles clobber them 13-1. By the way, if you remember, old enough, Nolan, you were born in 96, if I'm not mistaken. The Orioles, that team set the record for most home runs in a season by a team. They could bash. And they were bashing this night. Brady Anderson hit his 16th. Robbie Alomar, Bobby Bonilla both went deep and drove in 4 runs. David Wells picked up the win, 13-1. Orioles over the California Angels. How about 10 years ago? Out in L.A., the now Los Angeles Angels, Joey Rickert, as our buddy Ross Grimsley used to call him, Joey Bag of Base Hits. Well, he had a home run. So did Chris Davis, and so did Manny, and so did Mark Trumbo, who led the majors in home runs that year. Michael Gibbons gets the win as the Orioles beat Los Angeles 9-4. And then Nolan, the good old days of 3 years ago. Austin Hayes, Ribby, drives in Ryan Mountcastle in the top of the 10th. And the Orioles, they beat the Toronto Blue Jays 6-5. Ryan O'Hearn, Cedric Mullins both hit home runs. Felix Bautista, he got the win. What do they all have in common outside of Mountie and Bautista? They're all gone.
Well,
all gone.
Bautista and Mountcastle might as well be gone.
Yeah, they're on the IR. That was 3 years ago. It seemed like that party was never going to end. Now it's become a party where Freddy Krueger is coming out there and dicing people up. And the Orioles lost again last night. You want to get in and talk about that? You can at 410-583-1057. We'll talk about the Birds. Matt Wyrick, Baltimore Sun, top of the hour. Cordell Woodland will be joining us at 12:30, get his impressions of what he saw yesterday at OTAAS. Going to hear more from Jesse Minter. Going to hear more from Derrick Henry and John Simpson, right now the starting left guard for Baltimore. So get in here. You want to rag on the Orioles, we're listening. You want to praise them, say, hey, nothing to see here, please disperse. We'll listen to that. I think right now we're kind of like not agreeing because as we sit here at 11:27 on it's 11:28 now, May the 20th. They're in last place. No, that's not where we wanted them.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer. It's almost here. Baseball season, cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. This is the season that we wait for. So if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner, which I bet you that would feel really good the last couple of days with these 95-degree temperatures, check out Town Appliances Memorial Day event, which is happening right now. From premium grills and pizza ovens to outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners, and luxury kitchen appliances, they've got everything to get your home ready for summer. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. I've been there. Beautiful facility. And they have everything that you would want, everything that you would need, appliance-wise. They have it, or they can get it, and the price is right. I can tell you that firsthand. Mayor and Mayor, they made the process easy for me with my GE fridge, and they genuinely care about helping customers find out what works best for their home. That's what they did with me. And they didn't have in stock my GE refrigerator. So we went online, found it, and in 2 days I had it, and they delivered it. Delivery was beautiful. They took the old refrige, which was awesome for me. Now they have flexible financing. Like I said, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, which is awesome because you know what? They guarantee the price. They'll compare with anybody. So why go anywhere else then? Now's a great time to upgrade your home for summer before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits. So stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So whether you're looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings, Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have been back at the Castle this week for the start of organized team activities. We're still a ways away from the real action of training camp, but yesterday's session, which was open to the media, did offer some notable moments, including a brief injury scare for Derrick Henry. He was one of the few vets in attendance for the voluntary practice and was seen favoring his knee a bit after colliding with another player, but he cleared everything up when speaking later in the afternoon.
After I got off, I probably laid there too long. I seen everybody's faces, but I was fine. Yeah, just banged knees, and I was fine. But just try to take care of my body, get some body work throughout the offseason just so I'm ready during this time and when camp comes.
And history was made at the Garden last night as the Knicks stormed all the way back from a 22-point fourth-quarter deficit to stun the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. It was the second largest postseason fourth-quarter comeback in the last 30 years, and who else but Jalen Brunson to lead the way? He scored 38 points and drilled a game-tying three with 19 seconds remaining in regulation. The series continues tomorrow night in New York. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Baby, nowhere to hide. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send your request plus for text line at 410-583-1057. Orioles lineup is out. 110 first pitch, series finale against the Tampa Bay Rays. Shane Baz on the hill against his former team is 1-5, 526. Last start was last Friday against the Nats, which was a loss for the Orioles. Taylor Ward's in left field. Did lead off with a homer yesterday. His great. Second homer of the year. Gun shows at shortstop. Adley behind the plate. Pete Alonso's at first. Muscles in right field. New to the show, that's Tyler O'Neill. He's got muscles. Sammy Basayo, DH, batting sixth. Jeremiah Jackson is at second base, batting seventh. Weston Wilson, he's at third base, batting eighth. And Blaze Alexander, bringing the speed. He's in center field, batting ninth. No Kobe Mayo against the lefty. And no Jackson Holiday against Steven Matz. So he got called up minutes before the game Monday.
Yep.
Against the lefty in a tough one in Shane McClanahan. And Matz has been tough throughout his career, but he's a 1-1 pick. You activated him for the series.
Yep.
And you kind of knew, and only get in here on this one too, because we're going to talk about the Orioles and Rays of these trades of recent vintage. You knew Matz was due to come off the IL for this game. What the hell did you bring him up for?
Yep.
If he's not going to play, I don't care if he's 0 for his career against left-handed pitching. He's the first pick in the draft. He busted his ass to get back up here. And we can sit here and say whether or not he'll pan out to be a number one guy, that level of a performer. We don't know. What's he, 22 years old? And I wouldn't say he's a bust by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, a shaky rookie year, acceptable last year. Is he a great second baseman? No. But you took him number one for a reason. Why not just play him? You're already in last place. And I know Jeremiah Jackson has earned at-bats. But Blaze and Weston Wilson and all this stuff, I'd rather see Mayo out there. You know what I mean?
I'm right there with you. And then, Bob, and then they pinch hit for him last night, too.
Yeah, so, I mean, it makes no sense to me if you're a number one dude, and before he got called up to the Orioles, he was the number one prospect in baseball.
Yep.
So he went from drafted number one to living up to that number, not just on the Fan and all orange Kool-Aid drinkers. Keith Law, Kylie McDaniel, pick a scout. Jim Bowden said he was the top prospect in baseball. Throw him out there. Let's go. Let's roll. What are we waiting for here?
Will he end up being a superstar player? I don't know.
No
but
clue.
I can tell you this. If you never let him face left-handed pitching, he won't be a superstar. Show me a superstar in this league that you essentially relegate to a platoon role where you're not going to let him face a lefty or a righty. And I know lefties are more infrequent than righties in the league. That's the point here. But it's ridiculous. In a long, long list of things that we have grown frustrated with in Mike Elias over the last couple of years, this might be at the top of the list. And it's not just Jackson Holiday. It's been plenty of other top-regarded prospects in this organization. For some reason, Adley Rutschman was different, even though he's the 1-1. I don't get that. He seems like even Gunnar, I think, was kind of hid from lefties in the early stages of, or when he came up late in the season.
Switch hitter, and he did pay his dues. You know what I mean? And he was in the minors for 2-3 years. Keep in mind they lost the season because of COVID there in 2020, but it's not like he went right from being drafted number 1 to making the All-Star team. I mean, he had to wait a couple seasons to get his flowers for sure.
I think, Bob, you made the best point. They're in last frickin' place. Who gives, I
mean, you care. You still want to win.
No, I know.
It can't get any worse.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
That's it can't be. So why not play him? And like you said, 1-1 lefty, I don't give a crap.
I mean, Basayo, now he's been able to play against lefties. Right. He's starting to hit.
And then Mayo, too, Bob. He's hitting the ball good, too, and it's a lefty. Let him play. Who gives a crap about Wilson and some of these other guys?
I'm with you 100%. I can see Blaze playing center field, even though it's not his chosen position, positional versatility. But Jackson Holiday was called up on Monday, and he hasn't started in 2 of the 3 games. It makes no sense to me.
No.
I'm flabbergasted. And then again, no, I'm not. Just kind of
seen it before.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you were talking to Mike Elias over the past couple months about any sort of where's the hope for the rest of the season? You can't point to Jordan Westberg, you can't point to the pitchers that are done for the year, but Jackson Holiday was that biggest piece remaining. All right, this is the missing piece from the lineup that maybe can spark something. We really believe in him. They'll say all the great things about him, then you bring him up and don't play him. It's a completely backwards mentality. It's got to change. It just has to. So the Mayo thing, this is something where I don't know how the game's going to play out, but let's say it's like last night where it's close in the later innings. You're into the bullpen by that point. A righty's coming out of the pen. Is Albernaz quick to pinch hit Kobe Mayo for maybe a quick burst of power to try to get back in the game? Yeah. That's where I'm questioning where's the disconnect between Albernaz and the in-game decisions and Elias or whatever team, whoever's making the lineup. Sure. There's disconnect there. Like I can all right, we hate the matchups thing, but you understand the reasoning, right? It's at least it is a reason. It's not just random. But then when you get into the game, how do you adjust, right? Because it's not going to be a lefty on the mound for all 9 innings.
Well, I get the matchup thing, but have these guys earned enough, I don't know, equity? All right, you're right-handed, so you're going to play against the lefty. Yeah, but I mean, Tyler O'Neill can't hit left-handed pitching.
You're 3-9 against lefties.
I mean, I get it. I mean, you're paying him, et cetera, et cetera. A mistake, by the way, by Mike Elias. What I would have done, since apparently positional versatility is a thing now, I'd have played Jackson at third, Holiday, played Jeremiah at second because he's earned at-bats, and Weston Wilson. I know you hit a home run. That's all very touching, but no. Let's go. Let's get this show on the road. Let's see what we got here with some of these younger guys. Again, they're in last place. They have a negative run differential. How much worse can it get?
Yep.
After all that hoopla over Holiday getting reps at third base the past couple weeks, we're so anxious to see how it would work out. Yeah. Again, to go back to Vinny's point, how could it be any worse? We're not super confident in Holiday changing positions, but the defense has been so bad that you might as well do it. All this build-up, and then we don't even get to see it. Are we even going to see it this weekend?
And the hitting hadn't been good, by anybody. A couple guys.
Yeah. Well, point is, Tyler O'Neill's not wearing out lefties, which he was signed to do. Taylor Ward's doing all right, but Jackson Holiday here for 3 games. He's riding a bench for 2 of them. Maybe we'll see. And he got pinch hit for last night, too. So please make it make sense. We'll come back, talk to Nolan a little more in depth. Matt Wyrick, Baltimore Sun, talk to him about the Orioles in last place. Buy or sell. Where's the midweek money? Stick around for that. And then Cordell Woodland. Talk to him about OTAAs. No Lamar, no big deal, we don't think. But if he's not there next week, does it start becoming kind of a deal at all?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the O's-Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This
is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Is it really a hot take to say the Cleveland Cavaliers should consider firing head coach Kenny Atkinson after his performance in Game 1 last night against the Knicks? Atkinson takes 2 timeouts into overtime when his team is clearly fatigued. James Harden's a traffic cone trying to cover Jalen Brunson, doesn't try and do something different. If you're the Cavaliers, why don't you bring back David Blatt? Do something different. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
The active pro baseball season continues through Memorial Day weekend with a series of matchups scheduled for Monday. We'll see Arizona at San Francisco, Philly head out to San Diego, Toronto host Miami, and Los Angeles take on Colorado at home.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space.
Come on, guys. Mill cleats on a seat.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Oh, Cher. I don't know if you did this on purpose. I think Cher's birthday's today. 80.
No idea.
Cher is 80.
I'm taking credit, though.
Look at you. Regular Casey Kasem over there. But me and Vinny, I've known who Cher has been and is my entire life. I've known who Cher is forever.
Well, they had the TV show, Sonny and Cher.
Sonny and Cher, and then she was married to Greg Allman, and she had all sorts of crazy stuff going on in her life. But I've known who Cher is as long as I've been walking the face of this planet.
No doubt.
And I was single digits when that song came out. So Cher, happy 80th birthday to you.
I think it's Cordell's birthday today, too. Not 100%. We can ask him about it at 12:30.
Does he know Cher?
That I don't know. That I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure he knows who she is, but I mean, is he,
a super fan?
Introduced to her, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, well, we'll find out at 12:30.
Cher used to like the heavy metal bands back in the 80s and early 90s there. Nolan, what's going on in your world as we get to the top of the hour and Matt Wyrick talking about the Orioles?
We love a hot take here. If it's a good one, I guess that's the way to put it. There's an art to the hot take, right? If you can present an out there opinion, and even if I don't agree with it, the word choice, right? Just presenting it and you at least make me stop and say, I didn't really think about that.
Right.
There's a specialty to that. The guy that we always rip in the hot take realm and join the club, it's Stephen A. Smith, or Screamin' A, as we affectionately call him here on the show. Well, he was doing a lot of screaming, hooting and hollering here the past couple of weeks, and I wanted to get to this because this steps a little more beyond the typical Stephen A. If you missed it, a little back and forth with Celtic star player Jaylen Brown, who this all stemmed from Jaylen not really wasting any time after Boston was eliminated from the playoffs. Immediately hopped on his Twitch stream, playing video games, talking, I don't know, and said that this season was the most fun he's had playing basketball, the best season of his career, blah, 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 even though he's won the finals before. Read between the lines, Jason Tatum was missing most of the year. Jaylen Brown was the star player. He ran the show. He was all NBA worthy, so you can understand it on a personal level.
MVP level guy for a while.
Yes, but maybe not a good look, which Stephen A. pointed out. It wasn't really a hot take. His co-hosts agreed with him, said, hey, man, it's probably not the best thing to say. People are going to speculate on this. People like us are going to rip into it. Well, Jaylen Brown wasn't having it. Strong words for Stephen A. and a follow-up.
Stephen A., Stephen A., Stephen B., Stephen C., my offer still stands. You want me to be quiet and stop streaming? Well, I want you to be quiet and get off these networks. Because you're not using your platform to do real journalism. You're using your platform to use clickbait.
Not the first time we've heard that, directed at Stephen A. Smith for sure, but Stephen A., he's not going to let that slide. He's got to get content out of it, which leads us to a 7-minute monologue. Don't worry, I saved you the trouble.
We are at the top of the hour.
Yes, we got this down to a good 30 seconds here from Stephen A., and this is where things take a pretty bad turn.
Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? You understand? Locker room? How the organization might think about you? How the city may feel about you? How Jason Tatum may or may not have feel about you? Sneaker deals, endorsement deals, the list goes on and on. The season is over, bro. You on Twitch, trying to do what I do and talking about me needing to step away. It makes no sense. When you're talking about clickbait and all of that stuff, somebody told you one of the best ways to get it is to bring up my name.
So you're basically, I mean, look, we go back to the word choice. The delivery's on point. You can never knock Stephen A. for that.
That was a hard right-hand counterpunch right there.
But Jaylen Brown calls you out, says you're not a real journalist. Well, no, you're not. Well, at least you haven't been for decades in your career. You started there, you grinded up to TV, and this is what you do now. You're not a real journalist. What's the response to that? Yeah, you're right, Jaylen Brown. I'm a commentator. It's my job to do this. Maybe I ruffle feathers some wrong way. So your response to being called unethical, if you will, in a roundabout way, is to say, yeah, I'll get unethical. How about I start reporting all this dirt that I know about you behind the scenes? Well, if you knew that stuff to be true, why is it a secret? Why aren't you talking about it on your show?
Right.
I mean, so you're basically threatening a player who got under your skin because he decided to chirp back at you over something that really it shouldn't have even gone this far. So it's ridiculous, right? So Stephen A., you give him crap for a lot of things. You can knock him for his takes. You can knock him for the obnoxiousness and the, I don't know.
Narcissism's pretty high.
Well, and it's going to ramp up with the Knicks stuff this week, so get used to that. But for this, like, you're doing exactly what he's calling you out for. And this is where even other media people, like Nick Wright, not exactly a peach in his own right. I mean, he gets hated. He's dunking on Stephen A. You're making us all look bad. That's what he's saying. So in the radio realm, we don't do what Stephen A. does. A little lesser. We have fun here.
Yeah.
But
most of the time.
We try.
Yeah.
I guess the point is, like, I'm not going to put my foot in my mouth like that and start threatening a player, saying I know something that the rest of the public doesn't.
Well, that's the line crossing that a lot of these, because I didn't hear those comments. I don't even know what Twitch is, to be totally honest with you.
I don't either. Live streaming, essentially.
I do know what it is now, but a lot of former players, like the Matt Barneses and the who's the pick from Kenyon Martin, those guys aren't having it. It's like you're crossing the line. Like, okay, you're in the locker room, and he was a beat reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Mm-hmm. But then again, some will say he had his lips on Allen Iverson's ass for many years, and he lost some objectivity there. Same with the Floyd Mayweather and the boxing stuff. Hey, Joe Rogan called him out for not knowing what the hell he was talking about when he came to the MMA and the UFC because he was spouting off with the hot takes. That guy, Stephen A. Smith, has made a brilliant career out of doing exactly what he does. He's made millions and millions of dollars, but the ego's got to the point. And narcissism, I believe, is a sign of mental illness. If you really start digging deep into like the psychological things where people just think they're above everything and the world revolves around them. It's like, dude, you're like not living in a real reality. You're living in your own reality. He's talking about running for president. Like seriously, I thought Donald Trump, and I'm not getting into politics, I thought he was goofing when he first threw it out there years ago. And then it just kind of picked up steam to the point where, hello, here's our reality. I mean, you really how much level of ego does it take to even talk about running for president when you have zero political experience at all, other than being a guy screaming and yelling about sports? And if you watch First Take, and we only have the picture, not the volume, if you're not a fan of the Cowboys, the Knicks, who else? Steelers, or just pick a certain
Lakers.
Lakers, LeBron. Sorry, we're not really talking. If you like baseball or hockey, forget about it.
Yeah.
On First Take, McAfee will cover the wide world of sports because, it's a sports talk sort of thing. But Screaming A lot of people say he's crossed the line. Kevin Durant hates him. LeBron confronted him, as we've all seen on video. And now Jason Tatum. We were watching him when he had his rebuttal the other day. And I said during a commercial break, he's got the open forum. He's in a position of strength, Stephen A. Smith. Jaylen Brown's on Twitch playing video games. Stephen A. could get on here for 8 hours and pontificate and then do his radio show.
He can and will.
And his podcast. So now it's become a bigger story than what the hell's actually going on here, which is, the NBA Finals, and ESPN actually broadcasts hockey, and you wouldn't know it by watching on most of these shows.
Nope.
This makes and we love to bring it up, him walking into the arena and the ESPN cameras catching him like he's a player. Look at what Stephen A's wearing, or walking into the game tonight. He's got the little swag walk to him.
When Indiana finished him in I think it was the semifinals. Yeah. And even Dan Patrick, who's a big an icon at ESPN as Stephen A. ever was, he's like, really? He was more pissed at ESPN for allowing that to become. I mean, you're letting a personality overshadow the game that you're broadcasting. He has become the bigger story than a Game 7.
Yeah, I guess the last point here, I mean, very rarely that I'll agree with Nick Wright, but maybe his most poignant part of his take was just saying that, like, look, man, like, you're the top of the chain, the food chain in terms of money in sports commentary and TV and all that stuff. Stephen A makes like $100 million, something like that. Jaylen Brown makes $300 million. You know, bench players in the NBA blow you out of the water. So you've reached the pinnacle in terms of, you know, what we can monetize in this realm, and you don't even scratch the surface, at least in terms of cultural like significance of the players that you're commenting on. Like, know your role. Have the hot takes, just don't do the dirty crap.
Yeah. Well, Cosell kind of did that 50 years ago, but maybe not to that level. Cosell wouldn't hint that he's got dirt on you. He'd share the dirt that he had. We'll come back, Matt Wyrick. We'll have some dirt on the Orioles, last place in the American League East. Hey, but they're only 2.5 out of the wild card. Hooray. Buy or sell coming up around 12:15. Count this midweek money. And then Cordell Woodland shares his thoughts on OTAs. Open next week on Wednesday. Lamar's not there this week. If he's not there next week, does it become a story? And when do we start getting some intel on that contract extension?
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda, Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, sale priced way below MSRP. Fuel-efficient hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family-owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. and going to the 55+ plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The center position continues to be the Ravens' one glaring need as OTAs ramp up this week. During yesterday's practice session, Danny Pinter was seen taking a majority of the starting reps over other in-house candidates like Corey Bullock and Nick Dawkins. Is this something we can read into moving forward? Jesse Minter says they still have a long way to go before finding their starter.
You know, you may see somebody different out there every day. Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. Danny's done a great job. You know, he's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. The whole idea of the offseason is to put yourself in position to compete for the job in training camp.
And last night at the Trop, the Orioles turned in an embarrassing offensive effort while losing to the Rays 4-1. Kyle Bradish kept Tampa Bay's lineup in check with just 2 runs allowed while working into the 6th, but Baltimore could never come up with the game-changing swing they needed, finishing the night 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. The series will wrap up this afternoon at 1:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. We'll be hearing from him in a couple minutes when we get to buy or sell. And later on in the hour, he's got some interesting things to talk about with the Orioles in their past trades, recent trades with the Rays, and how it's working out for both sides here. Shane Baz, for instance, on the hill for the Orioles this afternoon against Tampa. Bird's trying to avoid the sweep. Here to talk about that. He's down at the Trop. He's with the Baltimore Sun. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the program Matt Wyrick. Matt, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Doing well, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing all right. And, looking at the lineup, no Jackson Holiday in it, and he's fresh off the IL. You know, he's been active for 3 games. He's not starting in 2 of them, and he got pinch hit for last night. And he's 180 lifetime against lefties. We get all that in the splits and the matchups, et cetera, et cetera. But you knew Matz was going to come off the IL for today's start. Given the woes of the offense and the defensive shortcomings they've had with the players that have been in there, why not Jackson Holiday today against Steven Matz, who's not the guy that used to throw 98 miles an hour like he was with the Mets way back when?
Yeah, I think really the number one thing for Holiday today is that they are trying to ease him in to playing every day. I mean, he's still dealing with lingering soreness in his hand where he had the handmade surgery. So right now, trying to make sure they don't overexert anything. And, this is an injury, obviously, that had multiple setbacks. So they certainly don't want to have to send him back to the IL for any reason. But with the lefty being on the mound today, they still have a lot of faith in Jeremiah Jackson, who has played a pretty good defensive second base so far this year. So with just where they're at in the build-up calendar for Holiday, having a lefty on the mound and still wanting to see some Jeremiah Jackson, I think all that factored into the decision to have him on the bench today.
Now, Matt, we look at Jackson Holiday, where he might wind up positionally. I don't want to look in 3 years, but at points this season, he was starting at Norfolk at third base. He was taking ground balls today down at the Trop at third base. I'm guessing based on this, the chances that he will play third base this year rather high. Maybe not be the everyday third baseman, but should we expect that to be an eventuality that we're going to get a lineup with Jackson Holiday starting third baseman at some point?
Yeah, I think we're going to see him there at some point for sure. Exactly when remains to be seen. I mean, he was out there after infield drills today, working with infield coach Miguel Cairo on some of his footwork, which obviously it's a very different position than shortstop or second base, the two that he's played most predominantly in his professional career. So I think it's something where they're going to ease into it. Maybe he comes in, in some kind of double switch situation and plays a couple of innings there to get his feet wet. But at the end of the day, he's still athletic, and I do think that he can play the position. He looked pretty good from my untrained eye at third base during workouts. And I think the big question is, how is he going to handle plays in the hole when he's having to move away from first base and make that long throw across the diamond? I think those are going to be the true test of whether Jackson Holiday could be potentially down the road an everyday third baseman.
Now, Shane Baz on the hill against his former team, and you're not supposed to talk to pitchers on the day they're going up on the mound, especially against a team that traded you away. He's 1-5. He wasn't terrible against the Nats last Friday, but maybe the results aren't where they expected him or the Orioles expected them to be. How's he progressing? I mean, we know he's got top of the rotation stuff, but the K rate's not, through the roof by any stretch of the imagination. Shane Baz, is he happy with his performance, or what needs to change for him to start living up to this first round draft pick? And, I could be an ace level guy.
Yeah, he's got the fastball velocity to be a true top-of-the-rotation guy. There's a lot of good movement on his secondary pitches, but I really think it comes down to the non-fastball command to set up the fastball. I mean, so far this year, opponents are slugging 554 off his fastball. When you're throwing 96, 97, 98 miles an hour, these guys can catch up to it, and they need other pitches to keep them honest. And so far, I don't think Baz has just been locating enough with some of the off-speed pitches like the knuckle curve and the changeup. So if he can get his command down on those, start to throw those for more strikes, I think that's going to have a ripple effect on his fastball. And I think we did see some progress against Washington last week. Certainly his best outing of the year, and was able to pitch pretty deep into that ball game as well, working really efficiently. So it's clear what the vision is when things are going right with Baz, but very much so an incomplete pitcher who, while he is not necessarily like prospect age anymore by any means, but, the amount of workload and time that he's had at the major league level is still very low. And for a player of his age, given the injury history that he has. So it's something that we're still kind of seeing him develop in real time. And I do think that there's still a lot to like about Shane Baz, and maybe going against his former team, there's a little bit extra motivation for him on the mound tonight.
Matt Wyrick, Baltimore Sun, joining us here at Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Coming up in about an hour, Orioles taking on the Rays, trying to avoid the sweep. Birds are in last place. Albie, any of the players in the clubhouse talking about the fact that as they wake up this morning, they're at the bottom of the standings in their division.
We pressed Craig Albernaz on this the other night when they lost 16-6 in the series opener. When you have a loss like this, does it force you to look yourselves in the mirror and reevaluate things? And, Albernaz gave the answer of, we're trying to turn the page every single day. But also, I think there is a lot of reevaluating going on with this franchise right now, and guys having to constantly tinker whether they're winning or losing, realizing what's working and what's not, and guys coming back and this team figuring out what a winning formula looks like. And, it's something that I think still hasn't been defined of what, if this team were to go on a 7-game winning streak, right? What would be propelling them to those wins? Would it be starting pitching? Would it be the offense? Would it be clean defense and good base running and things like that? I think it is still very much an open-ended question that, not just fans are trying to grapple around, but the players as well. So it's certainly a work in progress for this team. It's not where anyone expected them to be at this point in the year. And the Rays, being the first-place team that they are, have certainly put on a show here over the first 2 games.
Hey, Matt, can you feel the frustration of Albie? Because, he's been Tampa, Cleveland, San Fran. He's been in organizations that, base everything on fundamentals and doing things right and doing the little things. And then when he looks out on the field and it's like, I can't believe this is what I'm seeing out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, Craig Albertaz came into a job where he looked at this Orioles team and saw it as one with a lot of talent and one that was very much capable of bouncing back from a very disappointing 25 season. And so far, it's been a lot of the same problems that plagued the team last year. The starting pitching hasn't been very good. The offense isn't hitting for as many home runs as they did in 23 and 24. The defense here has been a struggle, though I do believe it actually has improved here over the last couple of weeks, taking some steps forward in that regard. So it's something, he had his work cut out for him coming into this team. Anytime you take over a last place team, there's going to be a lot of things that need to go right for them to get back to where they want to be. And so far, I think frustrated is a word that has been tossed around a lot. And, you see it in the clubhouse when you walk in and after losses and it's dead quiet. I mean, what else would you expect it to be? It's the way their season has gone. So, I think the coaching staff and the players, they understand just how bad things have been. But there's still, are definitely preaching that there's still a lot of belief among this group. I mean, there's a lot of talent among this group for sure. That I don't think that is up for debate at all. But so far, it just hasn't been able to come together into a winning product.
He's Matt Weyrich, Baltimore Sun, covering the Orioles, trying to avoid the sweep down at the Trop before they come back home for a long homestand starting Friday against the Detroit Tigers. Matt, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the finale. Bring home a win.
Thanks, Matt.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Matt Weyrich, everyone. We'll come back, count some midweek money, hopefully with buy or sell. Cordell Woodland will be joining us. Talk Ravens with him. He was out there at one winning drive. Talk to Nolan as we head into NFL lunch. We're going to hear more from Jesse Minter. Going to hear from John Simpson, Derrick Henry as well. American League East report. And then lights out Sean Merriman. He got a major honor this weekend in New York. It was a big Maryland extravaganza. And he made a comment that got a response from LeVar Arrington, too. We'll talk about that.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the O's Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Train, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Hey guys, remember when you actually had energy in the spring? If this spring feels more like a slow rain delay than a fresh start, low testosterone might be the culprit. Life Med Institute specializes in TRT that gets you back in the game. More energy, sharper focus, and feeling like the guy who actually shows up. Baseball's back. Don't miss another inning. Call Life Med Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com for your free TRT consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Orioles and Rays coming up in less than an hour. Give you the lineups here in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned for that. Birds trying to avoid the sweep after losing yesterday at 4-1. We'll have the American League East report coming about an hour from now, so stay tuned for that. Cordell Woodland, talk Ravens with him in a matter of minutes. But right now, let's count some dough and talk about the many sports subjects of this day. Buy or sell?
Yeah, we're making a little money today. The Dow is up 471. The S&P's up 56. NASDAQ is up 278. DraftKings down 52 cents. Under Armour's down 8 cents to 494.
Well, I tell you what, we're depressed enough about the Orioles right now, but it's never too early to start getting depressed about Maryland football. How about think about how they're going to stack up in the always tough Big Ten after winning just 2 conference games in the last 2 seasons. I got a ranking here from Cody Nagel. He's ranked the entire conference coming out of spring practices, where the Terps, out of 18 teams, come in 14th. His justification here says, on the positive side, because we all know the negative, says Maryland returns 14 starters, 65% of its overall snaps from what was a very young roster last year, both numbers ranking second in the FBS. The Terrapins were able to keep much of that promising core out of the transfer portal and could be due for a jump in 2026 if quarterback Malik Washington takes a step forward and the defense finally finds some stability. The teams that came in behind Maryland, for those curious, Wisconsin, Rutgers, Michigan State, and Purdue in that order. Bob, are you buying or selling that there are 4 other Big Ten programs worse off than Maryland on paper?
I'll buy it, but it's like by a razor-thin margin. Malik Washington showed flashes of brilliance as a freshman. Offensive line leaves a lot to be desired, hence the running game might have a hard time establishing things. They could have one of the best pass rushes in the Big Ten, if not the country, with Stuart Mathis and Zion Ealing, which means the secondary will get a little bit of a break. The schedule, however, I don't know. That Virginia Tech game, week 3, I'm skeptical that they're going to bounce back to 7-5 and bowl eligibility after missing bowl games last couple of years. There are some talented players on this team and have been on the roster. Just look at the draft over the last few years. Maryland players get picked into the draft and play in the NFL. Hell, the Ravens starting center this year might be a former Maryland Terrapin. But what does it say about Rutgers, Wisconsin, Purdue? And who was the other? Michigan State. How they've fallen over the last 4 years. I mean, that was a team with, who's the coach? Tucker, when they beat Michigan that year with Kenneth Walker and all that fun stuff. And now they're bottom feeders. We'll see. Maryland needs some. If they get trounced by 30 by James Franklin and the Hokies in front of probably more Virginia Tech fans than Maryland fans, that's not going to be a good look moving forward. And a lot of this young talent might be moving elsewhere.
A little NFL here. A strange journey to this point for Trevor Lawrence, who really didn't face any real adversity in his playing career until he reached the pros. They still made that big financial commitment to him despite the shaky on-field results, and that only fueled the chatter even more about him as he was coming out of college and really struggling to find his footing. But last year, new offensive-minded head coach, really blossomed, even earned some MVP votes in the end. Now, as he prepares to enter year 6 already, teammate Eric Armstead says it's time to give the quarterback his credit, saying Lawrence should 100% be a part of elite conversations. The quote here, Armstead citing the late December game against Denver, a really tough defense where Lawrence was faced with a ton of pressure, a lot of zero looks, and figured it out, found a way to get the ball in the hands of his playmakers. The playoffs, of course, going to be the next hurdle for old Trevor Lawrence there. But Vinny, are you buying or selling that he does deserve to be in elite conversations after one great year?
I'll sell it. And that is the issue right there, Nolan. Consistency. Yeah. I mean, you could say, why did they pay, a year ago, why are they paying him? And then he had a good year. And they have a good team. And they have an offensive-minded coach. And he was with Urban Meyer. He had some tough, he was dealt a tough hand.
Third head coach.
Yeah, and a lot of different coordinators. So he's got some stability. And let's see if he can stack another year and they can go to the playoffs and make a little run.
Is he the best quarterback in that division? AFC South?
No doubt.
Him, Stroud, Danny Dimes, and Cam Ward to be determined, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even call it a de facto because he was that great last year. I mean, the MVP votes, that was warranted. And he was great.
Yeah, he was.
And until the final drive of that playoff game where he threw the pick, wasn't playing half bad there either, if I'm not mistaken.
Until he threw the pick.
Well, hey.
Hey, until Luke missed that
we
field
can't
goal
talk
against Pittsburgh.
here. We can't talk.
95% conversion.
If Stroud doesn't throw 4 interceptions in the first half, they beat New England.
My favorite word, if.
Yeah.
I love if here. I got time for one more here today, and it is Ravens related. Pete Prisco revisited the 2023 draft with his instant reaction grades at the time and now some updated grades after 3 seasons. For the Ravens that year, it's actually a relatively smaller class, at least by their standards. Only 6 total selections, headlined, of course, by Zay Flowers in round 1. Didn't have a second rounder, so Trenton Simpson, he was next up for the 3rd round. Others selected that year include Tavius Robinson, Caillou Blue Kelly, Big Sala, who is already gone, and Andrew Voorhees, some of the O-line additions there. Now, at the time, Prisco says he gave it a C+. Flowers was the only pick that he really loved, wasn't a fan of Simpson at all. Now that a few years have passed, he's downgraded it to a C- since Flowers and Tavius Robinson have panned out as legit NFL products. Bob, are you buying or selling that C- grade for the 23 class?
I'm gonna sell it, but not by much. I'll give it a C.
Yeah.
Because Zay's been a 2-time Pro Bowler. Tavius Robinson's exceeded every expectation that anyone had for him. Voorhees, the so-called steal of the draft. I mean,
and Simpson.
Caillou Blue Kelly, he's gonzo, and Sala, he's been gone. I don't know, man. I think Trenton Simpson showed me something at the end of last year. Maybe not as an inside linebacker, but maybe setting the edge and athleticism, to use the athleticism and just do your natural instinct thing. I don't know, enough to make it a B+ or something like that, but I'll give it a C.
Yeah, I think the overall lack of volume probably led more so to that grade because it's sandwiched between all these drafts where DaCosta's taken double-digit players. Like he's stockpiling ammo. So to not have a second rounder that year, to only come away with 6, one of them not even being here a couple of years later, I think it's fair.
I plead ignorance. I believe both Blue Kelly and Sal are still in the league, though, right? I remember seeing Caillou Blue Kelly playing last year for somebody. But
if I knew how to spell Salah's name, I could Google it.
We couldn't pronounce him when he was here.
We learned it just in time for him to leave.
It was a lot of syllables.
Yeah,
I think. But either way, so a C, C minus, C+,
Yeah,
whatever.
I would.
I mean, there's one guy making that thing not an F. How's it sound?
Well, there's 2. Tavius Robinson.
He's exceeded
2 out of
expectations.
6.
As Meatloaf said, 2 out of 6 is bad. When we come back, Cordell Willard's going to be joining us, get his thoughts on OTAs, talk more with Nolan. He's got some Oriole Rays recent trade history, I think, brings up an interesting topic to get into. NFL lunch at 1 o'clock, American League East report at 1:15. And then lights out Sean Merriman. He got a big honor this past week in New York celebrating. There are a lot of heavy hitters in Maryland sports history, and he was one of them. And boy, it was worth his while when he got there.
If you're thinking about it,
Every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece hand-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today, and please play responsibly.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Kyle Bradish was let down by a lack of run support in last night's game. He only surrendered 2 runs while working into the 6th. Had it not been for an extremely inflated pitch count in the first inning, he could have gone much deeper and helped save the pen a little bit more. But overall, he did more than enough to give the O's a chance to win.
This one sucks. Can't really give up a homer right there, especially late in the game. It's just a frustrating one because I felt like I did a lot of things well today. Battled with guys on base, got out of jams, and they had 4 hits.
With the loss, the Orioles fell to 21-28 on the season, which has them sitting in the basement of the AL East. They'll try to salvage a win in this afternoon's finale, first pitch at 1:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Can't stay at home, can't stay. Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send your request to the Plaza Ford tax line at 410-583-1057. It's the Runaways with Joan Jett, member of the band, big Oriole fan. Orioles taking on the Rays, about a half hour, trying to salvage the series. Last game of that one before they come home for a long homestand, which we'll talk about in the 1 o'clock hour when we get to the American League East report. But let's talk about what was going on out at OTAs from his perspective. Fresh Take Sports, along with Ben Hall. Of course, our colleague here on the Fan covers the Orioles and the Ravens and the Terps and everything else. So on the Window Nation guest hotline, Cordell Woodland. Cordell, what's up?
What's going on, fellas?
A little of this, a little of that. And a 90-plus degree day out there at One Winning Drive. First OTA open to the media in 2026. Your impressions of the way Jesse Minter was kind of running things there. Different vibe from John Harbaugh, I would assume, who was there for 18 years. New coaching staff, new players. What's the scene?
Yeah, I think just one of the things that stood out to me when you talk about comparing Jesse to John, Jesse just seems way more hands-on, and that's going to be obvious. He's calling the plays defensively. He has he has an area of expertise when it comes to picking the side of the ball. And everybody talks about John being a special teams guy, and John would get out there and help guys out with their stance, and he give guys that one-on-one type of coaching at times too on offense and defense. But Jesse just seemed like he was busy at all times. Sometimes you could look out there and John will be standing back there behind the group while they're doing team activities, kind of just surveying everything. Jesse is kind of on the go the entire time. So that's just something that's a little nuanced, I guess, with him actually being the guy that's calling the plays on the defensive side of the ball. I thought, obviously Lamar's not out there, but I thought Tyler Huntley looked pretty sharp yesterday. And that doesn't really mean a whole lot, but I've said before, like, this is the time of year where the ball really shouldn't hit the ground. The offense, in terms of the skill positions, the wide receivers, these pass catchers and everything, quarterbacks, they should look sharp this time. And I thought Huntley did. I thought Zay looked really sharp. Zay got a lot of targets yesterday because he's really the only starting receiver out there outside of Tez Walker. But yeah, I mean, it was just good to see the guys running around, see these young guys mixed in with a lot of the veterans out there going up against each other. Forgot Robert Longerbeam was even out there. He gets a pick six yesterday, so that was kind of cool to see. And Skylar Thompson, who threw the pick, honestly, I thought that was his one bad throw. Everything else, I thought he was pretty on target with as well.
Yeah, I thought, you know what, Cordell, the longer beam, you're right. Like, I didn't even know he was there. I had to look down. And I said, who's 37? Longer beam. Where did he come from? But Cordell, I thought that Trey Hendrickson looked good. I don't know if you saw the play where he did a one-on-one with Ronnie. He dipped and went right around. It was a beautiful rush.
Yeah, it seemed like I must have been catching him at the wrong times because, and Jesse talked about it yesterday, like they're not trying to overpower anybody right now. They want guys to stay up. They had the little scare with Henry on the play action and he bumps knees with somebody. So I think the reps that I tried to actually look at the trenches, like primarily focus on the trenches, guys were just kind of going through the motions, which I fully expect this time of year. But I know what Trey Hendrickson is capable of, for sure. I mean, I saw the dude going. I did watch him a lot going through the individual drills yesterday and a couple of other guys along that D-line. But he is a violent mover, for sure. Strong hands, really strong hands. He loves that swim move. He loves the hand fight and get around guys. He can bend the corner really well. So, yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that he had won a rep against Ronnie yesterday. It just seemed like whenever I tried to lock in on him, he was kind of just going through the motion.
Cordell, you know what kind of surprised me? I was telling Bob earlier, too, because, when we were out at the rookie camp for 30 minutes, we were like, damn, that Randall, that's a big-looking kid. Cordell, I walked out there yesterday, and he was standing next to Derrick Henry, and it's like, that's a man versus a boy right there.
Well, I mean, in fairness, that's going to be literally anybody standing next to Derrick Henry almost. I mean, the dude he's a big dude. I mean, and that's kind of putting it lightly. But Randall, he's no small guy. That's for sure. He's no small guy in his own right. He had a pretty good run yesterday. And, again, this time of year, it's a lot of just two-hand touch and especially these rookies, they're going to run the length of the field as they're supposed to kind of finish those reps. But he had a nice little run up the middle that he kind of sprung open in and hit the open field. But I'm intrigued by him. I think there's an opportunity for him when you look at the depth chart and look at what's behind Henry at the running back position. It's not a whole lot there. I mean, obviously, Justice Hill, he's got the seniority. He has the trust factor. I know it's a new coaching staff, but they know that what Justice Hill has been able to do for this team since he's been there. He's kind of done it all, from special teams to having a bigger role on third down as a running back. So, and look, Rasheen Ali, I thought he had a couple of flashes yesterday too. I thought he had a pretty good year last year, all things considered. But there's definitely an avenue to where Adam Randall can carve out some playing time for himself. It's just the big thing is going to be, can he pick up the pass protections? Is he good on that? How good of a pass blocker is he? And then it'll get to what can he do when he gets the ball in his hand.
Cordell, there was a lot of buzz yesterday about no Keaton Mitchell. Because the thing that I saw yesterday, Cordell, that lacked was like that home run speed, from the backfield.
Yeah, I mean, and that's reasonable. I mean, that's what Keaton has had that really a lot of these other guys haven't had. I mean, Henry, I don't know if he's a guy that you look at and says has home run speed, but he's he has home run capabilities. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you get to Justice Hill, you get to Rasheen Ali. Ali had that one nice play, against the Bengals last year on that delayed screen that he took to the house.
Yeah.
That he got to show that a little bit. I mean, I think these guys are capable, but without a doubt, Keaton had that was his superpower. You know, his superpower was being able to kind of turn the corner and just really run you out of your angles. He was shifty, and he was efficient when he touched the ball. I mean, good things usually happen when Keaton Mitchell got on the field. I thought maybe some of the talk about him was a little overblown in terms of how much getting him involved could change their season. And lo and behold, they ended up getting him a little too involved, and it ended up costing them a game to where Henry can't even get on the field. But I definitely think there are elements of Keaton Mitchell's game that they're going to miss, right? I've been saying for a while, when you have an explosive quarterback like Lamar Jackson, you need explosive players around him. And Keaton Mitchell was easily one of their more explosive players.
Cordell Woolen, when's the next Fresh Take Sports coming up here on 105.7 The Fan?
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk a lot about what's going on with the Orioles. We'll see if they can avoid the sweep today, but they just have not looked good at all. I mean, they're going up against Griffin Jacks yesterday, and the dude ends up having his season high in strikeouts in a game so far. I mean, he's not even really expected to go. He's only gone. That was only the second time he's gone 5 innings all year. But anyway, we'll see what they're able to do today, if they can carve out a run, maybe avoid another football score. But we'll talk about them. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs, of course, and we'll talk a little about OTAs as well.
Cordell, appreciate the time as always. See you Friday at in Camden Yard.
Cordell, is today your birthday?
It is.
Oh,
happy birthday.
Damn. You and Cher.
I appreciate it.
Do you know Cher by any chance?
I do know Cher. I do know Cher. I am well versed with Cher, and I'm glad we're able to share a birthday. I got a couple of greats whose birthdays are around mine, but not many fall on that day. So happy birthday to Cher.
You have better hair than she does, though. Let's put it that way.
I do appreciate that.
Stay in the game. All right, Cordell, talk to you later.
Happy birthday, Cordell.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
There's Cordell Woolen, everyone. We'll come back, reset the program for you. NFL lunch coming up 1 o'clock. American League East report at 1:15. Outside of the Orioles losing, there were a couple of other games of import in the division. Give you an updated standings. And then Sean Merriman, lights out, former Maryland star, former NFL All-Pro. Talk to him about what's going on in his world a lot, as a matter of fact.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the O's-Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tonight is a huge game for Oklahoma City star guard, two-time MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA received the second MVP before Game 1 against the Spurs, and then Victor Wembanyama very much outplayed him in that game. And if SGA has another subpar game and Wemby's awesome and the Spurs win, I think we are all going to say already Wemby's better than SGA. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Want to crush Wednesday? Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. NFL lunch coming up, top of the hour. More international games coming your way. 2027. Talk about that. Going to hear from Jesse Minter, among others. After yesterday's OTA open in the media, American League East report at 1:15. Talk about the Orioles and Rays series finale. Keep you updated on the score. Give you the lineup here in a couple seconds as well. And then lights out Sean Merriman, Maryland legend, former All-Pro in the NFL. Get his thoughts on what's going on in his world, including an honor that cannot be taken away from him, as it was bestowed upon him by his alma mater. And get his thoughts on the National Football League and things, the way they sit on May the 20th. But Nolan, what you got going on over there? It's the Orioles taking on the Rays. Shane Baz on the hill came over from Tampa this offseason in a pretty significant trade where Mike Elias took a lot of magic beans and threw them towards the Rays and threw a lot of cash money at Shane Baz, too.
Yeah.
Doubling down on that deal.
Not the first time we've done business here at the Rays. So as I'm sitting on the couch watching everything unfold last night, and you get the 8th inning meltdown where that was it. That was the kill shot. Game's over. and I'm depressed, and I'm thinking about where the Orioles are going or where they're not going, and saying, oh my God, when does this end, man? The organizational gap between Tampa Bay and Baltimore, right? And Tampa Bay has been propped up for years. You know, everyone praises them. They have some of the best talent evaluation in the entire league, whether that's prospects, scouting high school and college kids, or identifying talent around the league that they want to trade for. So when they did we'll start with the Zach Eflin one. When they did the Zach Eflin trade a couple years ago, they were so desperate for pitching that even at the time when I said, ooh, I don't know if I like handing a couple prospects over to the Rays, it was still a worthwhile trade because they had to have it, right? You just give up something down the road for hopefully an immediate boost. Didn't work out. And now we know the story with Eflin. Signed back, not going to pitch again for Baltimore. Then you have the Brian Baker deal. And that sets up the Shane Baz deal. Because what did they get for Brian Baker, which was kind of felt like a selling early type of thing? He had controllable years left. He was a decent piece of the bullpen.
Yeah.
Didn't see him becoming a closer, but he was still pretty quality. And they ship him out last year for the compensatory pick in that same 2025 draft. That pick ends up being Slater DeBron. Slater DeBron, part of the package for Shane Baz. So in this whole roundabout way, you've been doing a lot of dealing with the Rays as of late. And as I mentioned earlier, right, your initial reaction when you see this, more so the Baz one, because DeBron, first rounder, Caden Bodine, first rounder from last year as well. You knew on pay, we knew the names, right? Ooh, they're giving up quite a bit, at least in terms of instant value that came in the draft this year. So to see them kind of pan out and rise up the prospect rankings for Tampa Bay, it's not a shocker. But man, it's like, do you got to keep doing business with these guys? Right? At a certain point, you got to do what you got to do. But like, I don't know if I can downplay trading within the division. Does it mean as much as it once did? Probably not. But when it comes to a team like the Rays, yeah, I am going to raise an eyebrow, pun intended, because if they're interested in my guys, I'm a little worried. What do they see that I don't? And maybe the Orioles thought highly of the guys they traded in the Eflin deal. 3 went back in that. Horvath, Ballmeister, Etzel. The only one out of that trio that's within the top 30 right now for the Rays is Ballmeister, who's ranked 30.
Yeah. And one of them's already gone.
Right. All
from the organization.
Yeah. All 4 from the Baz deal are within the top 25. Michael Ferret, the right-handed pitcher's 8. Slater DeBron, 10. Caden Bodine, 12. Austin Over in the outfielder, number 25. So just, again, that depression last night, I'm sitting there thinking, Brian Baker's shoving it up our rear end in the 9th for the save. Cedric Mullins had a hit. You know, he's salivating an opportunity to face his former team. I guarantee you, one of these guys in the Eflin deal will be a multi-time All-Star. At least 2 of these guys in the Baz deal will be a multi-time All-Star. That's the way it works, man.
Yeah, and Bodine just got promoted to High A for Tampa. Little Slay hasn't even played this year. He's been hurt. And he was kind of the jewel of the class for the Orioles. Remember, he was about to go to, I think it was Vanderbilt. Mm-hmm. And the Orioles overpaid him to get him to sign with them. And then they flip him for Shane Baz. And in a roundabout way, now Cedric's with Tampa, of course, but the Orioles traded Cedric to the Mets for Nunez, who faced him last night down at the Trop. So usually interdivision trades, I don't want to say they're frowned upon, they're infrequent. But right now, it looks like the Rays are like pulling the Orioles' pants down. But in fairness, Eflin was a godsend to an Orioles rotation in the second half of 24 when they needed it. But maybe to a bigger point, the Rays were a descending team in 24 and 25. Let's go back to 23 when the Orioles won the division. Tampa was in first place for 5 months. And then the Orioles caught them down at the Trop. Remember that series where Grace Rodriguez was going off and the Orioles were getting these big hits and Tyler Wells was struggling and Hyder kind of called him out for his bad attitude. They shipped him back to the minor leagues and the Orioles caught him and then passed him and wound up winning the division. And then Tampa's missed the playoffs the last couple of years. But yet here they are. They traded away guys like a Rosarena, for instance, who were players that helped them get to the World Series. And they just reload with these dudes. Traded away up Brandon Lau, our boy now with the Pirates, former Maryland Terrapins. But to your point about the development and the scouting, who's better than them? They don't have the big payroll. They've, since 2008, they've been one of the best teams in baseball. Just look at their record since then. They haven't won a World Series yet, but they've been to more than the Orioles have.
Yes.
Let's put it this way. So as the Orioles are floundering and wondering what the hell's going on with this team that was supposed to be contenders for 5 years, here the Rays sit on May the 20th with the best record in baseball, about to sweep the Orioles and maybe pounding a guy they traded to us for 4 of their top prospects.
Remember a couple of years back, Angelos boys were still running things here in ownership, and there was just nonstop, bad comment after bad comment every time they would speak to the media. And the one that really made a lot of Orioles fans mad, myself included at the time, is when he tried to say, well, we want to be like the Rays, right? And people scoffed at that and said, well, the Rays don't spend. I mean, we respect them, right? They're a savvy organization, but we don't want to be the penny pinching team when we don't have to be. Right? We might not be the biggest market, but we're certainly bigger than Tampa Bay. We're certainly better off in attendance than they are, where they can't even draw flies to that stadium. And then sure enough, here we are a couple of years later. I've already seen people on social media that we need to be like the Rays.
Right.
I'm like, oh, all right. I guess Angelos was right. But earlier in the show, I made the point that you can't count out the Rays anymore in any season. I mean, the last couple of years when they missed the playoffs, that was expected to be their soft rebuild, their retool. They win 80 games in 24. They win 77 last year. This year, they were expected to be the doormat of the division again, maybe competitive, but again, in last place. They're on pace to win it. So, at what point do we stop undermining what Kevin Cash can do as a leader of the dugout? When do we stop undermining that they just know how to push all the right buttons? Their only great mistake in the last 10 years was handing out that big contract to Wander Franco. And even then, they'll get reimbursed for that if he never plays again because of the insurance on it.
And that kid, he was
a stud.
He was like the top prospect of baseball, but he's got way bigger issues to deal with thinking back to the majors, which has now been 2 years plus since he last played. But Tampa and the Orioles coming up. And one of those comments real quick before we get down up on lunch, Nolan, that Angelo said, enjoy it while it lasts, when the Orioles started that rebuild in 22 and 23. So we did. It's not lasting anymore. Maybe he was right about that too.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you with Thunder Spurs Game 2, and I think the Rutgers rookie shines again. Dylan Harper was incredible in Game 1, 24 points with 11 boards and 7 steals. Spurs starting point guard De'Aaron Fox is questionable again with a sprained ankle after he missed Game 1. Even if Fox plays, Harper had way too much of an impact to not get meaningful minutes. And if Fox is out, Harper will start again. So I'm going over on his points plus rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com. Giants.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have been back at the Castle this week for the start of organized team activities. We're still a ways away from the real action of training camp, but yesterday's session, which was open to the media, did offer some notable moments, including a brief injury scare for Derrick Henry. He was one of the few vets in attendance for the voluntary practice and was seen favoring his knee a bit after colliding with another player, but he cleared everything up when speaking later in the afternoon.
After I got off, I probably laid there too long. I seen everybody's faces, but I was fine. Just banged knees, and I was fine. But just try to take care of my body, get some body work throughout the offseason just so I'm ready during this time and when camp comes.
And history was made at the Garden last night as the Knicks stormed all the way back from a 22-point fourth-quarter deficit to stun the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. It was the second largest postseason fourth-quarter comeback in the last 30 years, and who else but Jalen Brunson to lead the way. He scored 38 points and drilled a game-tying three with 19 seconds remaining in regulation. The series continues tomorrow night in New York. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. Stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
NFL lunch. Going to be a small play today. Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass. At the AL East report coming up in a minute. And then Sean Merriman, lights out, joining us bottom of the hour. Jesse Minter met with the media yesterday. Ravens OTAs. First one open to the media. Be another one coming up next Wednesday. Then the following Tuesday. Then it's mandatory minicamp. And then that's all she wrote till training camp 2026. But one of the topics discussed by the new head coach of the Ravens is their first-round draft pick out of Penn State, Venga Ioane.
Yeah, Venga's a beast. You know, in these drills, like, the O-line and D-line have to work really well together. You're really trying not to be super physical. You're trying not to be violent. You're trying not to necessarily win the rep. You're trying to kind of give each other a really good look. He's done a great job understanding that. He's picked up on everything probably way faster than I would expect a rookie to at any position, I would say. And, man, he's got a really bright future. But the best thing about him is just how hard he works and how serious he takes his craft. And so every day he does something, he comes back, it's a little bit better the next day. And so he's, again, the epitome of the draft class, you know, in that sense, and the type of guy you want.
And I guess he has no problem playing right guard. I mean, that's where, at Penn State for 3 years, he played left guard. And, Simpson's playing left guard, and he played right guard. But he looks athletic. He looks very athletic. A couple other guys, Bob, that I thought looked good. I thought the guy who changed his body the most, it was like, whoa, Mike Green. When I looked at him, I was like... In a good way, right? Yes. Yeah. Like, he looked like Derrick Henry with guns. And it's like, damn. Says he's been in the weight room. Yeah, he looked like that. And then Ronnie Stanley is another one that really leaned up. And he looked really good, too. So... those two guys, when you go look at, guys' bodies, and then a lot of those young guys, Bob, they've got to get it, Zion Young needs to get in shape, and the same with Rayshon Benny, the Michigan D tackle. Because those guys have been training for the combine, and now they're doing football stuff. They need to get in football shape now, and they'll be much better when we get to camp because they'll be in much better football shape. Well, a guy that we never have to worry about shape, good or bad, it's usually excellent, is Derrick Henry. And here's Jesse Minter talking about what's impressed him most about his future Hall of Fame running back.
The way he operates, the standard at which he goes about his business, both in the classroom, learning. Derrick's ran every scheme, throughout his career, but when you change and terminology is different and you do need to learn formations and terminology and motions and all the different tags and cadences. So just to see a guy like that with the experience and success that he's had sort of go about his process of getting better, he's an unbelievable example for everybody else on the team, offense, defense, whatever, of how you operate when you want to learn and you want to be the best. And so just unbelievable the way he goes about his business. Really cool to see. Thankful that he's on our side and we're handing the ball to him.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, he looks the part. He spends $250,000 a year taking care of his body, and I like the fact that he is there. I think it says a lot that he's there, and especially for the younger guys, and especially when you got a guy like Adam Randall who's kind of a miniature him to be able to kind of see what he's doing. So I think that's big. Bob, another guy I forgot was Roquan looks in 100 times better shape. He doesn't seem like he's got that gut that he had last year. he seemed like he's moving much better also, which is good news for the Ravens.
Don't we have time for another mentor? Let's do it. NFL lunch, by the way. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles Rays underway. Gunnar just singled to center after Ward flied out to right field. But center position, that's going to be maybe the big topic outside of Lamar's contract, which will be a topic, but not the big topic till it becomes a big topic. But who's your starting center, Jesse Minter?
You may see somebody different out there every day, not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. They get to run the different schemes. Danny's done a great job. He's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. Javon as well. Corey's done a great job. All three of those guys, like the whole idea of the offseason is to put yourself in position to compete for the job in training camp. And I think all three of those guys are doing that.
Yeah, we're not going to tell, kind of like Jesse was saying. I mean, until we put the pads on, it's going to be tough to determine, because like you said, they're all going to get the same amount of reps. So we don't know who started at center on Monday. Might have been somebody different than yesterday. And then who's starting at center tomorrow? Sounds like they're just rotating through and giving everybody a chance to work with, the ones, the twos, threes, so on.
When we come back, American League East report, Orioles and Rays underway. Birds with a runner on first, one out. Top of the first, down at the Trop, trying to avoid the sweep. Give you the scores from last night, updated standings. Then Sean Merriman, Maryland legend, he'll be joining us as he got a big honor from his alma mater. Talk about the teams to beat in the AFC and how can the Ravens become a little bit better at rushing the quarterback with Jesse Minter now calling the shots.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the OTAAS Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey. Presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles Baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home, but only if that new fence, deck, or patio is sturdy and can stand the test of time. You know you can count on Long Fence to provide only the best materials and craftsmanship that guarantees longevity. And it's the perfect time because financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All right, Orioles lost last night 4-1. We're done talking about that. Leadoff homer, Taylor Ward. That was all she wrote for the offense. Bradish wasn't bad. But then again, Birds couldn't get anything rolling with the sticks. Then the bullpen gave up a couple of runs late. That was all she wrote. So we go into this finale, trying to avoid the sweep. Lineup, just tuning in. Shane Baz on the hill, 1-5, 526, going up against his former team. Ward's at left field. Henderson's at short. Rutschman behind the plate. Alonso cleaning up. O'Neill's in right. Basayo, your DH. Jeremiah Jackson's at second. Weston Wilson's at third. Blaze is in center. No Jackson Holiday. No Kobe Mayo. For the Rays, Simpson's in left, Camanero's at third, Aranda, DH, Vilades at first, Palacios is at second base, LaDuca is at right field, Mullins, our boy said, of course, he's in center, Fiducia's behind the plate, Walls is in that lineup as well. Orioles had first and second with one out, top of the first, Ward flies out, Gunnar singles to center, Adley walks, then Alonso lines out to right, and muscles O'Neill, who stinks against lefties. You know the reason they signed him. Hit lefties. He flied out to center field. Yeah. So Shane Baz on the hill right now, taking on Chandler Simpson. We're rolling in the bottom of the first. Orioles have come home for Friday, starting a big old homestand with 3 different teams. Tigers on Friday through the weekend, and then we'll get into all of that fun as we return to Pickles this weekend and through most of next week as well. Elsewhere in the American League East, the Yankees. Remember the Yankees lost 2 out of 3 to the Orioles? And you're like, what happened? Were they like sleepwalking through that series? What the hell happened there? But the Yankees have got back on the good foot here. They did lose 2 out of 3 to the Mets too, but Blue Jays come to town. They've been competitive games. Dylan Cease was on the hill for Toronto, who's been pitching really well for them. But Ryan McMahon, he said, hey, it's like we're playing at Rocky Stadium again.
High fly ball, left field and deep. Piñago back, trap, wall, see ya! A tie game. A 3-run home run for McMahon. Breaks an 0 for 24 slump.
As Hulk Hogan would say, let me tell you something, McMahon. Ryan McMahon, 3-run homer. Yankees were down 3-zip. McMahon goes deep. Ben Rice also went deep. Will Warren picked up his 6th win as the Yankees edged Toronto 5-4. So they're handling their business in a big way. Also in the division, the Red Sox, who passed the Orioles in the standings, we'll get into that in a second. They're taking on the Kansas City Royals. Remember, the Royals are back. Bobby Witt's hot again, and he is hot. He's doing his things, but elsewhere for Kansas City, not so much. And Jarren Duran, Manos DiPietro's with the bat here.
Swinging a high fly ball, right field deep. That's way back into the corner. She's sailing. She is gone. Home run What a night for him.
3-run jack. 7-1 was the final score. That was Nesson on the call. Contreras drove in 3. Garrett Whitlock gets the win in relief of Ranger Suarez, who got pulled in the 5th inning. But 7-1 Boston. They take out their frustrations over the Kansas City Royals. Yankees and Blue Jays again tonight in the Bronx. Boston and KC again tonight in the Orioles and Rays underway. Scoreless bottom of the 1st at the Trop. Standings update as we start today's action. 3 games separate the Tampa Bay Rays from the Yankees. Tampa's just kind of cooking on all cylinders right now. You got Cleveland 2 games up now on the White Sox. The Guardians have won 4 in a row. A's now game up on Texas. 500 is the the former A's, Oakland A's, but everyone else below 500 there. In the National League, 8 games separate the Braves from the Phillies. Nationals are 9 games off the pace. Brewers, what? Brewers have taken over first place in the Central. How about how that flip-flops there? Remember the Cubbies were rolling along and nobody could stop them, and then they get swept by the Brewers, and now the Brewers are back in first place. They're half game up on both Chicago and St. Louis. Pirates have lost 4 in a row to drop to 500. And in the National League's Western Division, Dodgers are a half game up on the Padres. Diamondbacks have won 3 straight. They're now above 500. So that's the fun going on there. Your wild card standings, we're reduced to this, as it's a Memorial Day weekend coming up. Yankees, White Sox, Rangers are in as wild cards. Mariners a game back. Twins 1.5. Toronto and Boston 2. Orioles 2.5. 2.5 out of wild card, everybody. Blink and you miss it. And in the National League, Padres, Cardinals, and Cubbies are in. Diamondbacks, Phillies, etc. They're all 4 games at least. But again, we're not even into June 1st yet, but starting to get an idea of what teams may or may not be. When we come back, shift gears, talk some football with Sean Merriman, former Maryland star, who got a big honor bestowed upon him last week in New York. So stick around for that and get his thoughts on Jesse Minter, what he's going to bring to the equation here for the Ravens, getting that defense up to snuff. Only 30 sacks last year for Baltimore. Do they have the wherewithal personnel-wise to up that number by maybe 20 sacks? And then a funhouse trip with Nolan McGraw before Inside Access takes over too.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
So if you're thinking of moving this summer, but you haven't started the process yet because it's overwhelming, it's not too late. So if you don't want to spend a month getting your home ready, you don't need to settle for less money than your home is worth. You just need to call Lee Tessier like the rest of us did. So Lee, he sees so many of those cash offers for your home, billboards, and gets the unsolicited texts also. He gets how convenient they are to take. What he doesn't get is why anyone would accept an offer for 30% less than their home is worth. Now, when Lee makes the same cash offer for fair market value, Lee's dedicated to saving you time and stress, too. Now, with my buddy Lee's cash offer, there's no need for expensive repairs. You can sell your home as is and get paid what it's worth. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my friend Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That number again, 410-638-9555. Or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, I'll just start packing.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately, with a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare. You can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The center position continues to be the Ravens' one glaring need as OTAs ramp up this week. During yesterday's practice session, Danny Pinter was seen taking a majority of the starting reps over other in-house candidates like Corey Bullock and Nick Dawkins. Is this something we can read into moving forward? Jesse Minter says they still have a long way to go before finding their starter.
You know, you may see somebody different out there every day. Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. Danny's done a great job. You know, he's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. The whole idea of the offseason is to put yourself in position to compete for the job in training camp.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Ready to build a real career? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Visit ariosamechanical.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Women Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. A little Donna Summer for you. Anything you want to hear? Favorite female artist or band? Send your request. Passport text line at 410-583-1057. One more segment to go in the program. So make it happen. Nolan's waiting for you. Orioles and Rays scoreless through one. Messiah at the plate. Top of the second. Orioles trying to avoid the sweep. Down at the Trop before they come back home on Friday. Oriole Park at Canyon Yards. But joining us now, talk about what's happening in his world. Talk a little football, of course, as well. Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, let's welcome back to the show. Window Nation guest hotline. He's lights out. He's Maryland legend. Now Maryland Hall of Famer. Sean Merriman. Sean, what's happening?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing all right. And we'll start with that honor. And I saw you guys had the big extravaganza, Maryland alum, in New York last week, and it was you. I saw Buck Williams was there, the 2002 National Championship basketball team, among others, Mike Loxley, Jim Smith, the AD. But you get the Hall of Fame nod. Your surprise level, Sean, and you were certainly worthy of that honor, but how surprised were you that came your way on that night last week up in NYC?
Man, I mean, you saw my face during that video. I was more than surprised. And initially, I thought that it was a big fundraising event, and obviously in this NIL era, those things are key. And I always told Jim, the new AD for the University of Maryland, I said, hey, when you guys got stuff going on and you need me there, just let me know. So that's what I thought by coming out to the event. But I think one of the coolest things is some of the guys you mentioned, Juan Dixon. I mean, I rode the bus over with Chris Wilcox and Steve Blake, Taj Holden. So, just have that opportunity to see those guys. I haven't seen them, a lot of those guys, in probably over 15 years. So just having that conversation, that bus ride over, reminded me of the old days in the locker room. And that part of it was pretty special. Coincidentally enough, a lot of those guys knew already. Nobody told me, including my son, who I'm most mad at. So, but it was an awesome honor, man. Just to be there up there with a lot of those guys was really special.
Yeah, Joe Smith got in too. And by the way, I was kind of surprised he hadn't been in for quite some time. Joe Smith, one of the great players basketball-wise in the history of the University of Maryland. Now, you said it's attributed to social media. And, look, I'm Facebook, sometimes Twitter. I didn't even know what Twitch was till we were talking about earlier, Sean. So I got to be honest with you. I don't know what any of this stuff is. But you talked about the DMV and, being from Baltimore. Baltimore's its own entity, but the DMV, we'll throw Baltimore into the mix in regards to recruiting. You said that if, Maryland could keep the guys from D.C., Maryland, Baltimore, and Northern Virginia in tow, most of them, you guys could compete for national championships. And I know LeVar Arrington, Penn State, said, well, good luck with all that. But how does that happen? How does that become a reality where 80% of the players from Baltimore and the DMV matriculate to College Park?
Well, one, like I said before, the NIL era, you got to have something there for these guys to make that a real consideration. But I meant what I said. I've always said for a long time that look at the athletes that come out of the DMV area. They end up going to Penn State and Ohio State and Florida and everywhere else, Texas. And so, I think that all those key athletes stay home. And you still got to go grab a few linemen from Texas and Georgia and, Midwest. You got to go, beef up your interior and some of these other places. But as far as athletes, I think the DMV area got more than anyone per capita in the country. I really do believe that. And it was one of the key reasons why I stayed home. I said, look, man, I was, number one player coming out in the metropolitan area, and I was kind of the first one who made an example to stay home. And a lot of those guys followed. Vernon Davis stayed home after, and Torrey Smith, and a lot of those guys, Stephon Diggs, a lot of those guys ended up staying home, and it started a wave. And so I do believe that if we're in position to keep these guys stay home, they can compete for a national championship.
Sean, what are your impressions of this year's team? Granted, we're only in late May, haven't even made Memorial Day yet, but what do you think Loxley's got going on talent-wise going into this season?
It's going to be night and day. And I don't want to make excuses because I think that we all know that we need to win and, finish those games against Wisconsin and UCLA. We got to get those. But people need to realize that they were basically playing with babies last year. A lot of these freshmen were on the field against Ohio State and Michigan. And I mean, that's a hard thing to do. Now, you got a lot of these starters coming back that are older now, a year older, more mature, know how to win, know what it takes to work. When you're young and you're forced in a position like that, I didn't start my freshman year. I came in, I had, I think, 7 or 8 sacks, and I was coming off the bench, but it's hard to get in there right away at certain positions and make an impact. They're going to be night and day. I feel excited about what's coming this year with Maryland.
Hey, Sean, what's your impression? I don't know if you've gotten a chance to work with any of these young pass rushers that the Terps have, but they've got talent there.
Yeah, and one of them is Zion. I just think that dude's going to be a superstar. I see him leading the Big Ten in sacks. He's a real problem. And my son, who also just transferred to St. Francis and playing quarterback, Justin Merriman, come from that group. And these guys got 40 some odd kids with D1 offers. And so keep pulling talent from there. But I really, really a big fan of Zion. I think he's going to be, a top 10 draft pick at some point.
Hey, Sean, let me ask you an OTA question since we're right in the middle of OTAs now in the NFL, and I was out there yesterday. And how did you approach OTAs? Because they are voluntary. So what was your feeling? And then was it different if you had a new coach that year?
Yeah, I think it's always different because that coach don't know you, right? I mean, they know your body of work and what you've done in the NFL, but they don't know your work habits. They don't know your interaction with the team and your respect level with the team, so they need to see you. But also, too, I just think that, they put voluntary in it for a reason. The season's long. A lot of these guys, especially when you play deep in the playoffs, the last thing you want to do is get right back to it because you don't have very much time between that last game and OTAs. But I do think it's good to show up. I mean, I think it's good to be there, especially, when the coach is just trying to learn you for the first time.
Hey, Sean, when the schedule came out, what were a couple things that, all right, we got the schedule. What are you looking at?
I mean, the first thing is the international games. I mean, I remember just the one game that was in London back when I was playing and how many games there are now. And the travel schedule, I think the Chargers have the hardest travel schedule in NFL this year, one of. But seeing how many teams are just flying internationally and what that's going to look like, the new, pre-Thanksgiving games and pre-Christmas, Christmas Eve. And, there's a lot of mixing and matching now of the schedule. So it's just a complete difference than what it was.
Hey, Sean, how do you think the Ravens West are going to be, the Chargers?
Look, that's our joke, too, now. I mean, that's our joke. I just talked to Joe Ortiz the other day, just caught up with him, and, he sent me a congratulations for the Hall of Fame. But, I'm excited. And, Mike McDaniel's coming in, I think, changes a lot. Mm-hmm. And, Mike, he's such an explosive coordinator with big plays. I don't feel last year with the Chargers they were explosive enough. There wasn't enough plays down the field or stretch the field. So I think that's going to open up, especially when you got a quarterback like Justin Herbert. I mean, that's what he do. He has the strongest arm in the NFL, and that needs to be used a lot more. And then also the health. Joe Alt is back, and Rashawn Slater's back. They got a couple draft picks in the interior O lineman where they were getting beat up at, and Justin Herbert was just hit way too much last year. So I feel strong with them. I think last year, man, if they stayed healthy, this is a Super Bowl contention team. But the big thing for them is going to be health.
Sean Merriman, Maryland Hall of Famer, Maryland legend, joining us, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Sean, last thing for you. What does Jesse Minter have to do now here in Baltimore, formerly of the Chargers, to maximize the Ravens' pass rush talent? Last year, Baltimore, 30 sacks, which is not great. Trey Hendrickson's here. Mike Green's going into year 2. They drafted the kid Zion Young from Missouri. What's Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver going to do to get this pass rush up to where it needs to be?
One thing about Jesse Minter, man, he lets guys go. And you're never going to be in a position to do things that you're not great at. You're not going to be out there thinking so much. And I was fortunate to play for a defensive coordinator like Wade Phillips because that was his philosophy. Once you call the plays, you might have an audible or shift or a strong or weak side shift. After that, that's it. You line up and you play fast. That's what I think Jesse Minter is great at, is letting those guys get after you. Seen what he's done with players who haven't been productive with other teams that come out there and have success because he let guys play and line them up, and you go play fast and play football. So I'm wishing him all the luck out there. I wish we got a chance to keep him some more with the Chargers, but man, I think he's going to be a hell of a coach.
Sean Merriman, Maryland Hall of Famer. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Lights out. Congratulations on the honor. Well-deserved for sure. And we look forward to talking to you throughout the college football season when we get there. And hopefully Terps get back in that bowl cycle because they need it for sure.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Sean. Sean Merriman, everyone. We'll come back, reset the program for you, take a trip to the Fun House. Nolan McGraw will give you an Orioles score. There isn't one, but you get the drill.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on the O's-Rays series finale and then break down the game immediately after the final out. Also, we'll react to the happenings at the first OTA open to the media. Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, joins us at 3 to talk about Aaron Rodgers coming back for his age 42 season.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Talk about a miracle at the Garden. Last night, the New York Knicks pulled off an absolute shocker, erasing a massive 22-point deficit to stun the Cleveland Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. Jalen Brunson was otherworldly, dropping 38 points to fuel the fourth quarter comeback. New York now holds a 1-0 lead over the Cavaliers. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit forwarded 90-plus days with device and carrier, and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Want to Crush Wednesday? Close the show with some heart, chosen by you, the people. Tomorrow's Total Request Thursday, where you pick all the songs And starting at 11 o'clock, get your votes in Featured Artist Friday. That reveal coming up in about 24 hours from now. Tomorrow, Jerry Coleman, Mike Bordick, and Ripping It with Ryan. Coming up at noon right now, the Orioles trail the Rays 1-0. When you think of power-hitting catchers in the history of baseball, it's Johnny Bench, it's Mike Piazza, it's Hunter Fiducia. Hit his first home run ever. 420-foot blast off Shane Baz, who did walk the following batter, got himself out of the little jam that he created. But 1-0 through 2. Orioles still looking for their first run of the game. Their first run since the first inning of yesterday's game is Steven Matz, fresh off the IL, on the hill for the first place Rays. So 1-0. Orioles take it on the Tampa Bay Rays, trying to avoid the sweep. And real quick before we get to Nolan, we just had Sean Merriman on, and he mentioned the international games. Starting next year, it's going to be 10 of them. And you can't control them or whatever it is. Protect
you used to have 2 matchups, 2 of your home games every year that said, no, don't move those. We're keeping those. That's going out the window. And it's 10 next year. But keep in mind, you get that additional one because Jacksonville has the dealings with London. So it's really 11. Just like this year, it's supposed to be 8, but it's 9.
And I know there was talk with the Grand Poobah from the NFL offices about, could this be a precursor to a game a week international?
That's what Goodell wants.
And then eventually maybe a Super Bowl.
Well, Bob, also what they're talking about is one of the networks take those 9:30 international games. That's a whole nother package of the games is the 9:30 kickoff in the morning.
Because ESPN now owns NFL Network. Yeah. So if they can turn it into a big extravaganza, they certainly will. But, man, it's the new normal. And those Sunday 1 o'clock games are the ones that are going to go the way of the dinosaur.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Bob, pretty soon we're going to have 9:30, 1, 4:30, 8:15.
And then the 7-day-a-week NFL schedule. I mean, come on. You're already Thursday.
Wednesday.
Fridays. Got the Fridays now.
Saturday in December. Sundays, Mondays. Yeah, the only day we don't have is Tuesday.
Yeah.
Which we did, last year?
Yeah, there's COVID. Didn't the Ravens play the Steelers on a dopey day?
I think it was either a Tuesday, Wednesday, late afternoon.
But it's inevitable. I mean, we all love football because we like to gamble on it. The fantasy aspect is huge. Does it become overkill at some point in time?
Well, as soon as they get in bed with Saudi Arabia, that'll be overkill. Oh, yeah. We just prepare yourself.
Well,
it's
it worked
coming
out for Live Golf, obviously. But either way, the Orioles, they're down 1-0. Any closing thoughts, Nolan, for the people of Baltimore?
When I watch the Orioles and they fall behind 1-0, I usually say to myself, well, there's no way 1 run's going to beat you. But I have to change my mantra now. It's no way 1 run should beat you, but we shall see.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry 1 smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Let's start with Mike. Not pleased with today's Orioles lineup, calls it an absolute joke. The organization is getting to the embarrassment level of the Sid Thrift years. And why the hell is Blaze Alexander starting in center field when you have a switch-hitting center fielder already on the team?
All right, here's some good news real quick. Gunn shows 2 for 2, and the Orioles have first and second, nobody out. But to your point about the lineup, we were bitching about it 2 hours ago. Jackson Holiday, you just called him up 2 of the 3 games he hasn't played, or they're slow playing him in. If he's not ready to play, why bring him up? Bring them up when they're 100%. They can help you on a daily basis. Not where there's still some lingering soreness. Then come back when there's no soreness.
Right.
We don't want any of that. Let's get her together here. But
I think that's an excuse.
I feel your pain, everyone, as to the Orioles lineup. A little 3-run homer by Adley would make us feel good, wouldn't it? Maybe. I don't know.
More thoughts on the Orioles here. Texter says, I think Kyle Bradish made a great comment in his post-game interview last night when he said what makes Tampa's lineup difficult was that they're unlike a lot of other teams. They don't mind taking a single the other way. They're not all up there trying to do damage every single at-bat. Maybe the O's offense should try that strategy for a while It can't get any worse. See if it makes a difference.
No doubt about it. And we talked about it Tuesday after the first game of the series when they got a leadoff double. Gunnar boots the ground ball. Guy goes to third. What does the next guy do? Lines out to right field. Run scores. Orioles get first and third, one out. Next guy pops out or strikes out, and the other guy will fly out to right field. Orioles, they convert and sit. You give them 4 outs, you're going to pay for it. The Orioles, you give them 4 outs, they'll want 5, and they'll still have a hard time getting a run out.
Gunner's strategy here as of late seems to be swinging as early as possible. I mean, yesterday there was at least 2 at-bats where I think he had a put out on the first pitch. And today, both of his at-bats, now they're both hits, swinging at the second pitch to make it happen.
Going up the middle, too, a different approach, not trying to yank one 500 feet.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, look, just in general, they say a majority of pitchers are putting one in the zone on pitch one, so that maybe your most advantageous time to take a shot. It just stinks when you have a game like yesterday where it's not just Gunnar, and all of a sudden all these top half of the innings are over within, it seems like, a minute and a half. The commercial break's longer than the 3 guys going 3 up, 3 down.
Right, so like Orioles had first and second, nobody out. I think I wanted to talk to you about Sean Merriman. I came back in and they were out of the inning already. So the Birds, right now, they're down 1-0. It's 1 out, top of the third. First and second, Adley Rutschman at the plate against Steven Matz. The Orioles, as we have talked about, they've lost the series. They lost the series to the Nats before them. Adley just struck out. So it's first and second. 2 outs now, trying to scratch against the first place Rays. They'll come back home for the Tigers, starting a huge homestand, at least in regards to games played. Friday down at Oriole Park, Camden Yards. OTAs for this week are done. But next week, Wednesday, back on it. Then Tuesday the following week. And then it's mandatory minicamp. So we're starting to stack these weeks of Ravens news coming out of one winning drive before it gets quiet for a month before training camp starts. You got NBA playoffs resuming in the Western Conference tonight. You got the Western Conference and the Stanley Cup playoffs starting tonight and everything else in between. We'll be back tomorrow for Total Request Thursday. Plenty to talk about, obviously, for Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato. I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access. Live on YouTube, weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have been back at the Castle this week for the start of organized team activities. We're still a ways away from the real action of training camp, but yesterday's session, which was open to the media, did offer some notable moments, including a brief injury scare for Derrick Henry. He was one of the few vets in attendance for the voluntary practice and was seen favoring his knee a bit after colliding with another player, but he cleared everything up when speaking later in the afternoon.
After I got off, I probably laid there too long. I seen everybody's faces, but I was fine. Yeah, just banged knees, and I was fine. But just try to take care of my body, get some body work throughout the offseason just so I'm ready during this time and when camp comes.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar. Just a chance, like a very quick, brief interaction to sort of meet in person, face-to-face, say hello. Nothing really more than that, and just love every chance that we get to spend together. We've had a lot of good meetings together, talking through things, and so all those interactions, build what you hope to be obviously a long-standing, great relationship, and certainly headed in the right direction there.
So that's Jesse Minter yesterday, and mostly at the top talking about Lamar Jackson and the fact Lamar not at OTAs this week. So I guess, he is the most important player on this football team, and we spent a lot of time talking about, are we going to see him in the offseason when he didn't have to be here? And until this week, he was there all offseason when he didn't have to be there. He's not there now. So is this a big deal, Bo?
I think it's a deal just because this has been a yearly narrative with Lamar Jackson. It would have been a big deal for me if he hadn't been at the offseason workouts prior to this. But clearly it sounds like him and Jesse Minter are on the same page, and Lamar has something personal that he's taking care of this week. And if he's not at OTAs next week, then it's like, all right, come on, what's going on at this point? But it's just another optics thing, right? Like right when OTAs open and he's not there. I don't think that this is anything contract related or anything like that. You'd like him to be there, and you're happy that he was there prior to this. Assuming he's there next week, it's a little deal situation for me.
Yeah, I will reserve the right to change my opinion based on what I see later. But this is a nothing burger for me right now because of the fact that he's been there so much before this. And he's not the only one that's not there right now. And at the end of the day, I feel I compare OTAs a little bit, and it's not the same, especially with the new coaching staff, but it's a little bit like the big deal that we make when a guy fails his conditioning test at the beginning of training camp, and it gets blown up for like 24 hours, and the next day he passes it, and we forget about it. Like, I know it's part of the cycle and it's news, but he's going to be there at mini camp. He's going to be there all of training camp. I would like him with the new coaching staff to be there more often than not, but he's not. Again, he wasn't the only guy not there. And right now, I'm going to take Jesse Minter's word that they're in a good place and he had something going on.
Yeah, it sounds like they've had an open dialogue about this, where in the past when Harbs would be asked about it, he would be agitated and just, Lamar's doing his own thing. And you could tell they weren't on the same page with that and having this prior conversation. But you wouldn't mind if he wasn't there next week? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say I won't mind. Okay. I said, I reserve the right to change my opinion as it goes. I'd rather he's there.
Sure.
I'm not going to lose my mind if he's not, but I'd like him to be there. They're it's put in the contract that it's voluntary.
Yeah, but this is different, though.
I hear you, but it's still different. I want him to be there. Let me make it clear. But if he's not there, it's incumbent upon him to take the time he is there to get himself ready for the season. And he's the guy won an MVP a couple years ago and again, it was an offense he knew.
Yeah, it's different.
But he didn't spend a lot of time there during the optional periods and still won an MVP.
Yeah, but like I've been saying, I didn't care then. I care now. And if he hadn't been there prior to this, I would be more up in arms. Where this, it just sounds like, okay, you had something come up. To me, I am more worried about the contract situation with Lamar Jackson. And I by no means think that this has anything to do with the contract, but I am worried about it moving forward. And when we had Dan Graziano on the show yesterday, he brought up the fact, and just thinking about it, Steve Bisciotti came out in his press conference and said that he wanted to see this done.
Yes.
Prior to the start of the new league year, and he wanted to open up a new window. And the fact that it didn't get done, that is a big deal for me. And the fact that the longer this lingers, in my opinion, the less likely it does get done is a big deal to me. And you just look at their current cap situation, and, I know they just signed Zion Young, so it'll go down a little bit. But you have about $18 million, and there's multiple more holes that Eric DeCosta needs to fill. And there are moves that the Ravens could still make to free up some cap space. But I just don't see this getting done this offseason, because they're going to need a decent chunk of money in order to get Lamar under contract. And I just think it's shaping up for next year to be really dicey, because it is the worst cap situation they've had in a long, long time, in large part because of the Lamar Jackson contract.
It's weird. I do not think it's going to get done either. I for some reason, and maybe it's just I'm not that stressed about it yet, because I still think it will get done. I just think he is someone who marches to the beat of his own drum, or is it drummer? I don't know.
Yeah, same difference.
And I think it'll eventually get done. He doesn't want it done. He doesn't have interest in getting it done right now. Does it stress me out a little bit? Yeah, a little bit, because I'd rather it be done and there's less to worry about and you have more certainty on the cap. But they don't. I know it's part of Eric's job. He has to worry about the cap every year. But you get to next year's cap next year. He's got to worry about this year's cap this year. And they seem to be, at least temporarily, in an advantageous position to still make a couple moves before they get into the meat of training camp.
For sure, but it's just, I mean, right now they're projected to be $65 million over the cap next year, by far and away the most over the cap, by $30 million. Like this is kind of uncharted territory for this organization in a long, long time. And I'm not saying it's going to be a redo of what they did after 2001 and they had a cap purge and they're going to have to cut a lot of guys. But I think it's going to make next offseason really, really tricky for Eric to operate. And Lamar holds all the cards. And
yes, he has every. Yes,
I just, you'd rather avoid that headache next year by getting something done this year. And we don't know where Lamar's at, in terms of his mindset. Does he just want to wait it out and wait till Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Bo Nix, they all sign their next deals? Does he want to wait and see what it's like to actually work with this coaching staff throughout this season? What direction this franchise is going to be after the 2026 season? I don't know, but it's definitely something I was thinking about a lot after Graziano bringing up that point. That, to me, is the big deal of it. This is a little deal in the grand scheme of things. But the contract and the fact that they didn't get it done when the owner was on the record saying that he wanted it done, that's a big deal.
By the way, low-key, how good was Dan Graziano yesterday?
I love Dan.
He's incredibly engaging, conversational, and smart.
Yeah. No, I love
like
Dan.
you.
I'll say, yeah. I'll take one of those adjectives. But no, Dan's great, man. We definitely will get him on more throughout the off season, into the season, and I know he used to be a MLB Hall of Fame voter as well.
We'll have to ask him if he still is.
Still has it, because he had that for a long time.
Yeah, I think he covered the Yankees at one point in time.
Makes sense, because he was saying he covered the Giants for a while too.
Yeah. Obviously the Orioles stink right now, so we're kind of focusing, and the Orioles are playing right now. I'll keep you updated on that. But a lot of football focus today, Bowen, is they are going through their OTAs, and the last day of OTAs not available to the media.
Yeah, this is like the last little sprint of the offseason, if you will. The next 2 weeks are OTAs, and then the week after that, it's mandatory minicamp, and then boom, that's the hiatus. All the players and the staff, they're out of the building until training camp. So the sound that we're going to play today, and they're going to be talking at least once each week the next couple of weeks, that's really the last big news, and maybe Eric swings a move during that dead period. But this is the final portion of the offseason.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
A reminder, not that it's going to happen again, but they didn't sign Clowney until
August.
And then they didn't sign Van Noy until week 3.
Yeah, week 3. And gosh, I think Ronald Darby might have been a late signing as well during training camp, and he was a big, big piece on that 2023 season.
He was. So we will keep you updated on the Oriole game, which is going on right now. Tied 1-1 in the 4th inning, and talk a lot of football, including what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll talk to our friend Brooke Pryor, covers the Steelers for ESPN. Aaron Rodgers officially back in the fold. She joins us at 3. Tim Murray, best bets at 3:30. Talking Ravens and NFL with NFL.com's Eric Edholm at 4:30. And Ryan Ripken, part of our BBT crew, he joins us at 5:30.
I've told you a million times, the hack for these type of shows, you got the TV on, mute it, listen to us. We'll keep you updated on the game. We'll talk a lot of football in the meantime. And then when the final out happens, we're going to be talking a lot of baseball.
Yeah, so
do that.
Yes, you can watch the game with your eyeballs, but use your ears to hear us. Yeah. So you miss nothing that way. Yeah. And you get
we take care of the ear holes.
The Orioles will frustrate your eyes, and we'll treat you to your Ravens talk here.
Yeah.
And keep you updated on the Orioles in case you walk away from the television.
What more could you want?
Yeah, I think it's a perfect system, Bone. I think that we have cracked the code.
Yeah.
We have cracked the code. Coming up next, though, OTAs yesterday available to the media, so we got some talkers. Jesse Minter, Derrick Henry, John Simpson. We'll hear from them next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting in the ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, that's going to be one where, you may see somebody different out there every day. Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. They get to run the different schemes. Danny's done a great job. He's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. Javon as well. Corey's done a great job. All 3 of those guys like the whole idea of the offseason is to put yourself in position to compete for the job in training camp. And I think all three of those guys are doing that.
Nothing says your center isn't on the roster like we're going to rotate through three guys, and there's stuff about each one of them we like, and we hope to see what we see from all of them. But between that and what Eric has said, the center ain't here yet.
He definitely isn't, and I am a little surprised that we're at the first week of OTAs, and this is still a humongous question mark at this point. Clearly, Eric doesn't feel pressed to make a move right now, and that's fine. And there's still got plenty of time between now and week one. But, over these next couple of weeks during OTAs, you're going to do this because clearly there isn't a head dog in this group. Danny Pinter is the quote-unquote vet, if you want to say as much, and he started all of 10 games in the NFL. And no one else has started a single game in the NFL. So it's a humongous question mark.
Ravens drafted Matthew Hibner in the fourth round of this draft. He's gotten a lot of Twitter hype, so to speak. Jesse Minter, what have you seen from Matthew Hibner so far?
Yeah, the cool thing there was like his role, I guess, as a young player at Michigan. He was played on all core special team player. Our offense was a tight end heavy offense there. And so there was a lot of inline blocking, a lot of pull blocking, those types of things. And I thought, to me, like the coolest thing was to go see him in a spread offense, flex out, make a bunch of plays catching the ball. He always had like really good straight line speed and really good hands and body control. So to be able to kind of see him, you be able to utilize that within the scheme that he was in. He was obviously at Michigan. We had, maybe the craziest loaded tight end room in the history of college football with A.J. Barner and Colson Loveland, ahead of him on the depth chart. And so, I think he did a great job in his role there, but it was really cool to see him kind of go be a featured piece in the offense there at SMU.
I know I'm older than Jesse Minter, but I think weren't Jeremy Shockey and Kellen Winslow Jr. in the same tight end room at Miami? I think
that 01 team.
Yeah,
that 01 team was just loaded in general.
Yeah, but anyway, Hibner seems to be a guy that they traded up to get him, so they really like him. And Jesse knows him a little bit from the time he was at Michigan.
We've spent a lot of time talking about wide receiver. Oh, they need to bring in, a vet, bring in more of a sure thing. This is the tight end group. Like this is it.
Yeah.
It's Mark Andrews, Durham Smythe, Hibner, and Cuevas. One of those rookie tight ends needs to emerge as a receiving threat because it's not going to be Durham Smythe. You know his game, and he's just going to be a blocking tight end.
Yes.
So one of these rookie tight ends needs to emerge and give them something in the passing game. Now, like you said, Ken, we know Eric does not trade up all that often at all. And they traded up for Hibner. So he played all over. Like Jesse Minter said, he's in the slot, he's in line, he's H-back. You can use him in a lot of different ways. So it's going to be interesting seeing these rookie tight ends throughout training camp, throughout preseason.
If Ravens history is a judge, Cuevas will be better.
Yes, that is a fact.
The second guy is always better than the first guy.
That is a fact. And that's your man crush because you loved hearing him talk.
Man,
you would love for that to happen.
I hope that he's good and he plays because, if we talk to him a lot, that would be he's a good talker. Jesse Minter, one more from him before we hear from John Simpson. And obviously there was a bit of a scare at OTAs yesterday when Derrick Henry banged knees and went down, but he got up, missed a couple plays, and came back. Jesse Minter, your reaction when Henry was down?
Yeah. That was, again, these you have to have such a teammate mentality in these practices to operate at a level that you get the work that you need, that you're being really smart. Just a deal there where I think you might have they kind of bumped into each other. So super happy and thankful that he was able to keep rolling.
That was on Henry. My bad, Ben. I went to the wrong cup, but you followed me, so you got it right. So, but Derrick Henry causing a scare there, Bone, and obviously looks like all's well because Henry spoke.
Anytime injuries happen, it sucks, but It especially sucks at this point of the calendar, like or during training camp or in practice in general. When you lose guys in practice, happened back-to-back plays way back when with the Ravens, Marcus Peters, Gus Edwards, both of them blowing out their knees.
Justice Hill got hurt.
Yeah, Harbs is like, all right, we're done. Let's go in. Thankfully,
Devontae Freeman.
Yes, right, and Le'Veon Bell, and that was just the AARP backfield.
Yeah,
but. Definitely very, very fortunate that nothing happened with Derrick Henry. And Henry's been a bit of an Iron Man throughout his career. I know he had that one injury in 2021 where he missed serious time. But besides that, he's been extremely durable. He has not missed a game as a Raven, knock on wood.
You know what, Ben? Let's go back and get that one more from Jesse Minter. Cut 11. Kyle Hamilton was there, but he didn't practice. Here's Minter on Hamilton.
Oh, Kyle's just, again, he's been one of our leaders of the offseason, and expect him as the OTAs goes to be getting a ton of work. So really love seeing Kyle out here.
He probably tweaked something. Obviously, the fact that they saw him on the field but not practicing, I would think he'll be out there soon enough. It's the time of year.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's May 20th. You're not going to really push anything at this portion when you don't have any games for 3.5 months. So you're just always going to be extra cautious, especially with a guy like Kyle Hamilton.
Let's hear from John Simpson. The once and now Raven again is here to play guard for the Ravens, and he was asked his early impressions of the other guard, first-round pick Vanga Ioane.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that just he sits back there and just soaks everything in. He's not a real loud vocal guy yet. I think that'll come with time and experience. But he's one of those guys that sit back there and just like observes everything, and he kind of like soaks it all up like a sponge almost. He's really intelligent for sure.
Ioane not only is a monster of a man and a scary guy, but he's also a very smart football player.
Well, I think something that is similar between Simpson and Ioane, and look, Simpson isn't this top tier guard, and we know the penalties have been an issue, but both of them are nasty. Like John Simpson will pancake someone. John Simpson will get in the face of people. He is a very physical football player, and that's Vanga Ioane as well. So the physicality at both guard spots definitely went way up this offseason.
More from John Simpson, and he was asked about how he got back to the Ravens, how they come together.
I mean, well, my agent called me and told me that, this was like an option. And for me, it was a no-brainer, just being in this environment and being around these people and being in this organization is just something that I feel like one just shouldn't turn down.
So, Bone, you were on record, the Steelers guard, was it Samalo?
Samalo, yeah.
Yeah, he ended up getting similar-ish money.
I think he only got $2 million more. It was same 3-year deal, very similar.
But John Simpson brings some toughness to this offensive line, something they probably lacked last year.
Sure. I and this is in hindsight, I was saying that prior to the free agency. Sumalo was the guy that I was kind of really targeting. But look, Simpson, he kind of resurrected his career here with the Ravens and got the starts in 2023 and then signed that decent deal with the Jets, I believe. And now he's back again. So, look, this isn't a stonewall guy at guard. It is still a massive upgrade over either Faalele or Voorhees, and he brings the toughness, he brings the physicality, and this is a team that lacked both of those things, and they needed to bring the nastiness back, and that's John Simpson.
Well, just in layman's terms, Bone, John Simpson's a good guard. Neither of those guys were last year.
No, They're really bad. They were really bad. And Simpson was better in 2024 than in 25. And penalties are certainly an issue for him. But yes, he is definitely much better than both of those guys.
More from John Simpson, talks about being aggressive at the line of scrimmage.
No, I mean, I think that's like, as far as like the trenches go, and I kind of talked about this before, but as far as the trenches go, I feel like that's like the main priority is just like imposing your will on the person in front of you. And that's since day one, that's what he's been drilling in our head is just speed off the ball. And I bring this up all the time, but speed off the ball. And I like that. It just creates so much more hesitation from the defense in a sense. So I think that's his mindset behind us coming off the ball fast, getting lined up fast and stuff like that.
Talking about Ledford, I assume.
Yeah.
And new offensive line coach. And obviously that was a priority hire for the Ravens. And he wants to get off the ball fast, and then he wants to hit somebody in the mouth.
He's talking about a quote from Dwayne Ledford, who was on the Lounge podcast recently, and he was asked about what he wants his offensive line to be known for. What do you want to see when you put on the tape and look at the Ravens offensive line? And that's exactly what he was talking about. Getting off the ball quick, going, you're following the ball carrier. They could be 30 yards downfield. You better be right there with them. Like, you want max effort out of your O-line every single play.
Coming up next, we want to go to something that we got to see, and we had heard some rumblings about this, and like the Ravens, and even Eric DeCosta admitted they were close to making a trade on draft day when they were going to trade down. Well, Ravens Productions posted the video. They were close to making a trade with the Lions until they backed out. So we'll go back to that, and I'll ask Bone the question, like, if they make that trade, who do they end up getting at 17? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The center position continues to be the Ravens' one glaring need as OTAs ramp up this week. During yesterday's practice session, Danny Pinter was seen taking a majority of the starting reps over other in-house candidates like Corey Bullock and Nick Dawkins. Is this something we can read into moving forward? Jesse Minter says they still have a long way to go before finding their starter.
You know, you may see somebody different out there every day. Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. Danny's done a great job. You know, he's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. The whole idea of the offseason is to put yourself in position to compete for the job in training camp.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. Stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps in the 90s again, but rain is expected later on this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Would you do your original offer, 14 for 17, 118, and next year's 3? We're getting close because we're in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta probably about 2 minutes. A minute and a half. Call time.
You're out. All right. Thanks, Bob. Thank you.
Lions were out. They were in talks with the Ravens to move up to 14. They would give them a third-round pick next year in that allegedly loaded draft. And it's full of prospects, but, you know, things can change in a year. But the Ravens were interested in making that move if they move down to 17 and they get a pick this year and another pick next year. The Lions, though, changed their mind, and they were out, so the Ravens stayed and took Venga Iwane. They would have moved down to 17, so just to let you know. So Bain went 15, Sadiq went 16. Lions ended up taking Blake Miller at 17, but if they move up to 14, there's a couple things at play. What if the Lions choose to take Iwane at 14? And, Bone, you made a great point yesterday. What if the Steelers trade in front of the Ravens at 17 to try to get Iwane if he's still there? And I guess that leaves you with Sadiq at 17.
I think that would have been very, very likely because we know the Steelers, they really wanted Venga Iwane. And when Vinny and I were out there at PNC Park just talking to our sister station out there in Pittsburgh, they were talking up Iwane. Okay, if he falls past the Ravens, they'll trade up. So I think it's 17 because the Steelers picked at 21. Mm-hmm. And they had a ton of picks. They entered the draft with the most amount of picks in the 2026 draft. I think that definitely would have happened. And yeah, I guess Kenyon Sadiq would have been the pick.
There was some thought that the Lions were interested in Ioane, and if they would have done that, and then Bain goes 15, Sadiq goes 16, I talked to somebody with some knowledge who thinks the Ravens, if they stay at 17, would have taken Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah.
Now you're holding a bit of a bag because he's not, like, they had 3 dudes that they really liked, and obviously Ioane was the one they liked the most. But if Ioane goes 14 and the rest of the draft goes the way it went, it would, you're kind of left holding a bag.
Totally. And that's where, sometimes you can get a little greedy when you trade back, but that is a pretty strong offer that the Lions gave.
Yeah.
A future third-round pick is, you only move down 3 spots. Like, that's pretty strong. A future third and a fourth-round pick in 2026. But ultimately, Ken, they did what they should have done. And that was select Vanga Ioane. And he was the guy that was routinely mocked to the Ravens seemingly 90% of the time, especially the closer we got to the draft. And it was just such a pressing need. And then if you would have, let's just say, taken Mekhi Lemon, then you really would have been pigeonholed into taking an offensive lineman in the second or third round. You don't take Zion Young. There's the butterfly effect there.
Sure. Credit to Ravens.com for that video. That was kind of cool to get some inside knowledge of what was going on. And Eric, to his credit, had told us after the draft that they were close to making a deal that fell apart. So we knew that was in the works, and the video told us that he was giving us the straight dope because they seemed to be close to making a deal until the Lions backed out. It is fascinating, though, to see, as you said, the butterfly effect. Like, what do they do in the second round if they end up taking Mekhi Lemon in the first round? Or, as we know, Zion Young was the top 20 ranked player to them. Do you try to trade down and take him? There are a lot of things that possibly could happen if it goes that way.
Well, that was the other interesting part of the video. And you mentioned it, Zion Young was ranked 20th on their board, and just hearing the lead up to them selecting Zion Young, and they thought that the Saints could potentially have taken him at pick 42 because Cam Jordan's not there anymore. Then the Lions traded up to number 44 right in front of the Ravens, and they ended up taking Derrick Moore, and Zion Young ended up falling in their lap. It was really cool to see everything unfold how it did. And that's where another hat tip to the Ravens production, where the schedule release, they were working on this, Ken. They were working on the Ravens wired for the draft, and they did a really, really great job with that.
Good call, Bum.
Yes, definitely.
I was thinking Chad Ryder, I think, is the guy we had on that was talking about offensive linemen, when he's like, if you go the other way, he really liked the kid Emmanuel Pregnon, and he said, I've got him a tick below Ioane. Pregnon didn't go to the third round. So and I don't know what the Ravens thought of him. He was the Oregon guard. Could you go get your guard later if you choose to go a different direction early?
That's kind of another topic that was really interesting when DeCosta was on the lounge not that long after the draft, and he was asked about the consensus boards, and he was bringing up the fact that sometimes consensus boards can really love a player and value a player. In Chad's case, the guard that you were bringing up, and then their board, it reflects something completely different. And then there's times where inevitably it happens every single draft. A team is perceived to overdraft a player, but they love the player more than the consensus board. So it is really interesting just seeing all of that unfold throughout the draft weekend.
Would you said it's good value to get that third round pick next year. Does part of you kind of wonder what it would have been like if they make that trade, or do you like the way it went?
I like what they did. And I think Eric likes what they did, where they're at. Ioane is the safe pick, and pick 14 you could not afford to miss. And Ioane, they're not going to miss. I firmly believe he's going to be a guy that's going to be here 10 plus years, and he's going to really solidify a guard position that they have not invested in enough, quite frankly. And, they've seen so many guys walk out that door year after year after year, where Ioane is the first round pick they've selected at guard since 2007, Ben Grubbs.
Yeah.
So it's been quite some time, and now you are starting to see interior offensive linemen be a little bit more in vogue. And you saw that with Tyler Linderbaum obliterating the center market with the contract that the Raiders gave to him.
By the way, we're going to be talking to Brooke Pryor from ESPN coming up at 3 o'clock. Aaron Rodgers meeting with the media. He has announced this is his last year. Not that you like that.
We'll see.
He said this is it. This is the last ride.
Yeah, he said that last year.
Yeah, this is the last ride.
He said it last year. He's doing Brett Favre as well.
Yeah.
How many times did Brett retire?
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, we'll talk to Brooke Pryor at 3 o'clock. But coming up next, we're going to look back to last night. What went wrong for the Orioles as they lose again to the Rays? And we'll update you on what's going on in Tampa, or it's technically St. Pete, where they're playing Tampa, next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks beat the Cleveland Cavaliers 115-104 last night in overtime. The Knicks came back from 22 points down in the fourth to rally to force overtime. Jalen Brunson figured out that if he attacked James Harden on defense, the Knicks would have points down the floor on every possession. Game 2 is Thursday night at MSG. I'm Chris Bleck.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's be honest for a second. You don't go into game day hoping things just kind of work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts, rocking and rolling. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold is a gold standard. You want to be on top of that podium. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. We're not 22 anymore, fellas. If there's an upgrade out there, you take it. As simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Trust me on this one, guys. Be ready when your number is called. Don't let that loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Showers and storms expected. Temps in the 90s. Expect rain this evening with temps in the 70s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. And purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Williams running, the pitch driven to deep right. Cowser! Oh, it's off his glove! And so much for the inherited. Throw him out! Jackson to the plate! Hang on a second! Oh, it's dropped by Basayo! They had him! They had him at the plate! I don't know what happened with Williams and how he didn't score more easily, but the Orioles had him dead to rights at the plate, and Basayo couldn't get the throw and tag him. It's 3-1.
So there's a lot to digest there. First of all, and you know, to in layman's terms, good teams find ways to win, bad teams find ways to lose. It's not an easy play, but I feel like that was a ball Colton Cowser should have caught in right field. It seems like he got spun around. It hits off his glove. For some reason, I think it's Carson Williams was thinking that there were less than 2 outs, so he stopped going around second base. So they have him at the plate, and Sam Basayo can't catch the ball cleanly at the plate, a ball that I guess bounced from Jackson Holiday. And so Sam's not able to catch it, so they aren't able to tag Williams out. And they have an opportunity to get Williams there. They don't. And then the next guy has a bloop base hit to Luca, which scores Richie Palacios, who hit the double. He went to third on the throw. So a 2-1 game turns into a 4-1 game, and the Orioles lose to Tampa once again. Before we discuss it, though, Kyle Bradish, he was okay yesterday, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, 2 runs. He was asked what makes the Rays so tough to face the pitcher.
They're a good lineup. They got a lot of good hitters, 1 through 9. I mean, they're patient. They make you come in the zone, and unlike a lot of teams, they're fine taking a single the other way. They're not all trying to do damage. But when you leave a pitch in the middle of the plate, like I did to Yandy, they're on it. So it's just kind of a complete team.
They're a complete team, and they're good with contact. They're not trying to create damage. Basically, they're the anti-Orioles.
Yeah, doing BBT with Bordy yesterday, we talked a lot about that. Like how it's sort of like a throwback team in a lot of ways, where there's a lot of sacrifice flies, there's a lot of sack bunts. They're dead last in exit velocity, but they're one of the best offenses in baseball, and they just do a lot of things well. And in that game, the other thing, Ken, like they took advantage of the Orioles' mistakes, and they were able to add insurance runs. And I think Ben said the same exact thing yesterday in terms of opposing teams doing that to the Orioles and the Orioles not taking advantage of other teams' mistakes. And you can go to the top part of that inning, the 8th inning, where, Ben McDonald was begging Blaze Alexander to steal second base with Taylor Ward at bat. And he did, and it was a hell of a swim move to get around it. He said challenge it immediately. The Orioles did. They ended up winning that challenge. And then Taylor Ward ends up flying out. And the Orioles were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position yesterday. You get the solo shot to lead off the game with Taylor Ward 2 pitches in, and then you're shut out the rest of the way.
Yeah, they were able to get to Shane McClanahan in a game where they gave up 1 million runs, so it didn't matter. But they couldn't solve Griffin Jacks yesterday. Griffin Jacks, you mentioned, gives up a home run to the first batter he faced, and that's the only run they scored the entire game. They only got 3 more hits the entire game, Bone. You can't win baseball games that way. Their margin for error, and it seems like this, and this is not just a one-off. That we see this more often where this team with this lineup that's supposed to be so good, at least a couple times a week, they're not hitting.
And it sort of necessitated Craig Albernaz. I know a lot of people were up in arms. Why are you sending Kyle Bradish back out for the 6th inning? Well, that's the reason, because we said so much heading into the game yesterday where their starters back-to-back games didn't complete 4 innings, and Bradish was far from sharp, and I think the first inning kind of screwed him a lot in the grand scheme of things.
35 pitches?
Yeah, he threw 26 more pitches after he got the 2 outs. He got the first 2 outs right away.
10
and then,
pitches.
Yeah, ends up giving up the run, and he makes a mistake to Yandy Diaz, and he hit a ball that's still going at this point. But I can't be too critical of Albernaz trying to squeeze every single out that he can out of Kyle Bradish, because that's just where they're at right now.
And where they're at is not a good baseball team. You're 21-28, Bone. And I saw the Rays have, I think, won 20-24 with that win last night. What makes you think the Orioles have it in them to go on a run like that? Like, what is it about the Orioles that you say, yeah, I can see them running off 20-24?
Other than just the sheer...
If they start mashing like they're supposed to?
Well, I was going to say, other than just the sheer unpredictability
of baseball.
Sure. Like, who thought the Phillies would go on this type of run after firing their manager?
But the Phillies were a team that had a ton of talent.
Totally veteran-laden team.
And starting pitching.
All of that. I'm with you. The short answer is there isn't anything that they've shown me. But I'm just saying, outside of baseball being baseball, it's... This team just hasn't shown any ability to sustain success. You pick up a big win, and then you lose big the next day. The offense busts out, and then the offense is ice cold. You get a strong start from your starter, and then tomorrow's starter ends up getting shelled. They haven't been able to sustain it across multiple days, much less just back-to-back games.
So the Orioles lose last night 4-1. Rays going for the sweep today, but in the 7th inning, the Orioles lead this one 3-1. Shane Baz has gone 6 innings, giving up just 2 hits. He has walked 3. Like, what? These guys need to stop walking, dudes. But this is back-to-back good starts for Shane Baz. The Orioles, as far as their scoring, Pete Alonso RBI single in the 3rd, and then Pete Alonso and Sam Basayo go back-to-back home runs in the 6th, so they lead 3-1.
Yeah, Shane Baz to me is the story, because you just keep waiting for him to string together strong. This is the first time all year where it's back-to-back quality starts, back-to-back strong starts at a Shane Baz, and doing it against quality opponents, quite frankly. I know the Nats aren't having a great year, but that's a really good offense. And going 7 innings, holding them to 3 runs, and today against this former team, man, like Shane Baz, 2 hits. Like the walks and that's just been a starting pitching issue for the Orioles. But yeah, you got to be really pleased with Shane Baz.
Let's go back to where we started before we step out. Are there things that the Orioles could potentially learn from the Tampa Bay Rays?
I think it's ultimately just winning by any means necessary. Like, you don't have to be swinging for the fences every single time. Like, you don't, moving over runners, sack fly, like executing at critical junctures of the game would be the biggest thing. Like the Rays, they never have a high payroll. They never have like the big sexy names for the most part, but they find a way.
Orioles leading 3-1, trying to avoid the sweep. That game is in the top of the 7th inning. We will keep you updated. But coming up next, we switch to football. And Aaron Rodgers.
We're going to do Northern Exposure coming up next. Yeah, Brooke has to move.
Okay, so we'll talk about the Steelers and their situation. Aaron Rodgers officially back in the fold. We'll hear from Mike McCarthy next as Northern Exposure here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So, I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called Select Quote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with Select Quote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-329-1010.
That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Pete Alonso and Samuel Basayo both hit solo homers in the 6th inning to give the Orioles a 3-1 lead in the 7th. Shane Baz has completed 6 innings and has allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits with 3 walks. The Ravens' center position is very much in flux. Baltimore's current depth chart at center has a combined 10 starts in the NFL. Coach Jesse Minter expects to get a look at each of those players over the next few weeks.
Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. They get to run the different schemes. Danny's done a great job. He's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. Javon as well. Corey's done a great job. All 3 of those guys.
Tonight marks Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio won Game 1, 122-115 in double overtime. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with an overnight low of 59. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 62. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Northern exposure on Inside Access. Ken and Tim look at the AFC North. 105.7 The Fan.
Well, I think clearly, what it means is just you see the reaction, in the building. First and foremost, starting with the players, the locker room, the coaching staff. So, everybody was extremely excited when the decision became official. So I think that speaks for itself and speaks volumes of what he's established just in his short time here, coming off of last season. So yeah, it's great to have him back.
So that's Mike McCarthy. The Steelers have a new head coach, too. Now, it's a little different with the Steelers because Mike McCarthy's a longtime NFL head coach, whereas Jesse Minter has never done the gig before, but that's him announcing Aaron Rodgers in the building. Aaron Rodgers spoke with the media today, among other things, and Brooke Pryor was supposed to join us, going to join us tomorrow, correct? Is that what?
Yeah, I'm just checking back with her tonight.
Yeah, so Brooke's
craziness right now.
Brooke is constantly on ESPN because Aaron Rodgers met with the media. Among other things that he said that this is it for him. He said it's surreal coming back with Mike McCarthy because he was with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay as a 22-year-old. He said that why it took so long is because he didn't have a contract and he can take all the time he wants. So Aaron Rodgers back.
It was always going to be this. Like, why... Anyone that thought differently, and then especially so after the NFL schedule came out. And I did see, as a funny quirk, in the preseason, I think the Steelers are playing the Jets and Packers as well, nice. Which is just another chef's kiss that, here we go, Aaron, last ride. But look, the Steelers, I really like what they have done this offseason.
Yes.
The quarterback is still a huge issue.
That's the thing, right?
But Michael Pittman, I've always been a huge fan of his. You also drafted Jeremy Bernard in the 2nd round. Defensively, I thought Jamel Dean, the contract they got him on, was an absolute steal. He was coming off a really good year. Jaquan Brisker they added. So a couple guys in the secondary, and that secondary was bad. There's still question marks in that group, and Jalen Ramsey was a disaster for them last season, ended up having to get moved to safety. But I think they got more. Heck, even Rico Dowdle, I thought was a really good pickup for them after the free agent that they brought in last year on that 1-year deal that ended up being their team MVP.
Gainwell.
Gainwell.
Yeah,
yes, Kenneth
Gainwell.
He ended up being spectacular for them. He is obviously gone. So Dowdle and Jalen Warren, a nice 1-2 punch there. Rodgers is just such a limited player at this point. He was a spectacular player. He is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer 5 years after he retires.
And you still hate him.
Oh, I just don't think he's a good person. I think he's very smug. I think he's very arrogant, and he's just not a good person. And now he's just not a good quarterback.
No, he's not.
And the numbers,
except against the Ravens,
bear it out. Out of 38 quarterbacks, qualified quarterbacks last year, he was 33rd in dropback success rate. There were only 32 starting quarterbacks. He was 37th in percentage of throws 10 air yards or more beyond the line of scrimmage. He led the NFL in throws behind the line of scrimmage. 32.5% of his throws were behind the line of scrimmage. That's 1 out of every 3 pretty much. Behind the line of scrimmage.
And that's not getting better.
That is hard to comprehend. How bad that is. 66.4% of his passing yards came via yak. 2/3. Now he's got a much better surrounding cast this year, and there's no doubting that. But is the ceiling for Aaron Rodgers in his age 42 season last year? He played in every game. I know they sat him the final week. So is he going to play in every game this year? I get through the ball quick enough. He doesn't take many hits.
No, he's
not interested in doing that. But I just... How high is the Steelers' ceiling with Aaron Rodgers?
Not super high. I think he keeps the floor high. Same with Mike McCarthy, quite frankly.
Totally.
That's a high floor signing, not a high ceiling signing. More for Mike McCarthy. Was asked if Aaron Rodgers has anything to prove these last 2 days at OTAs.
No, he still throws it. He can throw it with anybody. But that's he made sure we all saw that in first practice Monday. But no, he still throws the ball extremely well. He's moving, but it's his first practice too, so he's knocking the cobwebs off. But
what kind of question is that?
Yeah.
Does one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time have anything to prove during OTAs with the same exact team that he played with?
Because he's old.
He was old last year. What?
He can still rip it.
He's not coming off the Achilles this go around. What question is that?
Those behind the line of scrimmage throws, Bone, had the same zip on them as they did a year ago.
I expect him to be the same guy. He has nothing to prove at any quarterback that has ever or will ever enter the NFL would kill for his stats, kill for that type of career, kill for that type of longevity.
As you mentioned, he'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer. One more, Brian Angelicio, who is easy for me to say. He's the offensive coordinator, the new offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, obviously with Aaron's success, pedigree, he's played a lot of football, banked a lot of reps, and, he's, had a lot of success in this league. So certainly, we'll draw on his strengths like we would with any player and, continue to put our guys in the best position to move the football.
I am still, and we talked to Dan Graziano about this yesterday, and he agreed with us. I'm still flummoxed that this is the way they chose to go. And was it one of the Rooneys was like, we don't believe in tanking. We want to be competitive.
Which is trying to win Super Bowl.
That's the Dan Duquette line. We want to be competitive.
They're not. They won a playoff game in a decade. What? It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
There is potentially, and Beltway Ben, you know this because you're a big college football guy. This is setting up to be a great quarterback draft, and the Steelers are choosing to be a team that potentially will draft again in the early 20s to go get. And that quarterback may not be available for them at that point.
Last year's offseason was a fireball offense for Omar Khan. Going through this again, and he's had a very good offseason. But neglecting the quarterback position, it's a way to do things. It is a way to do things.
Yeah. we will be very interested to see how this goes with Aaron Rodgers. And by the way, the Ravens could end potentially, if Aaron Rodgers is a man of his word, Bone, the Ravens finish the season with the Steelers here in Baltimore. A win against the Steelers could potentially end Aaron Rodgers' career.
I guess. It's a long... Aaron Rodgers has never lost to the Ravens. His time with the Packers, they didn't play him with the Jets, but Aaron Rodgers has never lost to the Ravens, and the Steelers in this decade, quite frankly, have owned the Ravens.
By the way, I just looked up at the screen, and those crazy nuts with the shirts off are back in camp.
It's only getting bigger. It's only getting bigger. Like last night, the section was rocking at the end.
Am I right to say that Friday's game, because I'm pretty sure the Apple reporter, is her name Tricia Whitaker, I think the Orioles are the Apple game on Friday.
Yeah, they're Apple.
So she's already soliciting people to be doing whatever this is.
Is she?
Yeah, I saw her on Twitter. Like
I would be shocked if they got a 10-game homestand. I would be shocked if it doesn't happen at some point in that 10-game homestand.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly what it is, what it means, but it seems to be a thing now.
I looked into it a little bit more. Like now it involves like a college it's tarps off but like it involves a college baseball team.
Yeah, I'm definitely get off my lawn guy. I can't stand it. Just it's really bothering me.
You're the young get off my lawn guy too.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to watch the baseball game, and every 5 seconds we're panning out to million shirtless dudes in the middle of big game, and it's in every game. Like, it's annoying.
Yeah. Well, you were saying that Monday where you were at the casino.
Yeah,
dude, that's crazy.
It's the one game.
But how much staying power? Like after a week or two, is this gone?
I would bet if it keeps up, like teams or stadiums are gonna try to get them to stop.
So what
it.
is the point of it?
Kids be annoying.
I looked it up loosely. It's called tarps off, but the meaning. They started at the Cardinals game. It's slang for taking off your shirt or jersey.
Okay.
And a company waving it around.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just something stupid.
I will say it again. This is up your alley, though, Bum. This is something you do.
I'd be down the clown.
This is something you would do. So we
get a few beers in me too.
Full disclosure, our original plan was to go do the show at Pickles Friday, but there is weather in the forecast.
Yeah.
And we know because the last 2 homestands we have scheduled to do Pickles, and they've been canceled by the weather. So we just said, you know what, if we would have done this again, the weather would have canceled. So we will be back in studio on Friday. But if there is a game, I expect tarps off to occur, whatever this is, Friday in Baltimore. And Ben will be very upset about the whole thing because he'll be there.
It's just, I'm not that. It's just annoying. I'm watching the games. I'm like, come on.
Because it feels like it has nothing to do with the
I will
game.
be completely honest with you. It might be just because I was bitter with what's going on in the Orioles game. But they cut out them, and I'm just like, get them off the screen. Get them watch the game. But again, it's just me.
No, it's fair. I don't seem to understand it just yet. So I'm with you. Coming up next, though. He's now angry, but hopefully it will stay smooth. We go around the Beltway, and where are we going?
Yeah, the tarps were not off at the Garden. It was a great NBA game. The Knicks, 22-point deficit.
Yeah, down 22.
All the way back in the fourth quarter. A very interesting game there. Awesome game. We'll continue to preview tonight's game. We'll just talk NBA, basically NBA shoot-around. That's coming up next on Inside Access.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING.com. They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall, 105.7 The Fan.
I was trying to think about when the last time we had 2 incredible NBA basketball games, on the playoff basketball games back to back, and obviously Thunder Spurs was theater the whole way through. It looked like the Cavs Knicks was not going to be, and then we had the epic finish. Time to head around the Beltway.
Yeah, very interesting game last night. A great one to watch. Second straight day we watched great NBA playoffs. And I did want to get to the sound real quick. So as you guys know, Knicks down 22 in the second half. And post-game, Kenny Atkinson talked about feeling like the Cavs were a little bit unlucky.
I think we got a little unlucky, quite honestly. You know, Brunson obviously took over at the end. And, you know, we started double-teaming them and try to do some different things. But listen, I'm super proud of the way our group played. We played great basketball tonight for, 3 quarters.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, fourth quarter, they dominated us in the fourth quarter.
You blew a 22-point lead.
Yeah. They were great in the 3 quarters, though.
It wasn't like the first quarter when they were up 22. They were winning in the fourth quarter.
And, hey, Bud, use a timeout.
Right.
When your team is wilting
I like
down
to save
the stretch, use a timeout.
Well,
what are you doing?
Maybe get James Harden out of the game, too.
Because you brought it up, we will hear him on wanting to hold on to the timeouts.
Yeah, well, I like to hold my timeouts.
Yeah.
I mean,
like to give them away for Christmas.
I want to get one timeout at the end of the game, 1 or 2 point game. I try to hold them, you know.
Good call, Coach. Yeah.
He finished the fourth quarter with 2 timeouts.
Take him with you.
Like, what
Take
him and Harbs are at the same school.
It was Harbs-esque, that press conference. And I always love, like, NBA is always really good, those post-game pressers. But I always love listening to those post-game pressers in general. That was bad. And then Mike Brown, on the other hand, we don't have the audio, said it wasn't a secret we were doing. We were going to James Harden, which was also incredible.
Dude.
That game as a whole, just shocking. And I understand basketball is a game of runs.
Yes.
But there's like 9 minutes left. It's a 17-point game. Nothing is going right for the Knicks. And every small run the Knicks were able to go on, the Cavs responded with a 5-0 run themselves, a few threes here and there, whatever. So just for the Knicks to, and it felt like it's early. There's a lot of games left in the series. Last night, I think at the end of the series, we're going to look back and be like, well, the Cavs were done there. If you can't win that one, I don't think you're going to win the series.
I think this might, like, if the Cavs win that game, I might give some credence to they got a shot to win the series. I think the Knicks win in 5 now.
Yeah,
I don't know how you recover from that.
You can't. You just cannot.
And you take advantage of the fact, we were talking about this the other day during NBA shoot-around, the long layoff for the Knicks. You could tell that was affecting them the first half, especially the first 3 quarters of that game, and then they just caught fire in the fourth.
OG didn't look like himself until maybe overtime.
OG had 3 points up until like 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden he figures out, I still have some hops. The dunk, like going up for the dunk, he missed, but he went up for the dunk. And he's only going to get better as the series goes on. I think he, quite honestly, is, as I always say, he's one of the most important players in the NBA. So they're going to get him more right, and the Cavs just, it's James Harden. It is what it is. It's James Harden. That's who he is. That's what he is. And they were going at him, and Atkinson goes on talk about because they asked him if they were going to pull him out, and Atkinson's like, "Well, he's been one of the better defenders in the NBA playoffs." Like, well, hold on.
I saw.
Slow down.
Jalen Brunson was 7 of 11 shooting when James Harden was defending him. I think it was 8 straight possessions.
He made sure he got those matchups.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, though. What was interesting, though, is that Brunson started with the hero ball, and I'm texting with a Knicks fan, and he hates it at first. But I'm like, it's working. It's working. And Brunson hit a couple of really tough shots, like tough angle shots to start this whole run. But James Harden is he's a terrible defensive player. And it was obvious as this went on, Ben, that they're doing their best to go after James Harden, and they just did it over and over and over again. And I'm like looking at it, and it was 22, and then it's 15, and then it's 8. I'm like, holy bleep, they have a chance to win this basketball game.
And the Garden is erupting, and you know how it gets there.
Yeah.
And to your point about some of the Brunson buckets, like, it was pretty clear he was doing everything he could to get to the free throw line, and they weren't bailing him out, but he's watching them go through the basket, which all of a sudden turns into 2 more threes that he knocks down. Then you throw the double team at him. All right, Landry Shamet, who has been very important, I get it, but Landry Shamet. He starts knocking down a few threes. He knocked down 2 crucial threes. I know one was in overtime, but the game tire that hits everything and falls in. Just crazy sequence.
What's wild about this Knicks team, and I knew, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
Yeah, the Halliburton.
They blew that, but they had a couple, 2 or 3 of these crazy comebacks in the playoffs last year. Like, they just got the belief.
This is a reverse Halliburton. Like a year ago, they have that game 1 and they lose it on the I get PTSD because it's
you had experience of that.
It's the Kawhi Leonard
DMV
shot.
crime,
And they couldn't recover and win that series. The Pacers go to the finals. The other thing is there's so much like the ball, and I thought inside the NBA, Shaq and Barkley and Kenny Smith did a great job articulating this after the game. Like the Cavs ball movement in this game, the first 3 quarters was exceptional. They stopped doing that in the fourth quarter. They didn't get the ball to Donovan Mitchell at all in the fourth quarter. And through all of that, Sam Merrill almost hits a shot at the buzzer. It's halfway down. If he hits that, they win the game anyway. So there's like so many fascinating parts of this whole thing.
No, to that, because I'm watching, and Donovan Mitchell's limping every time back up the court. Something happened with his leg. I'm sure we'll hear about it more today and tomorrow and how it goes. But it might have been just cramps, but he was dealing with something, and it was clear that they weren't really going to him. But James Harden going to him when he was 29, he would get you a bucket regularly, and he still can here and there. But in crucial situations with the best defenders, the Knicks can play some defense. With some of those good defenders on him, he dribbles the air out of the ball, then chucks it to somebody late or throws up something or turns the ball over. And that happens so much right after you have Brunson knocking down a three. A few different buckets. So it was fun to watch.
Well, getting to tonight, and we were talking about this a little bit before the show with the Western Conference Finals. I'm sure the gambling market is heavy on the Thunder, thinking it's going to be a big bounce back. You said it's up to 7.5.
Yeah, it's up to 7.5, and I saw 4.5 yesterday, late. But some of those are Vegas making a mistake early or whatever. But yes, it's up to 7.5 today before our show started. It's probably going to be one of the most bet things of the playoffs. Thunder money line and parlays, Thunder to cover spread. Everybody thinks they're going to come out, and I get it. I just,
is this where you fade it? Like, no, I know Jeremy would, right? Like, that's Jeremy.
Yeah, no, Jeremy like
the fade in the public.
I agree with fading the public a lot. But the best, I mean, this team is so deep, and I get it. Wemby he's different. It's just, you don't see anything like him.
He's an alien.
But you have to figure the deepest team, one of the deepest teams in NBA history, to be quite honest with you, can figure it out tonight at home.
Game 2 of the Western Conference Final is tonight. I definitely will be watching this, and I won't be distracted by the Orioles. But coming up next, best bets. Tim Murray, VSiN. It's next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarkCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now, your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing mechanics with a signing bonus of $3,000. Join a company with an unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalase.
The Orioles and Rays are tied at 3 in the 8th inning. Samuel Basallo and Pete Alonso have both hit solo homers. Shane Baz's day is done as he completed 6 innings and allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits with 3 walks. Lamar Jackson has participated in the Ravens offseason workout program but was not present for the team's first 2 OTAs. However, Coach Jesse Minter believes he will be back in the building soon.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
Tonight marks Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio won Game 1, 122-115 in double overtime. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with an overnight low of 59. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 62. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalase, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Inside Access would like to welcome to the show 2025 Hall of Fame inductee, Tim Murray. Tim, the Fan thanks you.
What would a Wednesday be without our buddy Tim Murray from VSiN? And I bet you the Circa Casino was rocking the last couple nights with these NBA playoff games. And Tim, have you made any money? Have you hit the window on either of these games?
Let's start with the first question. Yes, Monday night specifically was rocking because we had the Game 7.
It's an awesome book. I've been there.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hard to be upset. You can check it out Saturday mornings on Massive.
Yes.
Monday night was really good. Last night was okay, to be honest. You know, Tuesday nights are kind of hit or miss sometimes, but we got off the air right as the Knicks were kind of finishing up their comeback, or the Cavs were finishing up their collapse, however you want to define it. And it was a pretty good, pretty lively. Did I make any money? I'll say this. Yesterday was one of those nights where I was so thrilled not to be on the underdog. It would have been an all-timer. Every bookmaker that you talked to and that we had on the show said everybody's on the Knicks. You know, everything going which way is on the Knicks. And to see a 93-71 lead slip away, and not only that, but for them to fail to cover the point spread. And, by the way, the total last night was 218, and it ended 219. Man, if you're an underbetter and an underdog better. That was as bad as it gets. I did lose a little bit on Monday because I thought Oklahoma City would take care of business in game 1. And I didn't bet them to win the series, or excuse me, to cover the game, but I did what's called a double result. So I bet them to win game 1 and to win the series. And for most of that game, I thought that bet was dead. And then it came back to life, and they're up 3 with under a minute to go. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to sneak out a win here, and maybe they win this series. And then since, obviously after that, it kind of fell apart. So small loser for me on Monday night. Did have a little bit on the under in the Canadian Sabres game. By the way,
great hockey.
I'll point this out. This is a little crazy. The first period over is a thing that is bet a lot. And, we had former Caps coach Bruce Boudreau was on the show Monday night, guys. And I was like, give me the, breakdown of game 7s. How does it play? He did make a joke about how he was 1-7 all time in game 7. So he was not a great guest to have on. But we saw the first period over hit in all 7 of the Sabres Canadiens games. So it was a pretty crazy outlier of an evening there. But yeah, to sum it up, back to your initial question, great atmosphere. And, I could argue, guys, that this 2-week stretch we're about to embark on, or just week stretch, is better than the finals. Because every night we've got something, right? Tonight we start the Western Conference Finals in the NHL. We've got game 2 of San Antonio, Oklahoma City. And then every night we've either got hockey, we've got basketball every night. This next stretch is really good before. I always think the NBA Finals, it's something. Look, last year we went to game 7, so it was a fun NBA Finals. But I always feel like the NBA Finals at times can be a little bit overrated because we have to wait so long for every game. Now we're in the thick of it here. So we'll see what Oklahoma City can do tonight if they can bounce back.
Well, Tim, let's get to that game because we were just previewing it prior to the break. The Thunder 7.5-point favorites. I'm just guessing that the public is going to be heavy on them, thinking, no way OKC is going to drop back-to-back games at home to start this series. Are you going to fade OKC or lean into them?
Yeah, this is a tough one, Tim, because normally I'm an underdog guy. I do think San Antonio, right now DraftKings is showing 59% of bets on the Spurs, so plenty more time for that game to get bet into. But I think there is a mindset, maybe, Tim, Oklahoma City, you're going to put them on a money line parlay. They're not going to lose. But I would guess most people think this number is too high. And to be honest, I don't really want to get involved with Oklahoma City here. I could go back and forth with game 1. Be like, all right, Victor Wembanyama, no way is he going to have a 41-24 again. SGA, no way is he going to go 7 of 23 again. But then you could go a little bit deeper and look at, Stephon Castle had 11 turnovers. Alex Caruso had 30-plus points. You can really kind of tie yourself into knots. And I do think, look, Victor Wembanyama is a bad matchup for anybody. But I do feel like Oklahoma City's got to have some figuring out to do here. And now Mark Daigneault and his staff are very good. They're defending champs for a reason. They'll figure some things out. But, are they going to grow a 7'5" guy overnight? I don't know. Are they going to put Chet Holmgren on them regularly? So I'm having a really hard time deciding what to do here. I could look maybe a little bit towards the under. You look games 1, it's funny because next year, this time, there's going to be a trend, and it's going to say, hey, conference finals game 1s since 2020 are 12-2 to the over. But please, we all need to remember, last night and Monday night were dead under games, but they needed overtime to go over, right? So keep that in mind last year when that trend gets floated out there, 12-2 to the over. Well, last year or this year, both games should have gone under. So, I would lean a little bit towards the under in this game. I'm not a big player prop guy. And then, lo and behold, I played a player prop on, what was that? That was game 6 Friday night. I took Anthony Edwards over 26.5 points. He gets 19 in the first half, has 24 going into the fourth quarter, and then he decides to go shake hands with the opposition. 8 minutes left in that game. So player props could be brutal at times, but there is part of me, and we've seen it go up. I think it was 28.5 last night, and I didn't hit it. Now it's on the move, but I do think SGA is going to have a big game tonight. You look at the performance that he had for his caliber of players, 23 points, 7 of 23 from the field. I think he has a pretty big game here tonight. And then I'd be curious, guys, what we see from Alex Caruso, right? Like, they're so deep, the Thunder are, and they just kind of play the hot hand. And he was maybe the best game of his life, 8 3-pointers, 31 points. I tend to fade those players the following game, so I think under 10.5 points is like minus 120 or something like that. I could get involved in Alex Caruso under. Got to remember, sometimes we see adjustments and it's warranted, and I like to look at them as overreactions at times. Alex Caruso's player prop for game 1 was 7.5, and now it's 10.5. So that's a pretty big jump for one game. So I would probably look under Alex Caruso tonight. And then the other one that's been talked about a lot in my world, and it's not one that I've bet, but there's not a lot of belief that Chet Holmgren is going to have success going up against Victor Wembanyama. I think his over-under is like 13.5 or 14.5, so I'll just float that one out there. But for me, I'll probably be involved. If I had to bet it, I would probably go SGA over or Alex Caruso under tonight in this one.
Tim Murray lets people know what's going on at VSiN.
Yeah, you can check me out every weeknight, not tonight, but most weeknights on VSiN Primetime from 7 to 11. If you have YouTube TV, throw us in your quad box, watch the games, have us on, talking live betting. And then Saturday mornings, my baby, the VSiN Weekend Morning Line, 9 to noon on Masson. Check us out, SiriusXM channel 158 as well. Just a reminder, boys and girls, 100 and I believe 1 days away from college football.
Yeah!
We're getting close, baby. We're almost there.
I'm fired up for some college football. Tim, thanks as always, buddy. We appreciate it. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys. See ya.
Oriole game just went final.
That happened.
And man, it was disgusting. We will recap next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals is tonight, Spurs at Thunder. Wemby wowed us in Game 1. The last time I had that feeling was watching Shohei Ohtani hit 3 home runs and striking out 10 in Game 4 of the NLCS last year. A performance from an all-time great. And that's how it feels this run with Wemby is shaping up. Can't wait to see what Wemby has in store for us next. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them. At Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Showers expected to continue, lows in the 50s. More rain tomorrow, highs in the 60s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
It's a final in Tampa, and the Orioles entered the 8th inning up 3-1. They bring in Anthony Nunez. He's got 2 outs and 1 guy on, and then Caminero singles to put runners on first and third. Then Aranda doubles, which ends up, and Beltway Ben, in his expert opinion, and he is an expert, I don't mean that sarcastically, Colton, and I'm watching right now.
That was total bobble.
Colton Cowser decided to play with his food out in center field a little bit, which allowed the runner from first base to score. So then they're tied. They walked. At some point, Rico Garcia came in, I guess, after the Velade walk. Palacios gets a base hit. What's hysterical about the base hit, it was on 3-0 pitch. but he has no idea where he hit the ball.
Thought it was a fly out.
Go watch the replay. He's looking up in the air. He singled down the right field line, which gave him a 4-3 lead. Then the Rays execute a double steal with runners on first and third. Jackson Holiday, a horrible throw to the plate. And the Rays go from being down 3-1, and I think they had 3 hits entering the 8th inning, to now winning 5-3. They get swept in St. Pete against the Rays. They played 7 games this month against the Yankees and the Rays in their house. Did not win a single one of them, Bone. And what's more, they looked severely inferior to those teams for most of those 7 games.
That was a gut punch. And we were talking during the break, and this has been a disastrous start to the year, to say the least. And you are now 8 games below 500, 50 games into the season at this point. And considering the circumstances, I think that was their worst loss of the season. They haven't blown a ton of games leading late. And there were a couple instances, and a hat tip to Ben recalling both. The game in the Pirates where they were up 1 in the 8th inning, a game in Kansas City where they were up 1 in the 8th inning, because they haven't blown a save yet this year. But here they were up 2. Considering the circumstances, last night getting away from you late in that game, and this was to avoid the sweep, and you had your top guys in the pen. I don't even know what to say, man. Like this is horrible.
I'll tell you what there's to say. They're a bad baseball team.
Absolutely,
they play stupid baseball. They don't make high IQ plays. And what's evident in the Yankees, so the Yankees are a giant payroll, and they've got dudes, and they mash, and they got great pitching, so they make plays. The Tampa Bay Rays are the antithesis of everything the Orioles are. The Orioles are dumb. The Rays are smart. The Rays do the little things. The Orioles try to hit 5-run homers. And what happens when you play in these kind of games and you're not executing, because they don't execute, is you end up losing these kind of games. And we saw it night after night after night. And tonight, or today, they waste a great outing from Shane Baz, and the bullpen comes in. But again, when you're a bad baseball team, things go wrong.
And Ken, it's another thing. We haven't brought up the offense. 3 runs isn't good enough.
No.
You were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. You failed to really tack on enough in this ball game. You hit 2 homers. Both of them were solo shots with Sam and Pete. It's the offense as well in this. And then just the
Ben?
Baz, back-to-back really strong starts. Going up against his former team, and was this dominant? No, by any stretch. He had 3 walks. And,
good enough.
He was behind a lot, but he gave up 2 hits. The Rays had 2 hits heading into the 8th inning, and you lose this ball game.
It was a complete joke of a loss, to say the least. That's pathetic, and it's. There's been a lot of pathetic losses this year, but that one's more like they've lost by 10 runs. They've had Weston Wilson pitch 3 damn times. Yeah. It is what it is. To lose this way, to have that team run on you the way they did, the double steal laughing in your face. Again, the Rays are going to put pressure on more than any other team in the MLB. When pressure comes for the Rays, they always finish out on top. They always figure it out. When pressure comes for the Orioles, they bust time and time again. It's happened all year. They put money into Alonso. They put money into a few things. The bullpen, we had a question mark with. The bullpen struggled today. It gave up the game. They didn't score. The bullpen didn't score 3 damn runs. The bullpen didn't leave a bum Rays bullpen. That is one thing that's held the Rays back all year. It's their bullpen. It hasn't been good, but they still find a way to get outs. They got a guy he gives up 2 home runs when he first comes in. He finds a way to get, 2 2/3 more innings. He gets outs. He figures ways to do it.
Gives up back-to-back homers, then he's fine.
And by the way, down 3-1, Fiducia, a catcher, the 8-hitter, lays down a bunt and beats the damn shift because you guys are asleep at the wheel. Always.
Again, smart team versus dumb team.
And then,
I hate
you get 2
to
outs.
say it.
That's what it is. It is what it is. This was infuriating. The most frustrating loss of the season so far for me.
I agree.
Because you had a chance to avoid a sweep in Tampa, maybe try to get back on the right track, but to give up the 2 runs, then you have Cowser kicking it around like a soccer ball in center field, and then the way they score the next 2. Richie Palacios is still looking up in the air for that pop-up that he thought he hit. That is a Rays win and an Orioles loss. It is what it is.
This is a bad team, and unfortunately, because it's going this way, I don't like it, it's snowballing. That's what's happening.
Absolutely,
here.
it is.
And
by the way, the Rays come to town next week.
Oh, I know, and the Orioles did take 2 or 3 from the Yankees.
Yeah.
But again, that means nothing because we're going to hit June, and their largest win streak is 3 games. They are a bad operation. It was, and I apologize. I apologize to my friends, my family, and you, the listener, because I bought into this garbage. Pete Alonso, Shane Boz, Chris Bassett. I was like, you know what? I wanted a frontline starter, but I can understand what they got going on here. This is the gang that couldn't shoot straight. You relied on a core that you overrated internally. They're not good enough. And you got a bunch of Jags in St. Petersburg that are playing smarter baseball and beating you day after day after day and throwing it in your face. Brian Baker had to enjoy that last night.
He did. You saw him screaming after he closed out that game. Absolutely he is.
410-583-1057. Orioles get swept in Tampa. Well, St. Pete, I got to be accurate. Against Tampa. Your thoughts. 410-583-1057. How are you feeling about your Birds? We'll ask you next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're kicking things off with our Memorial Month mega sale. More inventory, more value, and more reasons to shop at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Bulbs. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what? Also, objection. You object to what? Erroneous. Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Rays completed a 3-game sweep of the Orioles after winning 5-3 today. Tampa Bay scored 4 runs with 2 outs in the 8th inning to pull ahead of Baltimore. Shane Baz completed 6 innings and allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits with 3 walks. The O's are off tomorrow before returning home to take on the Tigers Friday night. The Ravens' center position is very much in flux. Baltimore's current depth chart at center has a combined 10 starts in the NFL. Coach Jesse Minter expects to get a look at each of those players over the next few weeks.
Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. They get to run the different schemes. Danny's done a great job. He's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. Javon as well. Corey's done a great job. All 3 of those guys.
Tonight marks Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio won Game 1, 122-115 in double overtime. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with an overnight low of 59. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 62. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Can't buy me love, can't buy me love.
Can't buy me love, can't buy me a good baseball team. Orioles swept in St. Pete against the Rays. The Rays come back to win 5-3. They were trailing 3-1 with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And we want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Let's start with Jack and Timonium. Jack, you're on the Fan.
That was pathetic. And I knew in the 8th inning they were going to lose once they got the 2 guys on base. I don't blame Albie, but Mike Elias needs to go. He put this team together, and I will listen to what you say after that.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, you got rid of the manager a year ago. You can't put this on Albie.
It's been trending in this way for a while, and we've taken calls on Mike now for a couple of weeks, and I'll say what I continue to say. This is year 8, and if this keeps trending in this direction, I don't see how he keeps his job.
I told you this
is a failure. This is a failure. Where if Mike, you go back to that introductory press conference, December 2018, and you say, Mike, you're not going to win a playoff game in your first 8 years as a GM. How would you grade that? He would say a failure.
I said this to you last week. If they lose 90 games, he's fired. And I don't root for anybody to get fired, but that's just the next step. You fired the manager a year ago. You didn't make moves that made the team better. You're in last place in the AL East. You're getting fired. 410-583-1057. Will's in Randallstown. Will, you're on the Fan.
Bro, I mean, the sports in this state is terrible.
It's been a dumpster fire for over a year.
And I just listened to about the center position for the Ravens, which is a mess. Like that, like you need to have some more urgency on that center position. But let's go to the Orioles. Let's start from the beginning. You were supposed to get a frontline pitcher. The frontline pitcher should have been Suarez because you wanted a lefty for that ballpark. That didn't happen.
They were close, Will. They were close.
Yeah, they close. Yeah, you tell me anything. Then you can look at the positions and see that the defense was going to be dreadful.
They don't care about defense, Will. They don't care.
I know. In the third, and I'm surprised Mayo has been actually not bad at third, not terrible at third. Every single piece of this puzzle is so embarrassing. And like you said, I hate to have the Jason of it all, but Michael Elias, I mean, somebody has to be accountable for all this. And I don't even. It's almost like it's taking the taste out of my mouth for baseball.
Yeah.
Like this, every game is dreadful, and you wait for the other shoe to drop.
No, Will, appreciate the call.
I was messaging a friend last night during the game.
It's the guy we banned?
Yes, this one actually is. This one is Robbie, who is.
By the way, we're going to ride the phone calls in the next segment as well.
Like
410-583-1057.
This is a tough one. Like last year was so much more infuriating than the years where they were losing 100 games because you have expectations.
Yes.
This year is getting to be more painful
doubled down
than
on
last year.
Yeah, you doubled down.
Because you made the investments, because you went out there. Like, this is...
But
there's going to be a damn 30 for 30 on this if it keeps trending in this direction.
And there's always a but, Bone. They signed Alonso, but we knew there was more to be done, and they didn't. They told us their goal this offseason was to bring in a frontline starting pitcher. They almost signed Ranger. They almost signed Framber. And no, we're good with Bassett and Boz, and we're not going to extend Rogers, but we're also going to tell you that we don't need to go get a frontline guy because we have Rogers, and now Rogers is a 7 ERA pitcher.
I still want to go back to my favorite quote of the offseason when Mike said that the ownership is willing to spend into the red considerably.
Into the red.
Considerably into the red.
By the way, this team's willing to lose into the red, that's for sure. Let's go to Pat and Perry Hall. Pat, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Ken. Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Hey.
So I'm going to try and take a philosophical approach.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. You know, we should look at this from a positive light, and that each loss, each embarrassing miscue, each strikeout when we need a clutch hit is one more nail in the coffin for Mike Elias. He's got to go. He should have gone yesterday. He should go tomorrow. He's not. But it's one more nail in the coffin for Mike Elias. We have 112 to go.
Pat, appreciate it. Usually executives do not get fired in season.
I understand that fan's philosophy. I understand. And some people called us during the Ravens season. Hey, I hope they keep losing so Harbaugh get. But God, to endure, this is going to be another really long. So, like, I'd like to see them win. It's tough for me to root for them to lose.
I was 12 the last time they played in World Series games.
I was negative 12.
You and Ben don't even know. I went to Game 2 of the 1983 World Series. I went to every game of the 79 World Series home game with my dad.
Dude, I've said this a million times on this station, and Ben can empathize. The Orioles have been losers my whole lifetime.
Yes.
They have been losers my whole life. I was a senior in high school. I was born in 1995. I don't count wire to wire in 97 with all due respect to Mike Bordick, and I love Bordy. I was
count
two.
That.
I was 2. I wasn't exactly watching games at that age. They didn't have a non-losing season until I was a senior in high school.
We have so much fun clowning the Browns. From 2000 on, the Orioles, the Browns. They had the false hope.
Yes.
They had the Baker Mayfield era.
And now we're getting a fraud perpetrated on us again.
Yeah. They're the Browns.
This is crazy.
How did we get it?
I want them to be good. Instead, they're irrelevant. Let's go to Mike in Baltimore. Mike, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Okay, I guess.
Man, I'm excited going into this weekend. You know why? Because they got Sammy Basayo bobbleheads.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Priorities, Mike.
The only thing that's keeping me going is these bobbleheads.
Did you get your Tupac bobblehead, Mike?
Yeah, I got the Tupac. That's the only thing that's keeping me excited is these bobbleheads. It's a darn shame. But look, since Mike Elias, didn't he get a promotion? So he's de facto GM and president. So all he had to do is fire himself as GM, right? And get another GM.
That's a good point. Like Mike, maybe they'll have a Mike Elias bobblehead for you coming up the next offseason.
Oh, God.
Appreciate the call.
Hey, we got the owner bobblehead.
Yeah, well, I think they stopped that.
That happened.
When it became a let them eat cake situation, I think it was enough of the owner bobblehead.
That was a thing.
Yeah. Rich, you're on the Fan.
Okay, guys, thanks for taking my phone call. Very simple question. Will Elias be in the job on July the 11th?
I think he will because executives don't get fired in season. It just doesn't. It rarely happens. And I also don't think these guys, and I mean ownership, I don't see them.
It would have to really, really spiral out of control.
But the issue is a guy that you're going to get rid of is going to be making a lot of important decisions. They're taking a very important pick.
Yeah, I hear you.
They're going to handle a very important deadline.
Totally. But
tough spot to be in.
Hey, Vance Honeycutt had a good spring.
He had a couple homers.
Right. He had a good spring.
Oh, man.
Oh, let's draft another outfielder. Oh, let's go to Jay in Baltimore. Jay, you're on the Fan.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
The one guy stole my thunder. The Orioles are the Cleveland Browns.
That was Ben.
That was
Beltway.
Ben.
That wasn't one guy. That's Beltway Ben.
The man.
Ben is correct. There is no other way to put it. That one winning season where we made it to the playoffs, I don't know how long ago, that was a fluke. The Orioles, how they're losing now, is the Orioles. That's how they always been since the 80s, and that's how they pretty much going to stay. I don't know why they can't get nothing right, just like the the Browns can't get nothing right.
Appreciate the call.
Can I say this, and this is kind of the state, and I understand it, and we love this guy. We've had him on the show a million times. Buck Showalter walks on water in this town. Why is that? Because he broke the string of 14 consecutive losing seasons. That team, 2014, that is beloved, and I love that team. They got swept in the ALCS.
Yeah.
Buck was but that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You have a manager that didn't even win a game in the championship series.
Yeah.
And he's seen
beloved
as this revered figure. And
those are 4 games they could have won all 4 of those
That's not a shot at Buck. That's not a shot at the...
It's the bar.
Exactly.
It's the bar.
That is the bar.
410-583-1057. More of your phone calls. The Orioles, you know that meme of the dumpster that's on fire? That's the Baltimore Orioles right now. We're taking more of your calls next here on the Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money with an efficiency tune-up of your cooling system. Schedule now for just $59.95. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Scouring the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway past Dogwood Road. There's a disabled vehicle on the right side. Inner loop's heavy from 95 off and onto Security Boulevard. There's an accident there. Inner loop slows again from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road through Towson. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
When they hit, they can't pitch. When they pitch, they can't hit. And they never play good defense for much of a whole game. And we saw that rear its ugly head again today. It's Colton Cowser kicking a ball around played a part in the Orioles' 5-3 loss to the Tampa Bay Rays. They get swept down in St. Pete. More of your phone calls. 410-583-1057. Let it go out to Andrew. Andrew, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Tim, Buckshot Walter's also renowned in this town because he's the last manager to win a playoff game, too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, but, I was listening to the game today, and, I watch every game, and, can I reason with you, like, I bought into this season as well. It's my first season getting season tickets.
Because, Andrew, like you, like I love the Orioles, so we bought in, yes.
I lived through the Larry Bigby years, the Jay Gibbons years,
yes.
Javi Lopez. But anyway, so
David
as much as you want to put the oh my gosh, as much as you want to place the blame on Elias, I'm slowly joining that bandwagon. They just seem lazy. Like there's no swagger to this team. There's no Homer hose. There's no like Homer chain or whatever. And there's no like loud voice in the clubhouse. Like sometimes I wish someone would just go in there and smash a bat against
Tommy Pham, baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a savior. And last thing I'll say is, they're all super soft spoken. There's no like loud personality. Like the closest we got to any sort of emotion was Trevor Rogers the other day. And I just feel like Elias doesn't create that clubhouse, right? Like I feel like, not that I'm going to blame Albie or anything like that, but there's just no leader. Even as much as I want to put Pete Alonso on that pedestal, you can't do it alone. So I appreciate the call.
Appreciate it. Certainly have a type.
Hey, but we've seen like the issue, and even if you read Astro Ball, the issue that front office had is they didn't have good human skills, and they also couldn't see the human being. Everybody's a commodity on a spreadsheet, and so they missed that.
I remember going nuts in real time doing a TMI the very next day when 2022 happened, and Mike Elias said, when he traded away Mancini and he traded away Jorge Lopez, which I was for at the time, I still was for. Yeah. I still am for the fact they did it. But he came out and said, well, I mean, the odds of us making the playoffs, like, come on. We have no shot at making the playoffs.
You can't say that.
And then he had to fly out to Houston to do damage control with the clubhouse. Meanwhile, they were a game and a half out of the wild card at that point, and the GM said out loud, come on, what are the odds of us actually making it? Like, hey, come on.
Hey, he also said liftoff. How'd that go?
Still waiting.
410-583-1057. Trippy, you're on the Fan.
Hey, man, what's going on with y'all?
I'm running hot. We're living the dream, Trippy.
Trying to.
Hey, is y'all gonna let me cook or no? Because I'm in the kitchen right now. Look, right.
Cook,
you know what I get so frustrated about? And it's nothing against the radio hosts, right? Y'all get so excited about the Orioles. We all get excited, right? It seems like fans only get excited for giveaways. So at this point, if the Orioles want fans to go to the game, they might as well just give a giveaway every year. And I guarantee, I'm going to say after my birthday, July 27th, if the Orioles still in 5th place, man, at this point, they might as well start doing promotions. Buy one ticket, you get 5 free. Bring 5 friends with you, because the Orioles is
6-pack.
Man. And let me say something, right? Because when I hear fans keep talking about, Mike Elias got to go. What did he do? This and that. I mean, he tried to make moves. I mean, the players that decide not to come here, they probably want to go to play for another team. You know what I mean? But and another thing, just hearing this like if the Orioles don't do nothing, I can see, right? And I'm not trying to put no bad juju in the air, right? I guarantee, right? If the Ravens do the same thing, I wonder what fans going to say. I know what they going to say. I ain't going to say it, but I know what they going to say. All I'm saying is, man, the Orioles need to get it together. Tim said he was like 2 years old the last time. Bro, I ain't even going to lie, bro. I was born in 89, bro. And every time I talk about the Ravens and the Lakers, the first thing people,
Lakers.
The Lakers and the Orioles, because I'm a Lakers fan. Kobe fan. Sorry about that. And every time I talk about it, they always like, well, why you don't keep it real with the Ravens? So I'm just keeping it real, man. We suck. And I ain't going to lie to you. That y'all talking about Mike Elias can go to. Take that GM with him too. I mean, a manager with him too.
Well, the manager Trippy, appreciate the call. The manager just got here.
Yeah, he's
like they fired their manager a year ago, 2 days ago, or 3 days ago. Like this is Craig Albert.
By the way, who hired the manager?
That would be Mike Elias. That would be Mike Elias. 410-583-1057. Ryan, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you guys doing? Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
I hear everybody talking about Mike Elias, and I get it. He sucks. But
he sucks, but I'm curious where this goes. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. May 20th of last year, the pitching staff was Eflin, Morton, Kramer, Sagano, and Povich.
Yes.
They were the worst rotation in the AL.
Uh-huh.
Mike Elias gave them Rogers, Bradish, Boz, Bassett, and Young. Not a crazy upgrade, but that's an upgrade.
But still, I think they're 29th in baseball in ERA.
Worst in AL.
Yeah.
They're still one of the worst. And I think what people don't realize is there's one common denominator between that staff and this staff. Drew French is awful.
I know a lot of people are killing Drew French.
He was hired by Mike Elias.
But dude, How many hitting coaches have they gone through?
Yeah,
How many
a lot.
pitching coaches have they gone through? How many? Like, I understand, and fans want to go after it, and I get it. And I'm not saying that Drew French is blameless by any stretch.
No.
But, like,
everybody's to blame at this point.
How many coaches do you go through? Like, how many trainers do you go through?
I'm going to be the old guy at some point. Why not hire somebody that actually played the game? Like, because these nerd guys, that analytics guys, it ain't working. And again, that starts at the top, and the way they put the roster together ain't working.
This team needs more swagger.
I agree.
As fair as I can say, this team needs more swagger. They have no swagger. You watch the Yankees play. You watch a lot of different teams play.
Watch the Rays
watch
today.
the Rays reaction in that dugout after Aranda pulled off the miracle. That team has swagger. They play with swagger. It's a lot of guys. And again, they find dudes who do one or two different things well, and they get aggressive with it, but the team plays well together, and they look so comfortable, and they're comfortable when they speak to the media, and they're always comfortable. This Orioles team has not been comfortable all year. They don't look comfortable in big spots. They don't look comfortable at all. They're getting blown out. It's ugly. It's lackadaisical. The Rays play calm, but it's not lackadaisical. The Orioles are playing calm, but it's very lackadaisical. This team needs swagger. They need multiple changes in the clubhouse.
We will take more of your calls coming up at 5 o'clock, 410-583-1057. But coming up next, Eric Edholm. We'll talk Ravens and NFL with NFL.com's Eric Edholm next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk, or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 26 Tucsons and Santa Fe's, and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good.
I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy from 95 off and on to Security Boulevard where there's an accident. Inner loop slows again from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound at the Harbor Tunnel. There's an accident on the right side. And it's heavy from I-97. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Rays completed a 3-game sweep of the Orioles after winning 5-3 today. Tampa Bay scored 4 runs with 2 outs in the 8th inning to pull ahead of Baltimore. Shane Baz completed 6 innings and allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits with 3 walks. The O's are off tomorrow before returning home to take on the Tigers Friday night. Lamar Jackson has participated in the Ravens offseason workout program, but was not present for the team's first 2 OTAs. However, Coach Jesse Minter believes he will be back in the building soon.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
Tonight marks Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio won Game 1, 122-115 in double overtime. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with an overnight low of 59. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 62. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I got a condo. Ravens finishing off their first round of OTAs at the Castle, and it looks like it's about to pour outside. Let's talk some football now with Eric Edholm from NFL.com. And Eric, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So obviously, let's get to the Lamar Jackson of it all. He's been in the building for most of the offseason, but was not there this week. And of course, that's a topic of conversation. In your mind, is that a big deal, little deal, no deal that Lamar's not there?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very small thing, and like you pointed out, I mean, from all indications, he's been active and involved in the off-season program, but not necessarily there this week. So, you know, it's just another subtle reminder that there are some lingering contract issues to be worked out, and you know, I would imagine, obviously, with a first-year head coach too, it's a little different than if it's the same head coach who's been there for a long time, and the veterans typically kind of get their say of things. But even with the increased importance of it all, I think it's just another step in the negotiations, and it's just another step.
Well, Eric, looking ahead, how do you view this offense on paper right now? We know the offensive line really struggled last year. You upgraded at the guard spots, but how do you view this offense as a whole, pass catcher-wise, offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, the immediate question for me is who the starting center is, and there's obviously time to figure that out. I think,
you could probably take it all the way to camp. And if you figure out a weekend, okay, this isn't working, the guys we have, and, we can live with Danny Pinter in the short term or whatever the situation is, but we got to find somebody outside the building. That's one kind of lingering issue. And of course you're starting a rookie on the left side of him. And some of those questions from last year will linger. I also want to know kind of what the rookie receivers are going to add to this mix. They're two different kinds of guys. Lane's kind of a jump ball, win in the air kind of explosive player, whereas Surratt's more of the chain mover type. And both, I think, can earn roles. I think both can carve out some kind of role, maybe not immediately, but at some point this year. So obviously with a lot of the standbys still there, you expect some of the character and identity of the offense to carry over, even if the scheme looks different. So I think, just kind of picking through some of those little questions we have, but big picture, I would say it's mostly positive.
We're talking with Eric at home. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Eric, how much of it is just unknown because we don't know what Declan Doyle is going to be? Like he was an offensive coordinator last year, but he didn't call the plays under Ben Johnson. So first year OC is kind of a bit of an unknown on this as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's like, 2 generations younger than I am, too. I mean, just hard to get to know the guy, right? No, he's obviously a super talented guy. I'm here based in Chicago, and he, got a lot of attention here, I think, for helping design this thing with Ben. And, like you said, obviously Ben was at the captain's wheel, but you still got to have Chewbacca by your side, right? You still have to have a co-pilot. And I think he likely had his imprint on the offense every week. What you saw was a willingness to run the football. I mean, I know that's, kind of par for the course for Baltimore, but I think a lot of people in Chicago assumed it was going to be this razzle-dazzle passing game and all this stuff. And there were elements of that, of course. And Caleb Williams, like Lamar, is going to be allowed to, color outside the lines and be creative and use his God-given talents. And, that right there, that flexibility that's built in is important. But again, the run game is kind of the backbone of what Ben wants to do offensively. And, obviously the passing game attacks you horizontally and vertically, and they try to make you cover every blade of grass too. And that's, spreading people out and running the football is a pretty good combination, I think.
We're speaking to Eric at home. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Eric, it's officially official, I guess. Aaron Rodgers saying that this is going to be his last ride. We all thought that he was going to go back to the Steelers, and now that's signed, sealed, delivered. But with that being said, Eric, I feel like Omar Khan has had a much better offseason this year compared to last year, but the quarterback's still a big, big question mark. What is the ceiling of this Steelers team as things stand right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I don't know that it's been raised immensely, but, I guess it would still be kind of in that playoffs or bust kind of mode. Again, in a really tough division, I think you can even argue that the Browns are, if they can somehow find a solution, are going to be at quarterback, are going to be a competitive football team with 2 good drafts back to back. So, yeah, I mean, that's the grounds in which you're working, but I think they clearly, if they'd have found a way to get Mekhi Lemon, and not that I like Jeremy Bernard, I think he's a good talented receiver, but I think it would have gotten me a little more excited about the offense. Still, Michael Pittman, very solid.
Yeah.
And Metcalf is still there. They have some depth at tight end, but you go back to Rodgers, and even if he played better than what the Steelers had at quarterback in years before that, didn't really elevate the team that much, right? I mean, I don't know if that's a fair way of framing it, but I almost wonder they're really kind of pushing the idea that Will Howard is in that ready alert mode, and so I wonder, if we might not see both this year, given that Aaron playing another 17-game season would be a stretch, I think.
Eric, isn't there a part of you that like wondered why the Steelers and Omar Khan, his job is not only to think about tomorrow, but to think about next year. And this is allegedly going to be a great quarterback draft, and maybe ride it with Howard or Mason Rudolph, and maybe you're not as good, but that gets you a better quarterback in what could be a generational quarterback draft instead of just trying to be competitive and keeping the floor high.
Yeah, no, I mean, it does. The timetable obviously sets up very well for what you're talking about. And, even if there's the kind of depth that some people are thinking might occur like we had a couple years ago with Caleb and Jaden Daniels and Drake May, that class, 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 overall, you still have to probably move up from where they might end up landing if they're, a 9-8, 10-7 kind of football team or something like that. So, but the timing is there. The assets and the willingness to go get a quarterback, I think, would be there. They had a lot of, picks this year that they used, and I think they could talk themselves into a smaller quarterback, laden class if that's how it lines up. And yeah, Will Howard's a 6th-round pick. Drew Aller, they're talking about completely kind of scrapping his mechanics. So their long-term investment in quarterback is relatively small. And I think that's the backdrop of this season is that, if things don't go well, it's not the end of the world because there is this possibility of landing a little higher in the draft. If things do go well, okay, then we'll see how it rides out.
Eric at home, always great talking to you, man. We appreciate your time.
All right, have a great day. See you guys.
Thanks. We'll get back to the calls next. 410-583-1057. It's football season because the Orioles are a dumpster fire. Just your thoughts on the way today went, the way this season is going, because we were promised a good baseball team, and quite frankly, they're not. 410-583-1057. More from the people next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Cavs have a James Harden problem. He's terrible on defense. The Knicks and Jalen Brunson figured that out in the fourth quarter. Donovan Mitchell looked hurt, and Harden was getting open attempts for his teammates. The shots didn't fall. They need Harden on offense, but the Knicks also need him on the floor to be on defense. The good and the bad of James Harden. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Patriot at Old Glory Harley is giving NADA retail value when you trade your bike for a new Harley this week. 100% of all credit applications considered. Patriot and Old Glory Harley's retail trade value for your bike ends this Sunday. Stay tight and ride hard. Adjustments made based on reconditioning and mileage. Any negative trading equity may be applied to you and not financed on approved credit.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway heavy from 95 off and on to Security Boulevard where there's an accident clearing out of the way. Inner loop slows again from the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road. 50 westbound at 450 West Street in Annapolis, there's an accident. It's on the right shoulder. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that's heavy from the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I-70 westbound at 29 in Ellicott City, there's a crash. It's on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
410
415-883-1057. We don't do this very often, but this is a good day to hear a lot from the fans. And I was thinking about this, Bone, as we were sitting here in the break, and I didn't want to tell you this off the air because I just want to get your the real reaction.
Candid.
Yes. If I'm ownership right now, and I'm looking for return on my investment, and I spent some real money this offseason, and I've got this swanky new stuff at the ballpark, which I want people to be in and spend on. How am I feeling right now when after actually in comparison to what they've done in years past, they didn't really spend, and it looks like the same thing like this is Groundhog Day. This is a bad baseball team.
I would hope ownership is pissed. How could you not be pissed off? You're 8 games below 500. It's not even Memorial Day yet. And you're 8 games below 500. And
you've been curb stomped by the division on the road.
And Ken, I just keep going back to thinking about the fans, dude. Like at some point, apathy's going to set. Like, how can you expect?
We're not going to, guys. Will people be swinging their shirts on Friday?
Yeah, this fan base to... It totally goes sideways in 2018. You lose 110 plus games, then lose 110 plus games again in 2019 and again in 2021. But okay, it's here. It's going to be a big window. It's liftoff. And for this, you could make the argument. You could make the argument. Spirit doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, Spirit.
You could make the argument in June 2024, less than 2 years ago, the Orioles had one of, if not the brightest future in the majors.
Yep.
And they're here.
And you know why? Because they did nothing to augment it.
And
nothing.
And we were talking during the break. I don't even know where you go from here. If things really bottom out and it gets really bad, like I don't even know where you go from here.
410-583-1057. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Ken and Tim?
What's up, man?
It's kind of tough to say all the things that we were kind of promised or, enlightened with through Mike Elias. I mean, the man took on the role of so-called turning this franchise around singularly in a sense, right? I mean, there haven't been
it's his show. It's his show, Kevin.
That's right, Ken. I mean, look, he obviously was willing to do that. So, other than the one playoff, which was exited as fast as you can literally get beat out of run out of town in Texas. I mean, this has turned into a disaster.
Complete disaster.
And then the playoff, they got run out of town fast against Kansas City, too. Both home games.
Yeah, gone, bro, right away. I mean, we didn't even get the bullpen warmed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We didn't even get a chance. And, look, hey, Alvarez, I feel terrible for him because I'm sure he did not see it going exactly like this. We literally, fellas, I mean, we look like some straight up bums out there, man. I mean, 21% of my life I've been watching a so-called rebuild that ain't even got enough in it to be rebuilt. It looks like we just threw some duct tape on it or something at this point.
No, appreciate the call, Kevin. I feel like I've been misled because I bought in, and this is not a good baseball team, Bone.
It's not, and we all bought in, and we all thought, okay, this would be different. This would be different, and. Ken, we can go back to like 23. Remember, like the trade deadline, that was a disaster, but we're okay. He's going to learn from that.
Yeah, he's going to learn from his mistakes.
24, it's going to be different.
He traded for Corbin Burns. He did nothing else.
Okay, but next offseason, it's going to be different. And next offseason, it's going to be like...
It's a joke. Let's grab Sam. Sam, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up?
Yeah, for a long-time listener, first-time caller, thanks y'all for opening the phones up. Listen, I got so much to say, and I know I got a short amount of time here.
Go for it.
But I mean, I've been watching this team my entire life. I'm 27, and so I've only had a couple.
You're like Bone.
Same thing, man. I was born in 95. Yeah. I'm 30. They've been losers their whole lives for the most part.
Yeah, and it's rough. And I remember, the 2012, 14, I don't really count 16 because that was just a wild card game.
Sure.
And then those excruciating years until 2022 and, things are finally starting to look up. I watched every one of those games from 2020 to 2021, those really bad years.
Yep.
And I think what got me through that is like, we have all these prospects coming through. We have all
get
these
to the other side, yeah.
2022. Yeah, and then we see it in 2022 and then 23. And then the bottom fell out after that 17-5 win against the Yankees in 24.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
After that, it's just been wheels down. And I just think what frustrates me the most is that, this isn't just Mike Elias. This isn't just the players. This is top to bottom. Everyone in the organization who's in charge of development, who's in charge of scouting. This team cannot develop any kind of pitching whatsoever. They can't develop
Sam,
any
I want to
hitters.
stop you though, because there's one guy who's hired those guys that develop that is in charge of develop. Yes, that's. I'm not trying to be mean, but he's the guy. As a caller just said a few minutes ago, it's his singular vision, and he hired the people to develop these guys. So it's on him.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree on that. I think he is most to blame. I'm not sure what his hiring process is on these guys. I don't know what he sees. But one last thing I want to kind of say real quick before I head out here. Y'all remember back in 17, they were, I think, 51 and 55 at the trade deadline, under 500, but they're close enough. And so I think it was Duquette was like, all right, let's go for it. So they buy in at the deadline instead of selling guys like Machado, Scope, Britton, all those guys that were going to be free agents in 2019 after the 18 season.
Yeah.
And so they could have gotten such a better return for these guys. But instead, the only guy from 2018 that they sold for was Dean Kramer, and he's hurt. He's been a solid workhorse, don't get me wrong,
sure,
but he's been hurt. And then in 2019, the only return from the guys that you got traded for was Kyle Bradish, and he's missed a season and a half. He's definitely getting back to form, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, all these trades that they made, and this is what we got. And, I mean, it's just, and I don't want them to make the same mistake again. I'm not saying go all in and sell guys like Gunnar and Holiday and Westberg, but guys like Adley, guys that only got a couple years left, you got to start looking in the mirror and seeing, okay, we don't have a whole lot going for us right now, so let's trade guys with controllable years, get some prospects back, and for goodness sake, Rubenstein needs to freaking step it up and fire Elias, gut house in the entire front office. Start this thing over, because this entire city deserves better, just like you guys are saying.
Completely agree.
For the younger fans like myself, it's ridiculous. 27 years, and we've been waiting, and this is what we get. And so just the frustration just bowls over. And it's hard. But, I mean, there's still my boys. I'm still rooting for them. It's just getting hard to watch.
Appreciate the call.
Completely agree. I just think, and obviously none of this is on, Mike in terms, but 14 consecutive years of losing, like that kills a generation of fans.
Yes.
It kills so much trust in the organization. And right now, you're back to mistrusting them because you were sold something that they didn't deliver.
We perpetrated fraud, basically.
Yes.
410-58. I think we're going to ride these calls.
Yeah,
We've got
keep going.
410-583-1057. More from the people next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look way ahead to Week 1 in pro football, Chicago, a 2.5-point road favorite at Carolina, total in the game, 45.5. And what I would really like in this game, and I know we're 4 months out, is Carolina +3. Chicago, great season last year, probably got a little lucky. +3 would be a bet with Carolina. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. This show's brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel's serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. Check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, Bel Air! Big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. And we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today. And please play responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
The Rays completed a 3-game sweep of the Orioles after winning 5-3 today. Tampa Bay scored 4 runs with 2 outs in the 8th inning to pull ahead of Baltimore. Shane Baz completed 6 innings and allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits with 3 walks. The O's are off tomorrow before returning home to take on the Tigers Friday night. The Ravens' center position is very much in flux. Baltimore's current depth chart at center has a combined 10 starts in the NFL. Coach Jesse Minter expects to get a look at each of those players over the next few weeks.
Not necessarily a depth chart competition at this point, I would say. More of a rotation piece to make sure guys know where they're at. They get the same amount of reps. They get to run the different schemes. Danny's done a great job. He's got some experience. He's played in some similar schemes. Javon as well. Corey's done a great job. All 3 of those guys.
Tonight marks Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio won Game 1, 122-115 in double overtime. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with an overnight low of 59. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 62. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
410-583-1057. Orioles get swept in Tampa as the Rays come back with 4 in the 8th to beat the Orioles 5-3. They got swept 7 games in New York and in Tampa. They're 8 games under 500. Let's hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Mike's in South Baltimore. Mike, you're on the Fan.
Hey, yeah, I have a couple things here, so I'll try to be quick. But first off, David Rubenstein, I think you're a fraud, bro. I really think the owner's a fraud. He came in, I'm a huge Orioles fan, blah, blah, blah. Not an O's fan. She wouldn't be letting Elias, kill his team. And then second off, so all the fans, that in the beginning of the year, they were saying it was early. Is it still early?
Got late early. It got late really early. 410-583-1057. We were talking about this off the air, and we'll talk about it tomorrow as well. This might be rock bottom. Like I know they last place and all that. Like, this was supposed to be different this year, and it's the same, Bone. It's the same.
But it's even worse.
And is it fair
it's
to
even
say?
Worse.
And is it fair to say the rebuild's a colossal failure?
Yeah,
they didn't win a playoff game, and we're on the other side.
If it continues to trend this way, yes, it's a colossal failure, dude. If it goes this way, And the caller says, of course, it's not early. We're 50 games in, but there's a lot of games to play. But if it continues to go this way, Ken, let's say worst case scenario, they bottom out, they finish in last place, Mike Elias loses his job. I say this partly tongue-in-cheek, but really partly serious. There's going to be a 30 for 30 on this team. Yeah. There's going to be a 30 for 30 on... Dude, their farm system was historic.
Yes.
They had the number 1 prospect in baseball 3 consecutive years. They had, double-digit guys in top 100? And they, try not to cuss, and they screwed it up.
Yeah.
How?
Don't let me hit the dump button on you, Bob.
I keep asking the same question every single day at this point. How did it get here?
Being risk-adverse. Ben, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, the face of the rebuild is pretty consistently being brought up in trade talks right now without ever Adley. I mean, this is the guy that was he
and the caller brought it up. If it bottoms out, I think you have
he's
to
going to get traded at the deadline.
Yeah.
So then Adley Rutschman would be moved without the Orioles winning a playoff game, and without them winning a playoff game. This guy was special. And then you had Gunnar, you had Holiday, you have Basayo. He's going to be traded without the Orioles. And it's not like he was traded because he was a prospect. He's traded when his service time's running out.
Just to put in perspective, they had moved the wall more twice and worn more City Connect uniforms too than playoff wins under this regime. 410-583-1057. Chris, you're on the Fan.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, good movie reference. He stole my reference there, but there's a difference in Bill Murray's actor situation got better each day. But this, like the other night, the 16-6 game just looked like a clinic. I mean, the Rays, they look like they were effortless, and we're not talking about just one game, but like to what you were saying, it's like we've seen this movie before.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a sample of about 50 games. This coming up holiday weekend, which is just a couple days away, is a good measuring stick. That's a good sample. But in the last 3 or 4 years, they've just got like, ever since they had that 1 year where it was like, man, okay, we're going somewhere. And there's been, it seems like there's always injuries. You can't use that excuse anymore. But the development, and I believe they leaned on all the younger players. It's to have a team. It's always good to have veterans.
Yep.
And everything, and then a healthy mix. I don't care what kind of work you're in, what kind of occupation. A healthy mix is the best. Experience is the best teacher. And the Alonso was a kind of a reactionary thing. It should have been done
2 years ago.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, Chris, appreciate the call. I love Pete Alonso, but this was a move, and it was Andy Koska's piece. One of the execs said it.
Yep.
That was a move they should have made 2 years ago, and it goes back. You remind me of it. John Smoltz told us you can't win all young. That was after they lost to Texas in the playoffs in 23. You need vets. He said, the Braves, we don't win without Terry Pendleton and Sid Bream. And they had young, like legit Hall of Fame young talent. He said you don't win without vets. You need guys who've been there before. They waited 2 years to get them.
There's so many things you can bring up in terms of roster building over the past handful of years. But we had a caller a segment or two ago that the pitching, the lack of investment in pitching, where Mike, up until this past year, like you never would draft a pitcher early. You never would, trade and develop for a pitcher outside of Kyle Bradish.
Or sign a pitcher.
Sign a pitch. And then you look at all of this investment in predominantly college bats, and this is your offense.
Yeah.
This is what you have to show for all of your investment in the bats.
Tampa's got 8 guys that nobody's ever heard of, and they're having better at bats than the Orioles.
And this offense stinks.
Yeah. Let's go, Justin. Justin, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
One thing that I wanted to bring up was just the sheer point that we've got different guys playing different positions every single day. I mean, you look around the MLB and exclude the Angels of the world and the Miami Marlins of the world, do you have another team in the league that has different guys? I mean, because 9 or out of 8 that a guy's playing a different spot every single day. It just doesn't make sense to me. I use Kobe Mayo as a perfect example. Is the guy a starting player in the MLB every single day or not? I mean, is the project up or what? Is the guy here and can he play or can he not? Because, I mean, how long has he been in the organization and we still don't know if this is a guy who can play Major League Baseball on a day in and day out basis?
Well, that goes to another point, the prospect coveting. You had value to trade him to help your organization 2 years ago.
I think it is absolutely ridiculous that they are having Jackson Holiday play at third base.
It's stupid.
I think it is absolutely ridiculous.
He's not a good second baseman. You saw the throw to the plate on the double steal today.
Everything that kid is doing to try and come back, 3 different rehab stints, and hey, how about you play a position that you haven't appeared in a professional game in 3 years, and you've only done it twice in your professional career, and hey, let's just do it on the fly in the bigs. What are we doing?
How about we concentrate on being great at one position instead of being average at 3? Because that's what they are. And again, it goes back to a point I've made over and over again. This organization does not value defense. They tell you. They show you by who they sign, who they play. They don't have a plus defenders. They want hatchet guys that are wearing frying pans for gloves. Like that. Last night, was it last night or the night before, where Jeremiah Jackson has that ball bounce off his glove up the middle? Like, meanwhile, you play Tampa or you play Cleveland.
Monday.
These teams catch the ball, Bone.
Yeah. They don't prioritize defense. They never have. And Craig Alvarez, he said the quiet part out loud. He said that he is on the record saying that this organization has not prioritized defense prior to him being here.
They don't care about defense.
He has since walked that back, and I'm sure that maybe someone said something to him after he said the quiet part out loud. But he said that in a press conference.
When weekly, every few days, you end up losing games in part because your defense stinks, you get what you deserve because you don't care about defense. You don't. If we didn't get to you, we apologize. We'll probably take some more calls tomorrow. But coming up next, we need to wrap up this series. What do we see in the 3-game set against Tampa? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
70 westbound at 29 in Ellicott City, there's an accident. It's heavy from the Beltway and Woodlawn. On the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy from 95 off and onto Security Boulevard. Cleared an accident there a short time ago. Heavy both directions of the Beltway through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Providence Road. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel where there's an accident just clearing. 50 westbound at 450 West Street. Crash on the right shoulder. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lose 5-3 today, and a game where they led 3-1 with 2 outs in the 8th inning, but the Rays get 4 in the 8th and win the game and sweep the series against the Orioles. And before we get into this series, which is a microcosm of them as a team and playing good teams, etc., but Ben McDonald is going to join us tomorrow, from Masson, was on the Masson postgame show, and you have an interesting quote from him that he said after the game.
Yeah, credit Andy Koska for transcribing it because we didn't hear this live because we're doing a show. And here's Ben's quote on the post-game show. We can talk about analytics and what could happen and what should happen if you hit the ball hard, but I don't care if you hit the ball hard. I don't care if you hit it hard and you hit it to somebody, you're out. I don't care how hard you throw ball for. I don't care what your spin rate was on your breaking ball if you bounce it 3 feet in front of the home plate. I don't care. What I care about is, do you make plays? Do you make pitches? Do you get hits when it matters? And that's what the Orioles are struggling to do right now. They're struggling to complete ball games. They're struggling to have all phases of the game go right at the same time. That's where the struggle is. So all this nonsense is eyewash to me about all this analytical stuff. You either do or you don't. And right now, the Orioles don't. They're not doing it, and they're not playing well right now. That's the bottom line.
Ben McDonald's had enough.
And Ben,
you need to lean into the Cajun a little more when you read that.
Yes, and I will say, Ben, when I was texting him, he's going on right after the game too.
Yes.
And we're doing a show right after the game. We're getting really worked up.
Yes.
He's getting really worked up. Callers are getting really worked up. Everyone's pissed off right now. But Ben knows this game. And I think I was talking to Bordy a lot during the breaks after the show yesterday. You need analytics. I'm not saying that you don't. And analytics are a very useful tool.
Sure.
And a useful tool that this organization ignored prior to this regime coming here. But that being said, you can't be all the way in analytics, much like you can't be all the way in old school.
Yes.
There needs to be a happy medium. There needs to be ball players on this coaching staff, in this player development, it can't all be quants. You need guys that have played the game.
So they they started this series on Monday, and Trevor Rogers got rocked, and the ERA is now 7. Yesterday, they're looking for Kyle Bradish to be a stopper. He was okay, but the reality is they couldn't score. They couldn't solve Griffin Jack, so they lose. And then today, they had a lead, but again, the only game they scored runs was against Shane McClanahan. They got 6 in that game, but they gave up 16. So the other 2 games combined, they got 4. And you're not going to win a lot of baseball games. This was supposed to be their superpower. We were told this was going to be one of the best offenses in baseball. We're now almost a third of the way into the season. They don't hit consistently, and they have one of the worst ERAs in all of baseball. And they can't defend. Other than that, the play was great, Miss Lincoln.
Today was rock bottom, though. That 8th inning was a joke. It was a joke. You have a 2-run lead heading into the 8th inning. Anthony Nunez gets 2 outs with Fiducia on first after a bunt single. And you give up 4 runs. And a double steal was pulled off.
Again, bad defense.
Yeah, well, Jackson Holiday airmailing the throw home, just things that can't happen. And then the chef's kiss was Taylor Ward, Gunnar Henderson, and Adley Rutschman going down 1-2-3 in the 9th.
Great at bats, Bone.
It was.
They were ready to get on the plane.
It was a gut punch of a loss. It was a total gut punch of a loss in a disaster of a series.
But in a season of gut punching loss, like what was the 4 games in the Bronx gut punching losses or gut punch losses?
There you just got your ass beat.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they basically they got their ass beat Monday.
Yeah, totally.
And Tampa Bay's they're cockroaches. They're not usually going to curb stomp you. But they're going to beat you because they're smarter than you and they're more sound than you. They have a higher IQ than you. So when you get to that fork in the road, the Rays are going to take the right way, and the Orioles, right now, quite frankly, they're going to go the wrong way.
They're a bad baseball team. They're 8 games under 500. Good teams find a way to win, bad teams find a way to lose. And the Orioles in these past 2 games, especially late parts of the game, they're finding ways to lose.
By the way, I'll leave you with this, Bone. Our friend Jacob Calvin-Meyer from the Baltimore Sun just tweeted in the last 15 minutes, only 13 teams in Major League Baseball have lost 29 of their first 50 games and still made the playoffs. It's happened 3 times since 2022, most recently by the Mets in 2024. 3 of those teams have won the World Series, most recently the Nats in 2019. So there's still hope.
I love Jacob. And
I think he's trolling here.
Well, yes, I love Jacob. He's doing his job, and the beat guys. How long did they do that last year? When you're playing, don't talk about playoffs right now. Like
there's hope.
How about they win back-to-back series, and then and you could say, oh, they're a game and a half out. They're 2 guys. How about you win back-to-back series? Like let's see.
How about we win 6 of 8?
Progress.
I don't know. Competing with the Nats and almost beating the Rays.
It
feels pretty
almost,
good.
Almost winning's big.
It is.
It is
almost
big.
hitting home runs. They're good at that.
Yes.
Almost catching balls when it's in your glove. They're good at.
Hey, they can compete with anybody.
Almost.
They can compete with anybody.
Almost. You had 3 opportunities to get that runner out last night. Either catch the ball or make a better throw, or catch the ball and
Hand tag.
Yeah. It's just a bad baseball team. Well, that's an interesting segue. We'll talk to our buddy Ryan Ripken. Just where can the Orioles go from here? He's part of our BBT crew, and he joins us next.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey,
Even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuide.com.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarkCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Diamonds make earrings sparkle. Gold makes a necklace shine. But the best things diamonds and gold make are scratch-offs. Play the new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Please play responsibly.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 southbound at Route 32. Disabled vehicles being cleared from the right side. 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue. Crash on the left side. Northbound left shoulders blocked. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 70 westbound at 29 in Ellicott City. Still have a crash. It's heavy from the Beltway and Woodlawn. Inner lip of the Beltway is heavy from 95 off and onto Security Boulevard. And then it's heavy both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Providence Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Rays completed a 3-game sweep of the Orioles after winning 5-3 today. Tampa Bay scored 4 runs with 2 outs in the 8th inning to pull ahead of Baltimore. Shane Baz completed 6 innings and allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits with 3 walks. The O's are off tomorrow before returning home to take on the Tigers Friday night. Lamar Jackson has participated in the Ravens offseason workout program, but was not present for the team's first 2 OTAs. However, Coach Jesse Minter believes he will be back in the building soon.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
Tonight marks Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio won Game 1, 122-115 in double overtime. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with an overnight low of 59. Tomorrow has rain expected and a high of 62. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Orioles lose 5-3, giving up 4 in the 8th. They get swept by the Rays. And let's talk about it. Part of our BBT crew, Ryan Ripken, joins us now. And Ryan, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So is this rock bottom? Where do they go from here?
Oh, it ain't rock bottom. I don't even know. I was trying to come up with something clever here, or cliche, or funny, or whatever. I really can't, just because it was just a brutal road trip. It was just a brutal circumstance, and for so many reasons. Because when you look at this opportunity with the Orioles, and the word is inconsistent all year, and specifically when you look at this road trip, you want to start in Washington, and people might think this is a crazy thought. You could have won the series in Washington, and you could have won the series in Tampa Bay. But what happens? You're behind in Game 1 against the Nats, and you try to have a furious comeback, and it falls short, but too little, too late. Game 2 with the Orioles, you battle back again, once again falling behind, and then you have a big inning that washes away that, then you win the finale. And then in Tampa Bay, you get smacked in Game 1, but Games 2 and Games 3, your starting rotation and pitchers and Bradish and Boz go out there and gave you a legit shot to win. But once again, they didn't execute enough. And today, 3 2-out RBIs for the Rays completes the comeback for them. And probably the biggest thing that I've noticed between the two teams that just played down at the Trop is one team knows exactly who they are, and they play to that brand and that style, and that's the Tampa Bay Rays. And on the other side is an Orioles team that I still don't think has found out what their identity is. And then obviously they haven't found out what they need to do to consistently get wins and climb back in to this whole race in the American League.
It's funny you say that, Ryan. We did a segment on that maybe even last week. Like, now we're 50 games in, and you're 100% right. I have no idea what the identity of this ball club is. And quite frankly, Ryan, I don't know what it's going to become. What do you think the identity is going to become?
Well, and that's the hard part, you want to be a gritty team. So when you see that they'll keep fighting, that's a great attribute, but you don't start fast. And so I don't know. The gritty term is teams that find ways. I consider the Rays gritty, scrappy, relentless. So I really don't know, Tim, and I think that's the part. It's a microcosm of what's gone wrong with the team. It's when you don't know what you need to do well. Let me take it back. You know what you need to do well, but you can't find the solution to execute that. That's where you have problems. And for the Orioles, we know that the offense has the ability to drive in runs and score. And actually, I think overall, there's been some good things, but they haven't executed situationally well enough. And then starting pitching-wise, up until the last two starts here by Boz and Bradish, that had been very, very inconsistent. So, and then your bullpens probably had been your strength, but then they're overused. They're tired. So right now, if we were looking at it, the Orioles, this is what they are as their identity. They're a bottom 5 defensive team in fielding percentage. They are a bottom tier team in pitching ERA. And they are right now towards the bottom of the American League East and the American League Wide. They're 3-10 in the division. And they are not good in the one-run games. But you want to look on the other side, Tampa Bay is excellent in one-run games, and they are astounding against the division. I got to look at the number again, but I think they are 12-3 or something like that. And that carries a lot of weight.
We're talking with Ryan Ripken's Inside Access here on the Fan. You mentioned up until the last couple starts that the starting pitching's been not great. Let's go to the guy that pitched right before these last couple starts. I think we thought it was fair to expect some regression from Trevor Rogers, but now the ERA is approaching 7, and it hurt to listen to him after the game the other night, Ryan.
Yeah, it tears you up, and so for everyone out there that's sitting there going, just really piling on top of it. No one is more disappointed and frustrated with their performances than the player themselves. And I want to reiterate that. The one thing that bothers me when I hear people go out there and say these guys don't care. They care tremendously. They do. Now, not executing is a different plan. And for a guy like Trevor Rogers, the hard thing for me is looking at it of he's probably doing 85 to 90% of the work. He's getting ahead. He's getting the 2 strikes. And the league average with 2 strikes is, you're hitting below 200. That's where you get guys out. And for Trevor, they're having a field day against him, and it's happened time and time again. And it's a guy that's trying to find the answers. And so I hate it for him. I do think the big part looking at his setup and what's going on is he doesn't have the blow it by you stuff. So what's been his game? Deception, fastball command, sets up the changeup. That is still his bread and butter. Fastball, changeup. And if you can't set up your fastball the way that you want, it makes your changeup less effective. And above all, then you got to be able to put the hitters away. So I think it's just been a combination for him. But the beauty of it is that he can put hitters away. He is fully capable of doing it. You just got to try to ride this part out. There was always going to be regression either. So if you thought he was going to be the pitcher with a 1.8 ERA, then he would be the best pitcher in baseball, period. So I hope that people understand he's got to make his adjustments. Location and deception. And I think that's a big part with talking to so many pitchers that, for me, from my day and talking and learning, you have to pitch to what your strengths are and you have to set up your strengths. And right now, I think it's just a combination of that for Trevor. The pitches aren't being set up. Hitters feel comfortable in the box. And obviously the results haven't been the way that him or the Orioles have wanted.
Well, something that gets buried because of the late inning debacle by the O's is Shane Baz, back-to-back strong starts. Ryan, there's that. Back-to-back quality starts, 7 innings, 3 earned against the Nats last time out, and then 6 innings today. What's been different with Baz in this 2-start stretch?
Well, he's battling extremely well. I think that while he had some more walks today, but I still think it's his fastball. Every pitcher in my mind, if you got a fastball like Shane Baz that has the movement, has some velo, that really sets up everything else. So I'm seeing him, just like I was mentioning before with Trevor Rogers, I'm seeing a guy like Shane Baz being able to set himself up because he has excellent stuff. Like he has similar to Kyle Bradish type stuff where if he can control it, and be able to mix it well, he can have a lot of success. That's why the Orioles extended him, right? You're taking the risk on the talent. The talent is there. So that's been the encouraging part here for Shane Baz. and that's the part that stinks in this matter, right? You have two starters, Bradish and Boz, that really gave you a shot. And you were in those games, and you walk out of Tampa losing all three, that stings. And above all here, the reality just with the Orioles pitching situation, they were really counting on Trevor and Kyle to lead the rotation, and hoping Shane Boz would take the step. And quite frankly, they're going to need them more than ever, right? So it's great seeing Shane get some momentum, same with Kyle. And now you can hope if Trevor, and if they can do that with how bad the American League is, and you can string together that, then you can have some better results. So I'm happy with Shane Boz, and just unfortunate that his great outing, the Orioles couldn't take advantage of today.
Ryan Ripken, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. Hopefully we'll be talking about more positive stuff next week.
Hey, the crazy thing is they're like 3 games out of the wild card.
I know.
That's how crazy this is. So let's hope for better times, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Ryan Ripken, of course, part of our BBT crew. He's sponsored by Homeward Bound. Skip the emergency room. Homeward Bound Urgent Care is open late for your pets weekdays and weekends in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com. We'll come back, get the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for what? Westwood One Radio coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Steve Molesky's in for Rob Long. We'll talk about the Orioles series in Tampa Bay. Did they avoid the sweep? We'll also get into NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, and we'll take your phone calls on the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jason Kidd is out as Mavericks head coach after 5 seasons in Dallas. The Mavericks' new president, Masai Ujiri, is now going to search for his own guy to coach the Mavs moving forward. It needs to be said that Jason Kidd did not trade Luka Doncic. Kidd can coach, and when he's had a team that was built to actually compete, they won. I expect Kidd to find a new gig pretty quickly. I'm Chris Fleck.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool right now, you know where to go. Napa.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound past Eastern Avenue, the crash is on the left side. I-70 westbound at 29 in Ellicott City, there's a crash on the right side, heavy from after the Beltway in Woodlawn. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from the Beltway to 95 in Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy from 95 off and onto Security Boulevard. Cleared the accident there. Heavy both directions from the Harrisburg Expressway to Providence Road. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from the Kennedy Highway, I-95 to Bel Air Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring qualified and licensed HVAC and plumbing foremen with a signing bonus of $10,000. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ben, before we get to the text of the day, you got any thoughts on tonight's basketball game? Are you gonna tickle the people a little bit? You got anything you're looking at?
I have not yet played anything. To be completely honest with you, I've been trying to wait. De'Aaron Fox was present in shoot around.
Mm-hmm.
How much does that mean? I'm not sure. It kind of felt like they might give him another game off. And to be quite honest with you, they played better with Harper on the floor. That's kind of how I feel. And I'm not saying you're going to bench De'Aaron Fox, but it's a tough situation. I wouldn't be surprised if they let him sit one more game, give him a little bit more rest, but he was present and shoot around. So that might mean something. I'm going to wait until that drops. If he is out, Devin Vassell's PRAs, I played it in game 1. I'd probably play it again if Fox misses. And Devin Vassell went over in regulation. It was funny. I had it. It was 20.5 PRAs. He goes over with a 3 that he hit in the fourth quarter. Both of those overtimes, he didn't record a point, rebound, or assist. So thankfully, he hit that
That's
3 that he
crazy.
did. And he was in. It wasn't like they were working him in. No, he was on the court. He just didn't get to where I needed to. But if De'Aaron Fox is out, I like Devin Vassell's PRAs. But I like the Thunder here, as 99% of America probably will. I don't see them losing 2 straight. I think Wemby, listen, you played close to 50 minutes not 2 days ago. I just can't see the dominance being there again. And whenever Wemby's on the court, he's a dominant player. But I think the Thunder are going to figure this one out. Also, like Caruso, everybody's going to be sprinting to bet Caruso's over. I don't think they're giving him the free looks that they were last game either.
Would you bet the under on Caruso?
No, but I'm just saying a lot of people are going to, we'll hit all these threes and the number's probably going to be fair to you. I would not be going out of my way to bet his over like some others are.
Where can people find you, Ben?
At BH Journalist, you can find everything I do on Twitter. You can also hear me on The Fan most days 6 to 8. Tomorrow will be 6 to 8. Thursdays, next week I think we're 6:30 to 8. But sometimes we're cutting whatever. We are on Thursdays though, right after Inside Access or BBT, talking Orioles, Ravens, NBA, whatever. And tomorrow it'll probably. I would bet tomorrow's a pretty hot episode. I'm ready.
Yeah. Let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Steve in Baltimore, who says, O's have told us who they are for a long time now, and we still buy into the BS every year. This is just who they are. I can't say I'm surprised.
Well, it's hard to argue that at this point, Bone.
We're coming up on 2 calendar years of being significantly under 500. This isn't by a couple games. This is over 20 games below 500 in 2 full calendar years. It's unacceptable.
No, they're a bad baseball team. There's no argument. This is not opinion. This is not trying to be mean.
Fact.
It's statistical fact. They do nothing well.
Here's our buddy Jacob Kalmeyer, who's going to be joining us on Friday. 634 teams in MLB history have lost 29 of their first 50 games. Only 54 of them, which is 8.5%, have finished above 500. Only 13 of them, 2%, have made the playoffs.
Not good. Bone, what do we got on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, we're
loaded.
We are loaded. And Tony Gwynn Jr., he's going to be joining us after a week off. The Padres had a day game last week. Greg Amsinger, man. I am fired up to hear from Greg after this disastrous start of an Orioles season. Matt Wyrick covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. Brian Wacker covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. And Ben McDonald, who has had enough, people. Take your numbers and shove them where the sun don't shine.
Yeah. If you're going to do analytics, do them good.
Yeah. It's basically what he was saying.
So we have like 12 guests tomorrow.
We do 5, but who's counting?
That is it for us. But coming up next, keep it locked in. Westwood One Radio. We will talk to you tomorrow at 2 here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey Bel Air, big news is here. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service.